Intel World Open rolls on into Wednesday, and today we kick off with the land of the All Blacks, of the Kiwis, of the movie vistas galore. Welcome to New Zealand. Come over here. Hi, welcome to the Intel World Open. My name is James T. Irely Kirk. This guy is Corey Digital Bacon, and today we head to New Zealand. The Asia, Maritime and Oceania region continues to produce amazing talents, but it's fair to say that New Zealand perhaps doesn't get the crack of the whip that it deserves. There is plenty of great talent here. You're going to be seeing it over the next few hours or so, and of course, as usual this week, there's going to be Rocket League pretty much from morning to the evening, no matter where you are in the world. There's plenty to look forward to. And Digital Bacon, goodness, do we have some good players today, albeit not necessarily with the players that they usually used to playing with.
That's it. When we're looking at OCE, you always see quite often 2 Australian players and then 1 New Zealander in their squads. If not, it's all going to be Aussie. And that's it. New Zealand's always overshadowed by their bigger brother from the West. And they've got some great talent in there. But unfortunately, they've just never really had the chance to shine on their own. And today, we're giving them that opportunity. The Intel World Open is going to find the best team from New Zealand, like we found the best team from Australia yesterday, and I can't wait to find out which it is, because we've got so much young talent here, as well as established talent, so it's a real good hodgepodge of teams.
We're almost halfway into the week at this point. It's crazy, it's going so fast, but if this is your first broadcast, if you're tuning in for the first time, then don't worry, this little video will help you catch up.
The Intel World Open is fully underway, and the winning teams from the Open qualifiers in each region have been locked in. Let's take a look at what's in store for the next phase: the closed qualifiers and the regional finals. Taking place from June 21st to 27th, the winning teams from the Open qualifiers advance to one of 21 regional closed qualifier tournaments to compete in a double elimination best-of-5 bracket. Each bracket consists of the 4 teams, with the finalists from each closed qualifier advancing to the final stage of the Intel World Open. The regional finals are going down on July 11th to 14th and are broken up into 4 regions, where the 8 best teams from each country or territory will compete once more in a best-of-5 double elimination bracket for the chance to become the first ever Intel World Open champions. For further information, brackets, and more, head over to intelworldopen.gg.
Okay, you're caught up. Now let's catch you up with yesterday, because of course it is the Oceanic and Asian Maritime region that we're focusing on, and we got our first regional finalist in the form of RLCS-X Championship winners, Space One. Definitely the favourite for the region, let alone Australia. But of course today, Mr. Bacon, we find our representatives from New Zealand. And as we have a look at the bracket, we can have a little bit of a deep dive into these teams. I think we've got maybe a favourite, a second favourite, and then 2 that might spring a surprise.
Yeah, definitely. The bracket might look confusing. I'm just going to get it straight out of there. So we've got Ultimate Epic, Awesome New Zealand team. We've got Jaffers, we've got New Zealand Ultimate team, and then Ultimate New Zealand team. Now, straight up. Yeah, that's it. Like can I get a camera on me? Just this one, please. Like, guys, like, New Zealand? What's going on, guys? Do you need a hug? Like, something there, just no one really, got the communication. No one looked at the bracket to try and, like, get a bit of variety there. It's fine. We'll let you off on this one. But I think we might end up having to go, like, Nuzut and Unzut just to try and give it a little bit of differentiation, because those are some long damn names. But one thing I've been longing for is seeing this right over my shoulder. Some brilliant highlights coming on up for these guys at home to see.
Yeah, plenty of open qualifier action, of course, leading into the closed qualifier stage. advantage. I think it's fair to say that these 4 teams are definitely the 4 teams that we were looking at and thinking, yeah, they're the ones that can make it through. I mean, you've got other regions like France, like the UK, they're quite congested regions, of course, and so you're thinking, well, you know, there are going to be some big names that miss out. The United States of America as well, of course. We had some huge names dropping out of that one as well before we even hit the close qualifier phase. But we've ended up with, I think, 4 great squads. We have some incredibly young talents. We have some incredibly experienced talents. And we even feature a player today who is retired from competitive play, technically. So we've got a whole myriad of faces and names to learn.
So that player, Scarf, which you've just alluded to, the one that's just retired, and that's it. He's going out with a bang, I think, with this one. Definitely on a very favourable squad right here, as he'll be playing over on that Ultimate New Zealand team, Unzut, we might be calling it every now and then, alongside Kenny Salmon and Remick. And I mean, that's the powerful squad. If I'm looking at Unzut, I'm there going, that's my second favourite team in this bracket. Ultimate Epic, awesome New Zealand team though. That's got to be the favourites in the region.
Yeah.
You've got CJM, Kami and Sprat. Kami, for me, he is the breadwinner of New Zealand. He is Mr. New Zealand himself. Consistently, for the last 2 and a bit years, top 4 in the whole of OCE.
If you believe Octane.gg, by the way, a stats hub palace, basically, for us, isn't it? They have their own rating system, and generally the idea is you've got to play at least 50 games. He is rated over RLCSX as the best New Zealand player this season, one to watch out for. We've got a lot of pre-show, though, and so actually we're going to be taking a little look at the teams that are maybe not even expected to spring a surprise, but of course could, in the form of Jaffers and New Zealand Ultimate Team. Very different rosters, this one. So let's start with Jaffers, shall we, where we've got Asmo. Now, Asmo is the most experienced player on that roster when it comes to Tier 1 gameplay, and he's only managed to rack up 61 games this season. You've got Vic, who's put up 19 games, and then you've got Vis, one of the 16-year-old talents that we've been talking about, very new to the scene, a lot to enjoy, certainly, in his gameplay, and I think the Intel World Open certainly is a great platform. We saw Cyrax, for example, on Check This Out with Europe East, absolutely popping off and honestly really showing exactly just how good he can be. The question is, Bacon, can this do the same thing, or are we thinking that it's maybe a step too far? Should we be maybe calming our expectations?
So I find it a bit harsh. We're talking about Vis on this squad thinking he's the young gun, but Vic as well really only stepped on into the top tiers of Rocket League at the same time last summer. That's how young these players are. He had dabbled beforehand, but schooling getting away a little bit, not feeling comfortable playing in all the tournaments, because it's a big step up just playing in those little community cups for fun to actually really having a crack at the whip, trying to go pro. So these guys, you know, with the start of RLCSX last summer, really had to go at it. And whilst they might not be a household name, they've got consistent performances where they're just continuously getting through those open qualifiers into the main event. Yes, dropping early, but of course these guys have been really hammering it out, and they've got the experience and the nerves. If they drop into the lower bracket, they won't be so phased. It sounds a bit harsh in a lot of ways, like they used to drop in, but that means, like when we saw from Yabenti yesterday, they're not going to get that same upset. They're going to be ready, and they know this is their opportunity to shine.
Of course, $45,000 prize pool for the regional that these guys are going to be heading into potentially. It's a lot of money on the line, and it's of course guaranteed money if you make it through to represent. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, and so the pressure is there. Let's look over then to NZUT. A little bit more experience here in the form of Hazza, Joshua DX7, and Moss. And actually, Hazza, an interesting story here. He's actually on another roster at the moment, at least. Great name, by the way. CJ has a potato. That's brilliant, but it's also
a name simple, keep, and it works.
But that's the key is in the name, though, right? Because CJ, yes, that's right, CJM on the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team. He's partnering with Hazard, but then he's not together with Hazard here. Very interesting move.
That's the beauty of the Intel World Open, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to play with your regular week in, week out teammates. You get the opportunity now to just mix it up, play with your friends. Normally, you might not work on a roster together because, you need to put all that time into learning strategies, where the Intel World Open sort of lends itself, like we've seen it in the UK, right?
Yeah.
Because, we know that region deeply, and France, Germany, United States, Canada, where you've got these opportunities where normally you play with teammates from other countries. You might have one teammate within the region, but go full send, play with the guys that you wish you could play with, and we sort of form some dream teams from these regions.
Yeah, has a very defensive-minded player, 1.87 saves per game across the entirety of RLCSX. That's a pretty good number. Moss, huge on the goal participation, over 60% goal participation across RLCSX. Those are pretty good numbers, of course, with the rosters that they're on. It's
skewed because
it's kind of. I mean, talking of skewed though. Talking of skewed, let's talk about the guy who I think is going to be their striker, Joshua DX7. How about this? 1.00 goals per game in the region. That is the highest in the region. Unfortunately for Joshua DX7, he only played 8 games. So
that's serious. He made it into one RLCSX event. So they just straight in and straight out. Which, I mean,
it's almost like the meme of like taking off the hat and then
yeah. But he's a young lad, so you don't expect any more. At 16 years old, you're just there like, okay, that's understandable.
Yeah.
We're sort of like, I guess, blessed over in EU and NA, where we get so many 15-year-olds that are ready to jump onto the stage, but we've got such deep competition in the community scene. And that's not to say that OCE has no community scene to it, because it's got a beautiful community scene. It's like a family. But the problem for them, in contrast, is that the big teams play in the community cups for fun.
Yeah.
And that means that those young guns don't really get the chance to go deep into those community tournaments, because, the big dogs like Space One from yesterday take them on out.
All right, Jefferson, New Zealand Ultimate Team, we'll see them a little bit later, but let's zero in then on our opening game, on our opening match. And it is possibly going to be one of the biggest matches that you will see. We've got our first seeds up against our second seeds. Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand Team. We already know that's the all-star roster, so let's have a little look at perhaps the underdogs in this particular region. Ultimate New Zealand Team. Kenny Salmon, Scarf, and Remick. Now, Remick is actually the one which I'm really interested in, Bacon. He, as a 16-year-old, pretty young, you wouldn't have expected him to accrue too much experience, but actually he took part in the RLCSX across 8 different teams in 10 months. That's unprecedented, but if anything, it shows he's adaptable.
He might have commitment issues going on right there, but he is a star in the making. This lad, whenever you see him, is popping off. Clearly the star of those rosters. So you sort of get more the feeling that he's not sticking to those squads because he doesn't feel they're good enough for him. Maybe that's an issue in its own right, but right now he has got the perfect opportunity to shine. He's playing alongside 2 very notable names, just near enough mainstays within the OCE region.
Yeah.
And this is where he's got to show himself as being worth it on the big stage. The Intel World Open coming on through, like we said, $45,000 for the region. He's got to make sure that that money is going in his back pocket.
And before we head to our casters, actually, I could focus on the big all-star team, but actually one player which I really want to talk about is Kenny Salmon. If you had a shadow of Kami, then this would be that shadow. He is basically, for all intensive purposes, the second best player in the region, but that's just it. There is no area where he actually stands out more than Kami. So perhaps then, is this the chance? Is this the moment where he stands out on his own and puts himself out there saying, yes, Kami's great, but I'm great too, look at what I can do?
Well, Kami's always had the big teams. Like I said, he established himself all the way back in 2019 and has stayed there. Kenny Salmon came a little bit later. And so, whilst not already being in a top 4 roster, he's trying to break on through to that level. So, you could argue, with Kami coming in a little bit earlier, he had the easy ride on through. And Kenny Salmon's now got the opportunity to just basically fire his guns and show up his biggest rival within the region.
Will Kenny and his Salmons swim on up the river, or are the All-Stars going to make the dam a little bit too tough to break? Craftman and Tylacto, good morning.
Good morning to you guys. It's brilliant to join you here on day number 3 of the Intel World Open Closed Qualifiers. As we, me and you, Tylacto, we were covering Australia yesterday. We move about 1,000 miles southeast and go down to the land of New Zealand. And yesterday, Tylacto, we had a bit of a topsy-turvy bracket, having the top 2 teams go down to the lower bracket instantly. Do you think we'll see a similar thing happen today?
I would be very, very shocked and surprised if that did end up happening. I'd love to certainly see it, but right now I do struggle to see how ultimate, epic, awesome New Zealand team are gonna... I don't see them dropping a series. I'm backing them to take it all the way, mainly because they're epic and awesome, unlike all our other teams who just clearly just cheaps out. Just ultimate, like, come on. Imagine only being ultimate. I mean, the desk, of course, we're talking about the ultimate New Zealand team and how they sort of considered them their sort of second seed for the day, which is understandable, especially when you have the likes of Kenny Salmon on the roster. But when you realize that they actually qualified as the 4th seed officially, then there's a bit of doubt on their minds and sort of on their shoulders, I feel like, because, you know, in the first open qualifiers, they ended up losing out in the lower bracket in a final game 3 against the Jaffers. And then, worst of all, they got revenge taken on them at the hands of the New Zealand Ultimate team in the upper bracket of the second qualifier and had to go through as that very last team.
I don't know, like, honestly, I don't know where all these names have came from. I don't know if everyone...
I think it's great.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I hate them for it.
I love
it's brilliant. I'm very shocked that Jaffas hadn't changed their name to something like, I don't know, awesome, brilliant, ultimate super New Zealand fantastic team or something like that. Although I do like myself some Jaffas. We'll see them later on, but we kick things off today with the ultimate epic New Zealand team against the ultimate New Zealand team, and CJM starts things off towards the backboard.
Certainly does. It really raised the bar for epic and awesome, and clearly if the other teams don't step it up, then they're going to be down already, and down after 11 seconds is what the ultimate New Zealand team are. Sprat rising up and dunking it down.
It's only appropriate that the ultimate epic awesome New Zealand team... I need to shorten this somehow. We would just go with awesome team? Awesome New Zealand?
No shortening. Look, we got to respect their will, as Remick is going to be up there with Kenny Salmon. All 3 players come in, and it doesn't even matter. Literally throwing the kitchen sink on the ultimate New Zealand team here. Look at that. Remy's like, well, Kenny, what are you doing, mate? That's my ball. Drops it down, and Scarf, the last man who can probably smell the blue team's net, is going to put it in from close range.
It's quite funny. They just kind of stared at each other on the wall. It's like, are you going to go? Are you going to go? No, I'll do you know what? I'll just go. I'll just go, Kenny. I got this. Don't worry about it. But the thing is, like, if you talk about they don't want to shorten their name, essentially today, at least for 3 of these teams, they are playing for the right to shorten their name to just New Zealand.
That's true.
Whoever gets through from this bracket today to the regionals will just be called New Zealand come the regionals.
Take a little bit of a while to sort of shave off the ultimate epic, awesome, and team. Until mate that's shaving off the ball. CJM with a nice angle there is just going to restore that lead. We could be in for a lot of goals this afternoon, Craftman.
Yeah, it does seem like that is going that way right now. So goals galore, 3 goals within the first, not even 50 seconds, 49 seconds of the opening game of today.
Maybe 15 goals in game 1, no problem.
It'd be fantastic to see. Oh, they might get a third. Well, the ultimate epic awesome New Zealand team. Oh, I do need to shorten that. But Sprat, he gets another to his talent.
He does. Look at it. He's got the smiley face in his name. He's know he's going to have a happy day today, as the goal scoring stats are going to be hard to keep up with there. Just a costly double commit on the defense. He does a good job, though. The speed at which he took that shot would have been very easy to hit the crossbar from that.
I think whenever you see a player in rank with a smiley face in their name, you know they're just going to pop off. And that's exactly what I feel Sprat is doing. Although Cammy does finally get himself a goal on the board. The best player in the region is the guys from Death we're talking up. And the only player today, actually the only New Zealand player to make the World Championship other than Monty Connor. Monty Connor was the only other New Zealand player in RLCS history to make the World Championship.
Cam Gaming, that is a throwback. I remember that. Good times. But like you say, Kami, remember what king.
Do you
remember what?
Jam Gaming actually stands for? Like JAM is an acronym.
I don't know. I mean, to me, I would have thought of like strawberry jam or something. That's what I always on my mind.
It's apparently just a minute game.
Oh, it's just not as cool anymore.
It's not as cool.
You spoil it for me.
I've really spoiled it. I'm sorry.
I was thinking of like strawberry jam and apricot jam. Well, you got a favourite?
I like raspberry jam actually.
Yeah, I do like apricot, I'll be honest. Apricot is really up there. The same way that CJM is up for that ball. Because thankfully, I think the goal scoring has toned down. It's been toned down a notch. But we've still got 3 minutes on the clock, and the rate at which they're going in is still pretty intense here, as we have 5 goals, of course, 4 of which going to the Ultimate Epic New Zealand team. And like we say, and the saying before the game started, Ultimate Epic awesome. Sorry,
forgetting the awesome.
Sorry, that's not very awesome that I am forgetting.
Not very awesome.
I will correct that, as maybe there's a chance here on the offensive end for Remick, who just shortens that advantage to 2, and we're seeing that sort of bounce down off the backboard prove dangerous time and time again.
It was set up there by Kenny Salmon as well, who I know the guys were compared to Cammy a little bit earlier on, and he is starting to prove himself here and set up plays for his Ultimate New Zealand team. Or do you agree with Bacon? Should we call them Unst?
No.
Or and call New Zealand Ultimate?
Listening to music with times like what? Like
I think no, they're playing in Asia, mate. They're playing Asia mainland.
That's also true, actually. That is another team that are playing in Asia mainland. Qualifiers spot on. We'll see them tomorrow, of course. As nearly a 5th goal for the Ultimate Epic. Awesome New Zealand team on offense. There's still over 2 minutes on the clock, though. It's been a shootout in game 1. Hopefully, we get to see more of this as the day goes on. It really does sort of reassure ourselves that it is going to be so hard, especially to stop the Ultimate Epic awesome New Zealand team from scoring all day long, it feels, as Sprat has got an open net. That's not an easy open net by any means, and to get a hat-trick with a ceiling pinch, that's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, nice little ceiling pinch there, just clearing out the defense. And I think just looking at the first 3 minutes of this game, I think the uphill battle for Ultimate New Zealand team is going to be trying to get possession of this ball, because Ultimate Epic Ultimate New Zealand team, we're just rattled through that all day. They just keep possession here. They just keep taking the shots, as you saw Cammy do there, and the ball's back into their own half. They're just collecting.
And it's tucked inside nicely, though. It really is end-to-end right now. I don't know if they're struggling too much to get possession in the side of Ultimate New Zealand team. I think the main problem is keeping it, is Kenny Salmon leaping like a salmon there back towards his own net. That pre-flip stop there almost certainly preventing a 6th goal going in for the blue side, as a shot directly back towards the net, forcing Scarf back. And it's not the first demo that CJM's got this game. The man has been quietly assassinating some of the Ultimate New Zealand team players.
I mean, when you're 3 goals down and you're just getting demoed left, right, and centre, it just does throw you off a little bit. But Ultimate Epic, awesome, fantastic, brilliant New Zealand team. We'll get another Sprat, lovely stuff off the backboard. Nice pass out by Cammy as well.
This guy, 4 goals already, but what a goal this one is. Kenny Salmon just wanted to make his save, and he's got literally dunked on. That is coming down from above. That, I mean, may not matter massively in the grand scheme of things here in game 1, but that was the pick of the bunch so far.
I mean, it just puts your stamp of authority on the day. Like, right out of the game number 1 of series number 1. And you're pulling off stuff like that. It's just, I mean, we've seen over the last couple of days, Tylac, so some of the better teams taking a few series to warm up and show us their best. I think if this is stage 1 of Awesome New Zealand team's evolution,
oh my goodness,
I can't wait to see what happens when we get to the final stage. But Sprat, he's just scoring worldies.
Somebody's out there, Weetabix. Look at this dumping down. This is just ridiculous. I don't care if the game is seemingly over at this point. That is intimidating how Sprat is playing right now.
Cammy, who, eh? Sprat's just all over this orange backboard. He's been getting set up by Cammy, in all fairness, but it's Sprat, the man of the moment with the smiley face in his name. He'll have another.
Can't wipe the smile from him, or is what it's going to be.
Cannot wipe the smile from his face, and he gets a demo on Scarf to boot. Here comes GM to stick it in the back of the net. This team is rolling.
It really is. We didn't quite get the 15 goals that we were forecast for, but I think I'll settle for 10 assists. I mean, trying to get it last second there. Coney Salmon last second cannot keep it out the back of the net. Do you think we're going to get 10 goals in game 2, Crashman?
I wouldn't put it past them. I mean, we've got to the 8-2. I like to say 8-2BU minutes.
That's the Barcelona scoreline.
It's the Barcelona. Is it the Barcelona scoreline?
Yeah, it's 8-2 is the Barcelona. Yeah.
Who was the English team? Was it 9-1 there or something? Or 9-1? Yeah. It's Southampton. What was their scoreline?
Oh yeah, Southampton. It was.
They got like 9-1 or something.
Pretty horrific.
Twice.
I mean, the painful thing I think for Ultimate New Zealand team is that they actually won 8-2 in their qualifying series. They were playing against Here for Content, but shout out to Thanovic on that team, of course, very popular content creator. Speaking of that, of course, Here for Content, he found himself at the receiving end of the 8-2. So now, of course, Ultimate New Zealand team, they know what that feels like, and I can't imagine that it feels all that great.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, I've been in those situations in ranked before. I mean, I stopped playing competitively. Well, I say competitively. Playing, weekly tournaments and then getting round 2. I remember actually a tournament I played a while ago. We got to round 3 and then ran into Chaussette somehow.
Craftman versus Chaussette probably doesn't go too well.
It doesn't. It did not go well. I think it was season 2. I think Chaussette had just made it to RLCS.
I think
he was
on.
It was shooting goal.
Shooting goal.
Oh, no, it was season 1. You're right. Shooting goal. He was on that team, and we ran into them in a weekly tournament and just got. It did not go well. Put it that way.
So back playing with like tequilas. That is a long time ago. Before I made it into RLCS as well. We are going back to ancient times here. Ancient. About formation discovery.
That's back when you were good at the game.
I mean, I don't know if it was that long ago. I mean, that's. I think hieroglyphics were still being used at that point in time.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, maybe some sort of visit of a ghost from the past as an Ultimate New Zealand team. They sort of do need a divine intervention. I mean, to stop themselves conceding at least like 5 goals this game is optimistic. I am worried we're going to see another onslaught of goals.
It's going to be a flurry, but Last game we saw 3 goals within the first 49 seconds. We're up to a minute now, and no goals have gone in. Do you think Ultimate Epic New Zealand team have used up all their goal points? All their stat points on goals?
I'd like to think so. Something tells me that they're just playing quite patient and trying to score good goals. I think they're very comfortable and confident. They're very happy leaving just the one player back when they're on offense. They know they've got the better of the New Zealand team. As we talk about Kenny Salmon, he's in the dominance now. Nearly they got their first lead, but Scarf is going to be denied by Sprat, who is so on point right now, getting a huge save down at the other end of the field.
Lovely defense by side of the field. I'm going to call them the blue team. No, sometimes
cheating.
It's just going to. I am cheating. I'm a big dirty cheat in this one. Don't. It's early in the morning for us here in the UK. I don't quite feel like saying Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team all the time. Just about yet.
Epic Awesome New Zealand team looking to represent New Zealand at the Intel World Open Regional Finals. That's good though, isn't it?
Yeah, you should be doing the trailer voices.
That's true.
For this.
Hang on a minute.
Save my scar.
Ridiculous if CJM got a redirect there. He just didn't realise that it was going to be possible until it was too late.
What I will say is Ultimate New Zealand team have started to find their rhythm. They've not let Ultimate Epic Ultimate New Zealand look at CGM. Just that is confidence. That is proven confidence when you can you can flip reset in the middle of the field and try and get a goal. That's confidence, but that's got to put a dent in it conceding first.
Yeah.
What actually happened?
As we say about that can't be the better. It's a pretty routine backball clear, but that's how it is when you can't make it to it in time and you end up rushing. If you miss time to flip, you're not going to get contact, and it's going to be the first lead of the series for Ultimate New Zealand team. I'm not sure either team were really expecting it at this point, but if they're not careful, it could turn into 2 as it's out in front of the net. Remick is there for the 50, forces 2 players to connect. Kenny Salmon coming through, but Sprat with the pre-flip across is going to keep it at a 1-goal deficit, and suddenly, Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team, they stopped to get some ice cream and they've just been slammed against the ropes.
They've got a pep in their step, so they have that 1 goal has invigorated them to come downfield a little more, and maybe Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team is going to start respecting them a little bit more. Maybe even just starting to, if they were holding back here in game number 2, now's the time to let loose.
Certainly, I think Scarf's done a great job there, though, taking it out and across to make sure the possession is conserved. But that's a loose ball, could be dangerous, and it is. And I'm not looking, Craftman, but I am hearing a goal for Ultimate Epic New Zealand team. Can I take a guess at who scored?
I think you should be able to get who that was.
Is it Sprat?
It was Sprat.
Yeah, okay.
Surprisingly enough.
What's he got now? 6 goals in 2 games?
Something like that.
Yeah.
He's just been Ultimate Epic and awesome so far.
Yeah, actually.
All 3 of the superlatives. They've used 3 superlatives. They've used Ultimate, Epic, and Awesome on this team. Who is Epic? Who is Ultimate? And who is Awesome? Who do you think?
That's like a formation. I think the Ultimate has to be Kami, especially after that whiff that led to the first goal that ended up being conceded. CJM, pretty epic, you know, keeping it short and brief like his name, you know. And I think Awesome has been Sprat. He really has been quite awesome. I just don't know if they've used enough superlatives. I reckon they could fit more, as I know our broadcast team is probably just like, no, please, no. You can see it there, squeezed on the overlay, like the text is so squashed, but squashed into the back of the net. Is that ball into the top corner? Remick, hang on a minute, Craft, an Ultimate New Zealand team, they're up in the final minute.
Yeah, Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team, they just need to wake up a little bit. I think they just got too far ahead of themselves. And this is something that we've kind of seen a lot throughout the last couple of days, when the team who we really expect to win Title it gets a little bit, maybe they get the first game and they get complacent too sure of themselves, and they just have that lapse in concentration and let their opponents into the game. And even if Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand this is ridiculous. Even if they
first series, we're gonna be
lost already, man.
There's no way we keep our sanity in 5 or so hours time. Hang on a minute. Remick insane goal. That nearly ended up dunking in. It could be a 3rd goal. In fact, it won't quite. It's deflecting or whatever. There's the chance for a late equaliser. A Sprat touches it off to CGM, but Kenny Salmon in that fresh new Dominus is going to kill the... No, he's not. It's still up. Surely not. Calmy keeping it alive. He's running it down the line for the counter-attack as it's on to the backboard. The touch is down, and Ultimate New Zealand team, despite their lack of superlatives and adjectives, and just a few less of them, they are going to tie up the series.
They are, and the point I was going to make it towards the end there, even if Ultimate Awesome Epic New Zealand, fantastic, brilliant team, even if they were holding back a little bit and then decided, right, we'll just try and win it in the last minute, if they let Ultimate New Zealand team get a little bit of momentum, get those 2 goals as you saw, even if they do try towards the end of the game, they might find themselves in a little bit of difficulty. So they know they are the better team. They know they should be winning this series. Just win it in the first minute or 2. Don't be cute with it. Just get the job done. Get through to the next round.
Yeah, it does seem that should be possible, but maybe we're not really giving enough credit to the Ultimate New Zealand team. To be fair to them, they outshot in that game a whole 10 shots to 4 in their favour. You know, if you looked at that scoreboard, you'd have thought it was a dominating 2-1 win. It didn't feel that way, but I think that's because we're still in the shadow of game 1. So curious to see how the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team sort of respond to that, because it's a kind of slap in the face, really. And the question is whether Ultimate New Zealand team can slap them in the face and get away with it and run away with it, because that's what I think is going to be the tone here going into game 3. And really, you know, Kenny Salmon switching to that Dominus could continue to make the difference.
I think, in my opinion, like, switching cards, it was more of a placebo effect than anything. Like, you feel you're more comfortable, like, you might start in a Fennec and think, oh, I need like a little bit more power, a little bit more turn circle. Let's switch to the Batwheel or the Dominus or whatever it may be. Just for a different feel. And I mean, who was it? Was it Flakes who did that on FC Barcelona a couple of seasons ago?
Yeah, he's still used.
Oh, Sprat. I say a couple of seasons ago. I think it was a few splits ago. But Sprat opening up his bank account again and getting the first shot of the first goal of the game.
And that's all CJM though. He got a great 50 to the midfield and then completely interrupted the challenge from Ultimate New Zealand team, making that net effectively open. He just became the bulldoze that he was in game 1 as well. And suddenly, Ultimate New Zealand team are brought right back down to reality. And yeah, as you were saying, Flakes, he would just end up knowing using pretty much random cards and just slapping a cockroach on top of them and just sort of saying, hey, I can use any card. And wow, that's Sprat scoring again, this time off a missed backboard. Really a difficult one, but at this level, you would have expected it to be tucked in. And Sprat he just cannot stop scoring. He's got a bit of an addiction.
He does. What I would want to see, I don't think we've seen it so far in this Intel World Open during the close qualifiers here on twitch.tv/ESL. I want to see people start using random cards and to use, you know, you would call them less standard cars. So I want to see a Scarab. I want to see a Merc. I want to see the Roadhog XL.
I was hoping for Kenny Salmon. It was difficult for him to take it the angle that he was at, but I feel like that's just a sort of chance that if you want to make a game out of this game 3, sort of had to be sunk in the back of the net. CJM is just going to be on the end of a beautiful pass, bit of a worm burner.
Yeah, CGM just launches that one up, or excuse me, Cammy in fact just launches out of field, and Kenny's just caught in the middle of things. Yeah, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. It was brilliant. Nice pass, Kenny. Well done, Kenny.
I tried to compliment it as if it was like intentional.
Good on you, Kenny. You passed to the other team. Fantastic. Well done. Technically a 3-man passing play there. Cammy will get a goal though. Passing. I mean, now it's Sprat. He's assisting Cammy. This duo, actually, this trio is ultimate epic and awesome. And
yeah, it is.
Almost a namesake as well. It's almost as if they're.
And it's new because they're not usually played before.
Where is Old Zealand? That's my question.
Okay, now
have we ever found Old Zealand, or
anyone in chat actually do some research for us? Actually, that's a really good point. Maybe we're just uneducated in the history of the country in general. I certainly feel that case. The question for me now with education is, are we looking for over or under 8 goals this time?
I would say this is going to be... I think we're going to see another 8-2. I think it's going to be 8-2.
I reckon we might get a 9. I reckon we might get a 9-1.
Look for that.
Yeah, I believe we
see a Brazil though. Do we see a Brazil here?
Yes. I think it will happen. Oof, that's a demolish from a Remick there. A very aggressive one. Just there was that. Oh, are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. For a second, I thought it might have been hitting the post there, but you have to respect the speed of transition here from Kami there. Just races up to that ball. Kenny Salmon is going to need some ice after he just got burnt so hard on that challenge.
I've just had some a researcher in chat, by the way.
Okay.
So, where is Old Zealand? The first Western explorer to land on what is now known as New Zealand was a Dutchman named Abel Tasman. When he arrived in the 1640s, Tasman thought he had landed on a portion of Staten Island, or Staten Land, excuse me, which is an island off the tip of Argentina, and he named it so.
He was very lost then. very lost.
I mean,
does the Tasman have anything to do with
Big Chris Columbus, he tried to find, was it India? He was trying to find, no, Africa. He was trying to find Africa. And he ended up finding, what am I thinking? Where does it,
how can you struggle to find Africa? It's pretty big.
Yeah. No, he was trying to find out a path to the other side of Asia. And ended up finding, obviously, America.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, yeah, that is how America was. You're spot on, yeah. I want to know if Mr. Tasman had anything to do with Tasmania, though.
It probably does, to be honest.
I think it's with a Z, though, unless I'm completely wrong. In fact, I'm probably wrong. I'm not going to claim that, but maybe I'm wrong. He probably has no link. Probably just completely coincidental, but maybe. what I am going to say is that we probably aren't going to get the 9-1 that we were suspected. I think Ultimate Epic, awesome New Zealand team, are realising that they might have the goal budget that you suggested earlier, and that 5 is probably going to be enough for Game 3.
You would reckon so at this point. Also, I've just had some more information sent to me by our good friend on the desk, Irony. There's apparently a content creator on the internet somewhere called Zealand. So maybe they are the original Zealand. I have no idea. Is he from New Zealand? Is he from Australia? Is he from somewhere else in the world?
I think content creators weren't really a thing when New Zealand got named.
Nah, I'm sure they were.
So what content did they even create back then?
I don't know, like
plays?
Hello,
Shakespeare?
Hello, welcome to my crafting tutorial. welcome to my
just how to use a spinning wheel. Like tutorial part 1.
By the way,
click the subscribe button. Where is it? Like, so confusing. I think
no, but back then you had to chisel the subscribe button into the wall.
How do you press it then?
Exactly. Well, you just make your mark. You like put your initials in the wall.
Oh, so that's why people like write their names on someone was here, like famous landmarks. That's where it comes from.
Exactly.
Oh, we're really learning today.
Yeah, we're all about a learning experience here in the Intel World Open. You learn something new every
single. It's the World Open. We're talking about the world.
Is Sprat going to get a 6? No, he's just denied at the buzzer. Sprat getting the save there, but Ultimate Epic, awesome New Zealand team, did just run away with it at this point.
I just feel like when they get the opener, and certainly when they get it early, they just cannot be stopped. There's 666 points for Kami in that one. Is he the devil incarnate? I somewhat doubt it, though. Of course, Ultimate New Zealand team might be thinking so. They managed just 3 shots in that entire game, and well, they're down series point, and if they don't manage to bug their ideas up and really step it up massively, you feel? I mean, maybe I'm being too harsh. They did get the win in Game 2. It's just their losses have been quite unceremonious. They could find themselves in the lower bracket pretty quickly.
It's certainly looking that way. By the way, also very important information coming through from Digital Bacon as well. He just says, "Hi chat, hi chat."
Say hi to Bacon.
That's from Digital Bacon. You can everyone in chat. I want you to say hello Bacon, or tweet him in fact at Digital Bacon 1
with a smiley face, because Sprat is showing us that smiley face is the way right now. In fact, the trend is, you know, like, oh, hang on a minute, I want to just be shut up immediately. Remick here is going to get his shot past the entire defense, and this is exactly what Ultimate New Zealand team need. Their Scarf was so patient on that ball. The less we say about Kenny Salmon's patience on that play, the better. But once again, they've thrown all 3 players, and it has worked out.
They have, and maybe that's the key. And I said earlier, maybe Ultimate Epic, Awesome New Zealand team were, like in game number 2, they won the first game 8-2, 6-goal margin. They just won the last game by a 5-goal margin to 0. Maybe a little bit of complacency slipping in, and now they've conceded the first goal yet again. Could Ultimate New Zealand team possibly hold on to the 1-0 lead and take it to game 5?
I've never been so entertained by a series that is so seemingly not meant to be close, and yet I'd love it to go to game 5. Kenny Salmon, though, is out of the Dominus. He's walked back into the wardrobe and come out a new man, except he looks exactly like how he did in game 1, and didn't really work out in game 1, but it's working out here. Do you ever have that? Like, just not sure about what outfit he should wear. He's getting like a bit of anxiety. He's getting changed. It's not quite right. Looks in the mirror between games like, I got to change it up again.
No, maybe it's. I've seen players do this a lot before. I think Mess Norris actually did this when we were watching him on Endpoint. Every lot, he would keep his car. And
that's the loss.
He would keep his car if he won. He would change it if he lost.
Yeah,
maybe that's what Kenny Salmon's doing here as well.
In terms of the sports psychology, visualization is such a huge deal. It's why people tend to copy car designs of cars they're used to seeing winning, of aka players they highly respect and playing well, because you've got to be able to see yourself doing something great. And if your most recent memory in a certain car is you lost or just made a mistake that ended up causing you losing, then often it can sort of hurt that level of visualization. It's quite a... You go and talk into sports psychology for a long time, but I much prefer to continue talking about, 1600s content creation.
Just make it like I suppose content creation back then would just be, you know, like a village town meeting or something.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, but Kenny Salmon. Oh! That's the first. Do you know what? That's the first time I've seen Kenny's goal explosion. It is all fish, and I am perfect here for this. I am all here for that. I'm all here for that goal as well. That's brilliant from Kenny Salmon.
The amount of salmon there, he's just opened up a whole ocean of them. It's incredible. In salmon, are they river fish? I do not know much about fish.
Swim upstream, don't they?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. They literally eat themselves up like small dams, and no problem. I can use that as a verb when it comes to salmon. I'm sure Kenny won't have a problem. The master of the salmon, he's the master of the game so far. All the Ultimate Epic New Zealand team players, they're sort of lined up on the defense, and sure, it does feel like they're getting complacent, and of course, who wouldn't have the wins as dominant as they were, but credit to Remick, it's a really good save.
Brilliant save, brilliant shot as well from Cammy. Now CGM trying to find Cammy in the middle of the field. Sprat now. Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team. I'm gonna say that, but get it wrong every single time. So do not correct me, chat. I know exactly what I'm doing. Oh, look at Cammy. He's exactly what he's doing as well. Tries to air dribble that all the way through, just smacking it off the crossbar. CGM right back into the middle, and Scarf. The defense is now starting to show up for Ultimate New Zealand team. And I joked about it earlier, Tylacto, about Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team just holding back a little bit. It does feel like they're starting to, when they were doing that at the start of the game, they're now going forward, but Ultimate New Zealand team is holding strong, holding on to this 2-goal lead.
Yeah, you're damn right. They want to come back and finish this in 4, just because as much as they have confidence in themselves to take it in 5, I'm sure you just don't want to take that risk just in case. They'll have seen their friends over a space 1 have to go through the lower bracket, and that wasn't comfortable. It's looking like there's a risk it could be the same as Remick, just casually taking that one in his stride. Kenny with the link up, and it sails into the back of the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team net.
Fantastic, brilliant, awesome, epic New Zealand squad. I don't know. I was trying to think of another word for quad.
A group of squads. A group of squids called a squad. Dream right there.
The squad of squids. I want to see next RLCS season. I want to see a bubble team called the Squid Squad.
The Squid Squad.
I mean, we did have Underwater Squad for a while.
That's true, we did.
I think they could revive that, just call it Squid Squad.
We talk about visualization in how players play, seeing as just how much of a mental game Rocket League is. You know how the players sort of put a full stop at the end of their name or before their name? And it really, personally, it really tilts me. I don't like it at all. It really annoys me. But right now, I want to see everyone in ranked after this game.
Is that more tilting than a smiley face? Is that what you're...
Well, I'm linking that because Sprat with a smiley face in his name. Hopefully, we can start a much more positive vibe trend. If he continues to pop off, then I want to see everyone, certainly in OCE as well, just rocking the smiley face at the end of their name in all their ranked games. Why does it have to be a full stop? Why has it got to be edgy? Why can't it just be good vibes? You know?
So what you're saying is, like, the full stop at the end of the start of a name these days is the equivalent of, you know, XXX underscore.
Yes, it really is.
Master Tracks underscore
HD. Quick scopes with a 0 instead of an O.
Quick Z at the end.
Oh yeah, come on, there's no such thing as an S in that alphabet.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Just a capital Z followed by a lowercase Z, you know, that's absolutely the only way to do it. And it seems like the only way this series is going is Game 5, Grafman. And I gotta be honest, I am somewhat surprised in which the way we have got here. I'm very much glad that we have.
Yeah, I think this, I was going to say this series deserves the Game 5, but honestly, it should have been over in 3.
In theory, but there's still a very much chance that Ultimate New Zealand team now take this.
That is true. I mean, we saw the lower bracket run from Space 1 yesterday, so maybe that's something the Ultimate Epic Awesome team could do. Possibly through that lower bracket. I'm going higher register. Do you know, you go higher register when you want to believe something, but you really...
Yes, I feel like that. I do feel like that. I thoroughly want Ultimate New Zealand team to win, but I agree. I would not be betting on them right now. I really wouldn't. Also, apparently in OCE, thanks to Fernando, we found out they also have a team called Duck Goose. Sorry. In fact, Duck Deuce? Juice? As in, like, is that like related to tennis or something? Like, what?
Well, Juice is just 2. Maybe that's a 2's team. Duck Deuce. Well, you got Duck Goose, and then the 2's version of that team is Duck Deuce.
Is that like a B team, or is that like the upgraded version, like Duck Duck Goose 2.0?
No, what I'm saying is it could be either your B team. That's a good idea. Or if you enter 2v2 tournaments, that could be.
True, like Double Trouble.
Yeah.
I remember.
Double Trouble. Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool, man.
There you go, Duck Duck Deuce. You can have that one for free.
It's free branding, no copyright.
Credit me though, at Craftmanor on Twitter.
Alright, it means Sprat. He's going to continue putting the offense up. I feel like Ultimate New Zealand team here, they have to score first. You can see that they sort of are desperate to. They've sent the kitchen sink multiple times, and multiple times it has worked, but you feel Ultimate Epic New Zealand team. Ultimate Epic Awesome. Apologies. My deepest condolences, but Cammy, he's not sorry at all for what that shot is. Top shelf, and they strike first.
Top drawer from the top man in New Zealand. And just a whiff on the backboard. I think that was Kenny Salmon coming out for that. He just flopped like a fish off that backboard and couldn't get to the ball in time. And you said the Ultimate New Zealand team were really should have been scoring first if they wanted to take this game 5.
Yeah.
They've now conceded the first goal. Do you think it's now going to be a bit of a bloodbath?
Yeah, I was going to say it's curtains, but I agree. The curtains might be covered in blood by the end of this game 5, but I'm hoping it is a back and forth contest here as Kami's found his shooting boots finally, as he's ended up not whiffing the touch in the corner, but of course we know his capabilities here is he's going to be looking for the backboard drop down, and actually a little too patient, allows Scarf to come and cover across for what was and probably should have been a very costly whiff from Kenny Salmon. And that does he's had to rush to that ball. Even if he made contact there, that is almost certainly getting blocked by the defender, as Remick is going to get beaten out by Sprat, who's quietened down a little from the earlier games. And Scarf can maybe win the race to that one. He pops it off the wall dangerously, but dangerously only temporarily here, as there's a nice transition from the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team. And they are up in the midfield, and a lovely touchdown to CJM, but his touch isn't really a shot, isn't really a control, and unfortunately doesn't really work out for him.
Unfortunately for him, it is saved by Scarf. And we saw earlier in the games that they did win, they had, the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team, they had the majority of the possession and majority of the shots as well. See, it feels a little bit more even here in game number 5. Maybe they're just giving Ultimate New Zealand team a little bit of leeway here. They do have that 1 goal lead still. There's Sprat over the middle. Here comes Remy. Is it Remick or Remy K?
Remick.
Remick. Okay, cool. I will instantly forget that and go back to call him Remy K.
Alright, I know our accents made us continually say Drippy instead of Drippy yesterday, so I still feel bad about that. But I think maybe we have to commit to it. But next time I see him, I should just call him Drippy and see how annoyed he gets.
Here comes Sprat, though, looking to drip that one off the backboard. Cammy's taking it to the defender, and it's easy enough for CGM to take a 2-0 lead.
Kill confirmed. Cammy just striking there. I should say Kami taking out the car of the defender. And it's 2 of 2 minutes on the clock. Is there any comeback possible? We haven't seen it yet during this series, but it's now or never for the Ultimate New Zealand team.
Yeah, you're right. Whoever has scored the first goal has gone on to win every game in this series, and with a 2-0 lead. The future isn't looking too bright for the orange team and the Ultimate New Zealand team. To get some offense going, like you were saying earlier, when they were crowding the ball and putting a lot of pressure onto this blue end of the pitch, they were scoring goals and they were forcing some mistakes from Ultimate Awesome New Zealand team. It's going to be a long day, folks. Nice save by Cammy, though, keeps that one at bay, and Ultimate New Zealand team just needs to find the gap, and maybe they have to save this one, and Kenny does.
That's a very big save, but how long is it going to stay out the net for? He's actually going to control it very nicely. They had a huge chance down the other end of the field, and you feel like that maybe had to be the one. They thrive on the chaos, because when it's an even, tidy game, the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team just have undisputedly the marginally better players, and it just ends up across the board being quite dominant. If they can create the chaos and the confusion that they've done by just massively overcommitting at times, that's when they've had their success, have the Ultimate New Zealand team. But they are going to send it off the backboard dangerously here. That shot likewise had to be sunk, I feel like, but unfortunately just got sunk down at about 5 miles an hour into the floor.
It doesn't help when Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team are rotating so well, and like you said, the Ultimate has just left that net wide open. You can't really blame Ultimate New Zealand team for that. It was Kenny Salmon who just loses that challenge against Cammy, and that's all she wrote for this one. 3-0 here in game number 5, Tylacto. And
Believe in the salmon.
You believe in the salmon? You can believe 3 goals in 45 seconds.
Oh, I'm not sure I do, actually.
Maybe we'll get the matchup in the lower bracket of Ultimate New Zealand team versus New Zealand Ultimate team.
I think maybe we do. I mean, they played twice in the qualifiers, interestingly enough. Of course, in Open Qualifier 1, it was the Ultimate New Zealand team we're seeing right now who did take it 2-1, but in Qualifier 2, it was the New Zealand Ultimate team who got their revenge 2-1. So it's fair to say that will be the most ultimate, epic and awesome matchup between the two titans that aren't really the titan of the New Zealand scene.
I think whoever wins that one gets to keep the ultimate in their name.
Yeah.
Because the other one is then therefore not the ultimate.
Just
they lost
New Zealand team.
New Zealand team, yes. It's a fourth goes in for Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team. You can't forget the New Zealand team. As if we didn't know we were in New Zealand today, this morning here, Thailand. So we've got 3 teams with New Zealand in their name. But regardless, we got to the right result eventually. As we go all around the houses yet again, keep the ball up. Rule number 1 of Rocket League. Maybe go on. I want to see Ultimate New Zealand team get a goal here. How long do you think this ball's going to stay? They're not going to let us drop. It's like Cloud9. Oh, Cammy's actually going to score. Oh, what a guy. What a guy. And 5-0 in game 3, 5-0 here in game 5 as well. And that was just epic, ultimate, and awesome.
It really was. I just want to let you know that we had 26 goals this series, man.
26.
Not bad rate for the day. I am happy to look forward to more of that, and we're of course seeing to see who can shorten their name, apart from Jaffers, of course, competing to see who represents New Zealand at the regional and through the upper bracket so far. Go the ultimate, epic, awesome New Zealand team. We'll continue with you after this break.
Tap to pay with Visa. It's that fast. Visa. everywhere you want to be.
Look, I told you on Monday, and I told you on Tuesday, and I'm gonna tell you again today. Do not sleep on the first series on an Intel World Open Day. Another Game 5 to open us up here with New Zealand. IRLeague joined by Digital Bacon. And to be fair, it was actually the most bizarre game, best of 5, I think, that we've ever seen. Blowout close, blowout close, blowout. Just the scenes.
We were there in the back room going like, oh, in the first match anyway, like 8-2. Oh, this is going to be an easy sweep for the guys. And then, oh no. Oh yes.
Oh yes.
Oh, what a series. That was great fun. I saw Kenny come into Twitch chat afterwards and, you know, you feel a little bit down, but that's only because they brought it so close. If that first game wasn't such a blowout, if game 3 wasn't such a blowout, perhaps it could have been a different story, but it's a learning experience, and the guys over on UNZT will be able to take that further into today. Yes, they'll be in the lower bracket, but I mean, we've seen the lower bracket run from so many teams already.
And hey, what do we say? I'm gonna listen, we gotta shorten it, right? The Superlatives New Zealand team, as I'm going to refer to them from now on, they are effectively a New Zealand super team with the 3 top scorers in RLCS X Oceania. I mean, with that offensive output, you'd actually say, what's the point in defending sometimes if you know that you can simply outscore your opponents? And certainly in those blowouts, we got a really ominous idea of just how capable they are.
Yeah, and it's still an early portion of the day. Not over, of course, in New Zealand. You're getting into the late afternoon over there, but it's always an interesting one to see this mix-up in strategy coming up in the games, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. They'll be able to feel it out. I mean, when you look at Ultimate New Zealand team, they'll sort of feel a bit bad about that one because naturally you don't want to go first into the lower bracket, but someone does. We've only got 4 teams in this closed qualifier. Someone's dropping from both of these matches, and this time it was just, you know, the first seed coming out on top. The expected result, but probably not the path to it that we were expecting.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's plenty of positives, certainly, for Ultimate New Zealand team to take as well. The fact that they were able to get it to Game 5 in the first place, considering that Game 1 demolition job, I think that's a job well done. But speaking of Game 1, well, we had some freestyling showmanship and some excellent team play as well, Bacon.
Yeah, let me just bring this up on the screen behind us right now. It is that beautiful third goal coming in from that first game. We've got it in slow motion, and this is where it really kicks off. A mistake coming through from Kenny Salmon, who just wants to get the ball away. Sprat improvises this beautiful touch over the Cami. CJM is cheating up. I've got no real idea why he's cheating up there, probably going for the demo, but he's just seen the ball launch towards net. It's a little bit wide, and he's in the perfect place to finish it off. It is a beautiful affair, but what I want to point out right now is what's going on in the background. Let me just rewind it for a second. Remick, this lad over here, what? I don't know where that's just been placed.
Just seeing stars.
There we go. Yeah,
there we go.
Remick, I have no idea what his play is here, as he's clearly not got his eye on the ball, and this is the costly mistake, because as we get on, you rotate into the back post, know you're going for boost. So clearly, Remick has got it in his mind that he's rotating on over to the boost here, when realistically, he needed all the way back here to sweep into this back post to be ready for the save. But as you can see, he's caught in no man's land. CJM just sees the opportunity, puts it away, and Remick is not even half a second late. That's the very finite nuances in Rocket League. It's why we love it, is that half a second is the difference between a goal and a save.
And I think certainly his youth may be playing into that particular play as well. Perhaps a more experienced player would have seen, my 2 teammates have progressed up the pitch a little bit too much, maybe I should switch on back. But the end result is the same, of course. After losing in a 5-game series, Ultimate New Zealand team dropped to the lower bracket, the Superlatives New Zealand team move forward in the upper bracket, and now we head over to the other side of the upper bracket, to New Zealand Ultimate Team and Jaffers. And if the first series I was thinking 3-1, maybe 3-0, this is a very good team that we're talking about here, this surely is going to be a game 5. But I actually think it's going to be a little bit of a different series. I think this is going to be very much a defensive series where the midfield control is going to reign supreme.
See, I'm on the opposite end. When I'm looking at my notes, you know, at Jaffers, at their opponents in New Zealand Ultimate Team, New Zealand Ultimate Team. Again, we're going to get confused with these team names. NZUT, they're youngsters, right?
Sure.
They've got all the passion in the world. They have not got that fear set in them yet. I'm expecting just an all-out slugfest, attack upon attack upon attack upon attack, because, heck, that's what 16, 17-year-olds do in Rocket League. They don't think of that defensive game. They just want to put boomers in the back of the net, and I'm all for that.
Tell you who's got no fear. It's Craftman Anti-Lacto. Lads, it's over to you.
I'm actually very scared of bees, wouldn't you know, Ira League. So I do have some fear, and maybe the fear of being trapped in this neon world that we're in. I'm sure we'll break out of this soon, Lacto. But coming into this one, I think the fear for everyone in this bracket right now is the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team, which is, they're firmly into the next round anyway. But focusing on this one, I think this one is going to be a lot closer. I can agree with Bacon on this one. I think this is going to be defensive minded. They are going to be, I think it's going to be more end to end than we saw, and more end to end than I think Ira League was talking about. We was holding the midfield, but I think I'm agreeing with Bacon here. It's going to be end to end Rocket League. a lot of focus on the defense.
I do place my bet on the Jaffers. I just don't know to what degree. I certainly, as you say, do expect it to be close and hopefully another game 5. The thing for me is that across the qualifiers, Jaffers, of course, went through the first one. At no point did these two teams play each other. So as we head into game 1, speaking of fear, will there be any fear coming out as well? Neither team scared on that kickoff. They're absolutely throwing themselves at it as nearly an early goal for the New Zealand Ultimate team. But no, not going to be the case as Jaffers will try and respond quickly and Asmo is going to get himself blocked off.
Well, that's not a great double commit to see right off the bat. And for a team coming into this with Ultimate, I'm gonna again just the names is going to throw us off. New Zealand Ultimate Team is the one that's playing in the blue side this time. They're going to be maybe fighting off against the Ultimate New Zealand team later on to, like we set it up, saying it's the battle to keep their name. They want to prove that they are the ultimate. I reckon if they get through here to the upper bracket, they can just have the name as far as
it's a best of 3 series between them if they end up playing, similar to the championships format. They've both won one best of 3 of these so far, but it'd be a best of 5 the first time if they were to play each other today. And in that case, Jaffers would have to win, but they're going to have a tough time doing that as Joshua DX7. That's a very clean shot in off the crossbar.
It was on the pre-show I really pointed out that during RLCSX, Joshua DX7, he had a 1.0 goals per game. One goal per game across 8 games in RLCS. So a little bit skewed, but he does at least get 1 goal here at the start of the Intel World Open.
And it's a very good goal as well. Certainly nice to get that early goal. You talk about it, general football players as well. Just getting that early goal off in a tournament settles those nerves, really reassures you, gives you that confidence to fall back on that self-belief. As much as you always have it and know what you're capable of, it's much, much easier once you've completely proved it to yourself on the given day.
Yeah, if only Scotland was able to score. Not in their 3rd game, but they were able to score in the 1st and maybe the 2nd game as well.
Unlucky.
It was a sad time last night. I won't talk about Scotland's shortcomings in the Euro.
I mean, I might.
Hey, at least we didn't get beat by England, eh?
I mean, at least we managed to top the group, scoring just 2 goals. Wouldn't you like to be that boring?
boring England, but there's nothing boring about these teams as Jaffers and Victus, more importantly, tie us up.
Brilliantly shot there by Victus. That's a difficult one with the goalkeeper recovering. Moss had such a difficult touch and unfortunately couldn't keep it away from the centre of the pitch. And Kraftman, we are all tied up in game 1.
And like we said, we were thinking this is going to be a little bit more of a closer series, and it's certainly seeming that way as the Jaffers return fire, and Hazza looking to turn that one in. With his boot, Asmo does get the save on that. I think this is a little bit more reserved than I thought this was going to be. I thought both teams were going to come flying out the gates, as Bacon was saying. These are quite young players, so all they know is offense. They just don't want to defend. They want to be down in their opponent's half, just battering their opponent's net.
I've really got a high standard to set though, and a real high bar to meet. 26 goals in the previous series. I don't think we're going to get 26 in this one, as much as I'd love to see it. Asmo is going to maybe try and create a second with an assist for the team, but not quite going to happen. A little bit awkward in the midfield, and Victus is going to have to just run it around the corner as Fizz, putting it into the midfield. Going to get beaten out. Joshua just a little bit patient now, moving it out. He's got that hex phase. No, it's not a hex phase boost. For some reason I was going to get really excited because I used that boost, but no, not to be the case there. No, I clearly am the only one, and very lonely.
It's like the Leo DiCaprio meme, he's just pointing.
Yeah, that's me. Look at me. That's exactly what I was like.
He must be a Tylacta fan if he's using that boost. We're all Moss fans right now. He's 6-1 in the back of the net.
Absolute Chad just walks up to the ball, watches the players whipping on by. He doesn't even flinch at all. Holds his ground, does the RCSX Major Elite. Tucks it in to the back of the net, 2-1, and the New Zealand Ultimate Team have the lead again.
We were saying earlier that Cammy is the only New Zealand player in this tournament that has made a World Championship. The only other New Zealand player to make a World Championship is Monty Connor, who I don't believe is he retired? I'm not sure. I can't quite remember, but he's not playing today. But Victus, oh my goodness. I'm just going to let this go because this was beautiful.
It really was an absolute ping, that ground pinch, so much power. He caught that frame perfect, sets himself up for the follow-up, and this is a very tense game one. 2 goals apiece here, and neither of these teams wanted to go down early to the lower bracket.
The point I was going to make there, Tylacto, as well, despite Cammy being probably the most known player in New Zealand, there are players here that do play in the RLCS and play along, more so play along with their Australian counterparts, NOC, as lovely pass from Vez, and Victus has a hat-trick.
He does indeed, just so clinical when even defenders are back and in his way. Viz, the happy little wave dash past, wicked spin, power slide him round there in style, and it's back-to-back goals. Jaffers have their first lead of the game, and it could be crucial.
It is stylish from Viz as well, just spinning on a dime.
That's great.
Gets that wave dash. There's a little pirouette in the corner saying whee.
It's beautiful.
It's lovely. Put it to Swan Lake. I can't remember the student of Swan Lake. But
it's like ice skating.
Ballerina.
Yeah, ballerina. I like that.
30 seconds or 35 seconds to go. New Zealand's ultimate team on the attack, looking for their third. And Joshua, he gets a rebound off the keeper, no less, and it's tied at 3.
Trying to shut the door, and suddenly it just opens itself back open. Joshua answers back with the dunk into the bottom corner. It's 3 apiece, and suddenly we might really be getting 26 goals this series.
You thought the last series was high scoring, Thailand, so just wait till you see what happens here. 3 goals apiece in game number 1. And at least we have 6 goals. We had 10 goals in the first game last series, but 8 of them were on the side of one particular team, whose name I'm not going to say.
Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team? Is that who you're referring to?
Yes, it is. You can say that all you like.
Okay.
It looks like we're going to get at least 1 more goal here, and it's going to come probably in overtime. Unless Joshua and Moss can make something happen, Viz will keep it at bay. I think this one's just going to touch down to the ground, Tylacto, although Asmo has a crack at it from the corner. Viz still there. Victus in net could get a redirect touch from an awkward position. But I think Moss might just boom this long, get it to the ground, although he does keep it on the corner. This is staying
hang on.
ages. We saw this at the end of the last series. Cammy ended up putting one in for 5-0 at the end of regulation of game number 5. This has stayed in the air for a long, long time, and it finally reaches the floor.
And that game 1 overtime is always a big deal, and how much it can impact the mentality of all the players in the game, as Joshua is required on the back line there, straight off of kickoff. He's going to try and build, but no fantastic wicked pass this time. Suddenly a dangerous shot from Joshua coming out this time. Victor's going to get a save for his main, and maybe a clearance too as he wins out the race to that second ball, but it's out, and it's in the midfield, leading to a direct shot now. Asmo required on the back line. Hazard has been quiet most of the game. He's going to get himself dunked. It's going all the way, but it's over the crossbar. A whiff from the defender, and the top corner is sniped by that man. Victor's with his 4th.
4 for Victus, 4 for Jaffas, and Jaffas are victorious here in game number 1. It only took 30 seconds, and I think that goal was going to come quite quickly. You felt because the scoring was coming thick and fast, and I think the goals are going to be coming left, right, and centre here in this one, Tylacto. I could see this definitely going the distance to game number 5 because these teams are so evenly matched, and their shooting prowess is second to none. But especially Victus with 4 goals from 5 shots, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, and certainly I agree that we could be going to 5 games at this rate. I mean, that 30-second overtime was probably the longest amount of time he went in that game without a goal, and that really is saying something there. I love that goal from Moss there. The patience, really great to display under pressure, helps you get inside the sort of minds of your opponent. But right now, you have to say the Jaffers will be the ones with that advantage, taking the game 1 overtime win as we head in to game 2.
And the New Zealand Ultimate Team looking to start things off. The hot start that we saw from them in the last game, and the hot start that really they've just been on a hot streak, both these teams. Try to turn it in from midfield is Joshua. And now Moss from this right-hand corner. Moss, actually, fun fact, Moss, my favourite character in the IT crowds.
I love the IT crowd.
Great show. Only I work in IT. There's all like, they actually like. It's actually quite accurate. Like there is a Moss, there is a Roy, there is a Jen. There's like it is pretty accurate how the IT crowd displays an organisation.
Oh, that's a demo from this though. Wasn't looking for the demo. Was certainly looking for the shot. And weirdly, we are goalless through the first minute, but will we clearly get through that minute? It's getting to the end. It may be dangerous. It's all the inside of the post, and the dunk won't be on target. Asmo able to run it away, but what can he do with it now that he's picked up the mid boost? It's a delayed flick towards the net, but Joshua D is back. No problem here, and Victus is a little bit too close there. Clearly impatient and so confident, maybe too confident for his own good, and it is. He's going to end up knocking it downfield, and look at that man, Joshua. He was always going to punish.
Yeah, just a mistake there from Victus, as you said, and Asmo not able to get there in the nick of time. And I think he got a high five. I've seen these the icons at the top right. I think like I usually play with the icons reduced, so you only see like goals and shots and all that. But we got all the stats on for you. I've seen a lot of bicycle kicks, and we even saw the high five there during that one. I still don't think I've got a high five.
Oh, me either. I think it's impossible. I think the icon that we keep seeing is a low five. There's no way they're getting high fives. Like you literally need to be up near the ceiling. Like you need to be in the upper half of the pitch, I think, for it to register as a high five. Yeah, I still have 0, and I have like 8,500 hours in the game. Like it's just seemingly impossible.
I don't think I've even got a low five yet. To be quite honest.
I mean, you must have.
I'll check my stats later on and let you know. But,
do it now. I need to know.
Sure. I will back out of this game and go check the stats right now.
Science gone too far.
Just all the stats. I mean, they should definitely track high fives and low fives on Octane. I'd love to see that for all.
Professional games. Who is the best high fiver? They get a medal at the end of the season. Who wants to know top scorer? Why not?
They just get a high five from Shogun or something.
Yeah.
Golden Stumpy from all the characters.
Yeah. It's easy to go around in one like chain, their arm held out, going bang, 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 bang. Fantastic. Not really possible without the LAN at the moment, which is a shame, of course, that we won't have a LAN at this point. And strangely, we have a much quieter game too. I'm getting a little bit worried. It's getting incredibly tense. Speaking of which, this. Oh my goodness! How have Jaffers kept that out? He's had to jump across the net to block to dodge the demo there, and his teammates come through to take it away from the opponent. And you'd almost certainly think it was going to be an own goal. Jaffers. That might be one of the most miraculous keepings of a clean sheet I've ever seen.
Well, they don't have a clean sheet because New Zealand Ultimate Team scores.
Oh.
Alright, sorry to burst your bubble there, Tyler, but it was a brilliant save nonetheless. What they do need to turn this into is a little bit of offense and a little bit of scoring for themselves and break the clean sheet of New Zealand Ultimate Team themselves. Here comes Fizz to try and make that Victus, who had 4 goals in that opening game. All 4 goals for Jaffas. Only man to have scored for them so far. Has 2 shots in this second game. And 20 seconds to go, and this one trickling towards the New Zealand Ultimate Team net. Has a easily trickled this out, and I agree with you here, Tyler. So it has seemed a more reserved game. I think it was reserved at the start of game number 1. As soon as that first goal went in, it was thick and fast goals coming at you left, right, and centre. This one, not so much.
Just 7 goals in 2 games. How hard done by we're going to be by the end of this one in the final minute. Yeah, they still need this breakthrough, but Joshua been putting in work all over the field. He's going to get a big block there as well. Asmo kind of expected a little more out of him. He's a fantastic player. He just hasn't really hit his stride fully in this season. He strides straight into the opposing net there. No defender could do anything because he just went straight for the demo. Look at this. He's got his target locked in. Moss couldn't move, but the shot from Victus just so well placed.
Yeah, you saw Moss sort of wiggling about in the middle, and it's like, oh, should I go for it? Should I back up? Should I go for it? Should I back up? And as soon as he made his mind up, the goal's in. It's over his head. Yeah. You need to, in those kind of situations, you just need to commit to one decision. Even if it's the wrong decision, you need to commit to it, and something might end up happening. But you finally have One on the board for Jaffas, and the scoring starting yet again, but here comes Moss trying to make up for his earlier mistake. He does get a demo to help him out on the goal line. Fitz is gone, but Asmo is still there to make the block. Joshua try to drop this one down. Hazard's rotated through to this left-hand side with 12 seconds to go. It is all still for the New Zealand Ultimate team to do. They are on a lot of offensive pressure right now. Moss try to air dribble to slow things down and catch the defense off guard, although Hazard now will drop it down, hits the floor on 1 second and now on 0 seconds and bounces, and we find ourselves in yet another overtime.
Huge chance for the New Zealand Ultimate team there. And Moss either didn't know or didn't expect the demo to actually happen, ended up going for the hook shot for the passing potential, but the net would have been very much open if he knew that demo was there. And that's going to be so painful if New Zealand Ultimate team end up losing this overtime. To go 2 down in the series, they will feel so harshly done by if that is the case. This is a humongous overtime for New Zealand Ultimate team, and maybe Joshua could have done something for them there. He intercepted it, but it was so difficult to get it on target at the same time.
That's just a reactionary play from Joshua. He wasn't expecting the ball to really come his way, but he's got to make some play on the ball and give himself a chance. But a chance created for Asmo and Jaffas will take the game. New Zealand Ultimate team hard done by, and they're 2-0 down the series.
Back-to-back overtime wins. That bump from Victus makes it happen there. Asmo, a huge goal to put Jaffas 2 up in the series. As we say, the physical play coming out so strongly in these games, and on the receiving ends too often. It's the New Zealand Ultimate team, and they've got to feel so hard done by right now.
Absolutely. I wasn't. It's a good point you make. I really wasn't expecting this to be as physical as it has been. There's a lot of bump plays, a lot of demo plays that I really wasn't expecting, and it's great to see this style of play come through because, as the guys in the desk said, we were kind of half expecting it to just be, you know, shot, everybody. That was all hanging fruit and I took it. Jaffas, they defended for their life. I'm sorry, but New Zealand
bad.
It was very bad. I do apologise, but New Zealand Ultimate team, like you said, hard done by. They really should have got more out of that game. Go on then.
2-0.
It's your turn. 2-0 the series.
2-0. Can they get a sweep? I'm thinking, can they get a 3 overtime sweep? That's what I'm calling for here. Just put New Zealand Ultimate team out their misery. This has been so painful for them. They've not even been playing bad, but on the offensive end, they just haven't taken the chances that they've worked so hard to get for themselves.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm just
still recovering.
I'm still recovering. It's mainly you breaking down. It wouldn't have.
No, blame me. Yeah, shift the blame. I mean, that's how it is.
It's your fault here, Tylatu. You're the one breaking character. New Zealand's ultimate team. Reverse sweep on the cards if they want to stay up in this upper bracket and go for a date with destiny with the ultimate epic awesome New Zealand team. But it looks like Joshua starting things off right 9 seconds in.
Rightly highlighted on the desk for his goal-scoring prowess, and he's been keeping it up there. The delayed touch on that flick, intentional or not, my goodness, it was effective to find that bottom corner. Completely wrong-footed, both defenders.
Brilliant start for New Zealand Ultimate team. It scored first in that last one, and Jaffas were struggling for the majority of the game to get a goal in, but they came. The goal for Jaffas came quite late, and the New Zealand team couldn't really ultimately battle back. But that's got to feel good now with a 2-goal cushion 30 seconds in.
Once again, it's Joshua, but a lovely weighted touch from Hazard there, and it's unfortunate because it was a great flip reset attempt from Asmo of Jaffas. He nearly got the touch as the ball bounced back up, and you could easily have seen it being a top shelf finish if he got the contact that he was definitely looking for. But suddenly, in the blink of an eye, it's a 2-goal lead for New Zealand Ultimate team, and whilst there's plenty of time on the clock for the Jaffas, this is a very different New Zealand Ultimate team. They are hitting their stride, and Moss nearly made it 3.
Well, they are, and Victus the one to save that one away. The guy who's been shooting most for Jaffas so far. They ends up with a key defensive stop. If you're Jaffe, you don't want to go 3-0 down. You struggled to score in that last game, and you might be struggling to score in this one as well. Now with a 2-goal deficit, didn't want to go 3-0 down, and they were very lucky not to concede right there.
And it really was. Moss just standing, staring down the goalkeeper, and then suddenly got very much interrupted and demoed. Maybe he'll wish he would have taken that shot sooner. The chance was still there, but again, not been taken, as now this is a New Zealand Ultimate team I am more used to watching. I mean, credit to Hazard, he's reached that ball. I don't know how on earth he was meant to reach it and get it on target. It's just the pass was a little bit heavy, but nice pass there from Joshua as it's linked up very tightly. And Jaffa's sort of turtling now for a little bit, but maybe hoping for a counter-attack of their own through Fizz to Victor's, and he finds the net again. Great response.
Yeah, Joshua just a little bit late to react to this one, and it just sails over his head, and I think he backflipped as well. I think he cancelled it halfway through, but it wasn't enough anyway. Jaffa's now clawed themselves back. It's starting to look like a scoring frenzy as we saw in game number 1. Will we see another one here? Asmo trying to drop it in. Moss with a brilliant touch to keep it out, but here comes Viz to try and keep this one dangerous in the blue half of the field. Victor's round. Viz no boost, he'll have to recover.
Fantastic floating save from Moth. He was like R2-D2 in like Lego Star Wars when you just hover. I don't know if you're understanding if you've played the Lego Star Wars.
I haven't, but
he just sort of hovers across the gap. He hovered across the sort of top shelf of the net for so long to get that save. I was really confident Asmo was going to score. It was a fantastic shot from him, but it's not going to be able to find the equaliser.
Not yet, at the very least, with 2.5 minutes gone, 2.5 to go. Now Jaffa's on the attack, and this is the kind of attack they were lacking for most of game 2, right up until the dying moments when they left it so late, and then ended up having to go to overtime. But here comes Viz to try and dunk it over. I think Victus was there, but demoed away, and now Asmo will try and just take it himself. Haza with a brilliant save to keep the goal advantage.
Jaffers are really getting impatient now. Understandable. They're so close to getting this second goal breakthrough, but this, once again, the impatience is going to get the better of them. They're going to be caught too far forward. First time it was Victor's, second time it's this now, and New Zealand Ultimate Team through Moss are just going to collect a very happy third goal.
It's just a huge misread by Viz as well. They went up far too late for that ball, just ended up going right underneath it, and it was an easy turnaround for Moss to send that one goal bounce and go take that and regain that 2-goal lead. Now Jaffas have to do the work all over again, and you need to do more work as New Zealand Ultimate Team starting to look so dangerous, and that's a great pass in the middle from Moss, and Hansa sends it home.
Yes, certainly it is just a fourth goal there. Moss off that corner. Hazard just uncontested on the bounce. You can see this there, like a deer in the headlights. He was like, yes, I've just conceded, haven't I?
Yeah, but there's a couple of mistakes from him. But of course, of this game, not the best performance that we've seen of him. But this, what a great combo we've seen. Asmo and Victus. They've been a brilliant duo to watch on this Jaffas side. Can't wait to see them going forward. Almost make one drop there.
Jaffas are definitely trying to push up far. They know they need the goals back, but I just don't see how it's going to happen. They've edged it out in 2 overtimes in game 1 and 2, but they've really been blasted out in this game 3 by some early offense from the New Zealand Ultimate Team that they just couldn't keep their composure enough to bounce back. In fact, it could be 5. It's a lovely pass, and Joshua's going to clear it up. Hazard with the playmaker, and New Zealand Ultimate Team have definitely shown up here.
They're starting to live up to their name. They are starting to become the more ultimate team in this matchup. 5-1 now. And Joshua, I think Bacon highlighted him earlier on being a player to watch, and someone who's just going to be in offensive positions a lot and try and score a lot of goals. He's certainly been that goal scorer for New Zealand Ultimate Team in this one. I think is that his 4th, but that's the first actually for Asmo to try and draw this gap back down.
Nice finish from Asmo. I just want to draw your attention to Victus, who's just Leroy straight into the net, chasing Hazard out as he's jumped out the inside of the goal and just couldn't keep that 50 out of it, but still needing 3 goals in 50 seconds. It's a very tall order.
Tall order indeed. Might end up in the 4th game. said, New Zealand Ultimate Team need to pull off the reverse sweep. It wasn't looking likely, in my opinion. I think Jaffa's had all the momentum coming into this one, but they're looking to start to claw that momentum back. If that one dropped, it would very much be in the realm of possibility to tie at 5 and go to an overtime. Victus looking to get the bump onto Haza, and I saw there's a Haza fan in chat. I saw someone say Haza better than Garrett G.
Yeah, clearly, I no doubt in my mind that is indeed a fact. Haza with a beautiful assist, and well, he's got 3 assists this game. So clearly, if we take it off this one game, I can totally agree with that.
Well, I mean,
please don't put that out of context. But yeah, sure.
Well, I mean, the song that we came up for Garrett G, or came up with for Garrett G for Lambs was he scores when he wants, he scores when he wants. Garrett G, he scores when he wants. But right now, that it seems like it's Joshua XD. He scores when he wants, not just Haza.
I mean, to be fair, Joshua may have got the 3 goals this game, but 1 goal, 3 assists, 5 saves. That's 839 points on the side of Haza. An absolute miracle man performance from him as they are attempting and have to try and reverse sweep the Jaffas to stay in this upper bracket. They've got the first here in game 3, but they cannot lift off the pedal.
It seems like Haza, he saves when he wants, he saves when he wants. Haza, he doesn't have 2 syllables, you can't, or well, 3 syllables. Garrett G, Haza.
Just say Haza.
Haza, he saves when he wants.
That's terrible. Just
Joshua
scrap it, put it up, throw it in the bin.
Alright, I said XD, it's Joshua DX. Joshua DX, he scores when he wants.
Yeah, how many goals has he got this series? When I passed the desk afterwards, I've actually failed to count.
I can't count, so
sure?
Yeah, I mean, was it 1, 3, 50, 2, 1? There you go. Asmo towards the backboard, ducks that one down, reads it beautifully.
As if that's what's going to precede this fantastic goal from Asmo, beating out Joshua for the drop-down double touch with some questionable counting, foreshadowing Jaffas taking an early lead.
I do apologise to Asmo for that beautiful goal. I will avoid my innumeracy. Oh, Joshua X DX. Fires back, anything you can do, Asmo, I can do better.
Yeah, he's taking it past the player in this himself. That one a little bit of a sharper angle, one-upping in a similar way that the teams today have one-upped each other's with their team names. Will we see a third, even better double touch?
I want to see Asmo fire back. It's like a in dance battles well, someone does a move and then someone does it better and then they keep adding to it. I want to see Asmo just fire back with something crazy and then try and challenge Joshua to do the same on his side of the field.
Borderline freestyle matchup. We've got to set the move, skate and then improve on it. I remember that years ago.
We had the freestyle competition in one of the RLCS majors. Maybe we could get that. Oh. I want the chat to vote out of 10. Rate Joshua's goal first, or actually Asmo's goal first, and then Joshua's goal, and then you can rate that one from Joshua as well.
I think he's just the threat of the player, and the threat of the double touch is completely thrown off the defense here. He's actually got the flip reset. It's one of the most unconventional. I didn't see that flip reset goals that I have ever seen. That was bizarre and didn't look magnificent, but actually kind of was.
Might not look flashy, but you've got to remember, even on these more subdued flip resets, these guys are pulling off things that I can't even do in Rocket League. To be fair, I can't do a lot in Rocket League.
Okay.
Hard stuck in Diamond. That's what.
Oh no.
I'm one of those guys. Actually, no, I'm hard stuck in Champ 1. That's where I am.
Yeah, me too.
Diamond 3.
Me too, for sure.
I'll go cry on Reddit about it.
Oh well, we got the inverse of the scoreline right now. He's currently on track for another game 5, but this one with that added reverse sweet hot sauce on it. Don't mind some spicy food myself. I do. It's a bit of a spicy series it's turning out to be here, as Viz is looking to create an equaliser with a lovely pass down off the ceiling. But Moss, you see the composure that he's developed over the course of this series. Just such good patience on that backboard, and clears it away no problem.
Oh, look at the composure from Josh right up the middle of the field. The man does not stop.
Popped it with a little ollie there past this, no problem. Victor's, he's spawned, screams across as fast as he can, but it's just not fast enough. Joshua gonna open up that advantage even more before halftime, and it's 3-1.
You're saying this is it's turning into a spicy series. I think that goal from Joshua just went up from jalapeno to habanero, and Fizz now raising the temperature even more. We might get to ghost chili towards the end of this one.
Crikey, that would be a hell of a game 5. Look at the two goalkeepers, Hazard and Joshua, just sending it across the net. But of course the shot wasn't on target, bounces off the post, back in front of the net, and then they end up looking a bit like Wally's, didn't they?
Where is Wally?
Where's Wally?
Where is Wally? It's Waldo in the US, which is weird.
That is weird.
Very weird.
It'd be like a Rocket League car hidden somewhere in the stadium. We have to find it during each game.
That'd be awesome. That'd be like like halftime show on like RLCS or something. Maybe here in the Intel World Open. And Moss here at the Intel World Open himself puts in another 4-2 to the New Zealand Ultimate Team.
You just cannot give that shot uncontested. Asmo was never getting back in time, and he just slams that in. 102 kilometers an hour, and the 2-goal lead is restored. And I'll do a quick goal tally for us, Craftman.
Go for it. Go for it. Just to go back through the VODs, go back through the replay.
7, 10, 16. We're currently on 22 goals for this series. I think we are actually...
Was it 28?
It was 26. It was 26 last series. Well, I think we're actually probably going to top it.
Yeah, well, we were quite worried during game number 2 that we weren't going to. We only had 7 goals in this. Well, we had 7 goals in the first game, and then
3.
Then we were 1-0 for quite a while in that one. It looked like the series was going to be over pretty quickly. But New Zealand Ultimate Team battling back very well. Hazard gets it through the defense, but denied at the last hurdle. Now Jaffa's a little bit of adversity they need to fight back from, but we've seen them pull out worldies before. Let's see if they can pull out a few here, but not from Asmo as he just gets demolished by Moss.
It's a big judgment call on the defense from Hazard there. Had the choice to go for the challenge, realized just in time that he was possibly gonna be beat to it, backs out with that fake, and he managed to recover, make the save, and he's made another save here as well, really helping to keep this lead intact into the final minute of game 4 here, looking to force game 5 of the New Zealand Ultimate Team, as Viz has something to say about it, but this time it's Joshua on the defense. Away to the corner, is allowed to follow it up himself here. Jaffa's sitting back more than a team probably should when 2 down in this situation. Hazard playing so on point now, unable to sort of follow up on a 3rd touch there, but Moss is there to cover, and this timer keeps ticking down.
Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time on the clock is not enough for Jaffas right now, although Viz could cut that deficit in half. That one was able to go through, and Hazard just slows things down. And the New Zealand Ultimate Team, after a fairly flat start to this series, Tylanto, they have fought back and proved their worth to be here. Joshua DX has just been an absolute revelation for me on this squad. He has just been everywhere where Jaffas don't want him. He's been scoring all the goals. What a player as we head to game number 5. He's my man to watch.
Really is. I'm just sat here tallying up goals. You know how it is for me here with Drina. We need 4 in this game 5 to tally the 26 count we had in the series 1. Do we do it? Place your votes now. I'm thinking we might tie it exactly. I can see a 3-1 here in game 5, but right now the thing is, which way is it going to go? I'd have to put my money on the New Zealand Ultimate Team. They're looking to reverse sweep here. They've got 2 on the bounce, and you never want to be on the receiving end of a reverse sweep, so much so that it's impossible for it not to get into your head.
Well, we saw, I think it was yesterday during Europe West with Cole and Stumpy, there was 2 chances for reverse sweeps, and I don't think they ended up... Actually, no, was there a reverse sweep in the bracket reset? I think that might have happened. But there was 2 reverse sweeps early in the day that did not happen, and Queso was on the receiving end of both of them. They were trying to go off the reverse sweep, and then they were denied in the last moment. Let's see if Jaffas can, or if New Zealand Ultimate Team can make Jaffas, or if Jaffas can make New Zealand Ultimate Team look like Queso yesterday and muddy the cheese there.
Muddy the cheese?
Muddy the cheese.
Oh no. Oh, that's such a good recovery from Asmo there. He's flipped back, almost blindly so. It's so easy for him to have owned goal there, but he actually made it like a beautiful time to catch. At the same time, to sort of frisbee that one round out of the way of the net, and it was really a huge play to keep us goalless as Victor's got a nice double touch down the line, and we are still somehow at this 0-0, and there's been dangerous chances certainly already for New Zealand Ultimate Team, but Jaffas are the one controlling the possession so far through the midfield.
You know what actually happened with Queso yesterday? They tried to reverse sweep the town team in their opening game, failed to do that. Then they actually reverse sweep Adults, which is Cookser's team. And then they tried to reverse sweep E-Team NL and failed at that. So the 3 series that Queso participated in, the reverse sweep was on the cards and they managed to do it only once. Man, that's got to feel bad for them, and it would feel bad for New Zealand Ultimate Team if they weren't able to seal this in game number 5 as well, because like you said, they've got all the momentum, all the confidence on their side, because Jaffas have just not been with it since game number 2.
That's right, not quite going to get the flip reset enabled there. Joshua is able to intercept. He's pinged it heavily off the backboard though, so too heavy it was for Moss, but the triple commit on the defense is going to mean that Jaffas are slow on the counter, although nothing slow about Victor's challenge there. He's going to get the boost steal as well. The flip delayed, trying to get the pop out, but no one looking to fully commit to it, and hence New Zealand Ultimate Team pick up possession, as I say, only temporarily. Victor's able to follow up. He's been so clinical today. He's not got the shot through there, and Biz is going to find his bouncing off the post. A big save coming through from Moss during that as well. And for the first time, I think we're goalless at this point.
This is such a scrappy and chaotic game here in Thailand. So both of these teams fighting for every blade of grass, every inch of space on this pitch. With halfway gone, halfway to go. Still goalless, and I think it is goalless for the first time halfway through a game in this series.
Possibly all day.
Possibly all day. And I mean, you said maybe we'll get a 3-1, maybe a 2-2 into an overtime. I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, it's potentially not looking the case, but Motta sent it just top corner down there, and if not for Victor's, certainly would have been a finish, but Victor's did make that save, and Jaffa's defense is linking up nicely into offense, but the big clear now comes out from Moss on the other end of the field, and neither team wanting to really overcommit as Viz. That was a bit uncomfortably close with that save off the inside of the post. You have to pinch that a little bit. Moss trying to work it around, but with no boost can't really force the defense into an uncomfortable position. Maybe Joshua can, but again, all that boost used trying to force it down that left-hand valley, left-hand side of the pitch, I should say. Viz getting a nice demo on Hazard. Can he really make the touch that's going to bring someone else into the play? Not really, and it's getting a little bit frigid from both teams. Not really comfortable, either of them. It's, you know, 2 back, 1 forward, and it feels like one of them games where it's going to have to be either a fantastic play or a tragic mistake that decides it.
I think it's going to come down to that latter one, Thailand. Whoever makes this first mistake is going to end up losing this game, whether it be here in regulation or if we do find ourselves in overtime. Both these teams know the weight of this, what this game means. Because remember, if you stay in the upper bracket and make it to the grand final, you receive a series advantage. Bracket reset in effect for all the close qualifiers this week. 40 seconds left, and New Zealand Ultimate Team. Maybe Moss trying to take things slow, and a bump came through from Josh. Here comes Hazard to drop it down. Asmo, brilliant save off the backboard. Moss follows up, and again Victus able to save. The save's coming thick and fast. As Digital Bacon predicted, it was going to be defensive-minded, and it's defensive-minded here, at least in Game 5.
Yeah, certainly the first defensive-minded game of the series as Joshua sending it, but it's deflected back and out by Asmo off the backboard here. He's running it fast as he can down the left-hand side to get the dunk, and he will make the touch. It's forced in, but not forced all the way. Moss with a last-ditch save on the goal line. In fact, it was Hazard getting the save as well there. Moss is going to send it across. Will we have a 0-0 Game 5 overtime? The ball is still up, and the ball is straight down. One goal going to decide it.
Well, we're not going to tie up the goal count from the last series because only one's going to come from this one. Who is it going to be? It's going to be Viz, and it's going to be Jaffas. The reverse sweep has been denied. 3 quick overtime wins from Jaffas in this series, and they stop New Zealand Ultimate Team coming back. They go through to the next round, and New Zealand Ultimate Team find themselves in the lower bracket.
It's just too fast when it matters. That's so painful to get all the way to Game 5 overtime. Reverse sweep on the card, and you don't manage to pull it off. Jaffas, like you say, will move on through the upper bracket. Huge composure from them under pressure. Just 8 seconds of overtime. What a series. Another Game 5, and I think we're in for a great day.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day coming up for New Zealand. Jaffas will go on and face the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team in the next round, and we will see that game in just a second. We'll be back in just a moment.
Tap to pay with Visa. It's that fast. Visa, everywhere you want to be.
offense, defense. Turns out that you actually need both to win a Rocket League series. Welcome back to the Intel World Open, and we've just seen Jaffers take down New Zealand Ultimate Team. Another best of 5 going the difference, and it's a strange one because, to be fair, Bacon, Craftman nailed it. Young kids going, but then that game 5, it was the defense that was the most important thing.
So I don't think it was really like a want for defense as such, but nerves. They were scared in that last one, and it's sort of like just crazy to see how everything changed on up. But yeah, I mean, I'll give you that one. You got 1 out of 5. You're correct thinking defense, and really there's a massive asterisk right next to it, and yeah, whatever. But when you're looking at that series, that was just a pleasure to watch. Whilst yes, a little bit scrappy, a little bit scrambled egged over the place, it was just enjoyable to see some really funny and fun goals. Like this one on the screen right now, you look at a defense going, how did that happen?
Yeah, but actually rolling off the whole egg idea, I think we had a proper goal poacher in that series as well, didn't we? Joshua DX7. I remember reading out that sort of scuffed stat of, 1 goal per game, but he only played 8 games in the RLCSX. But actually, there's a proper striker in there.
Yeah, there is. And that's what we're saying. Like, the Intel World Open is an absolute beauty for these lads to show themselves on the world stage and sort of refine their craft here, because they're wanting to go professional Rocket League. And I mean, when you're looking at Joshua there, like, if he is able to make it on through and get into the regional finals, well, he's just near enough increased his like prize earnings by over 600%, which is absolutely crazy.
Such is the importance of the Intel World Open, but of course it's worth remembering as well that Joshua DX7 along with his teammates are the ones dropping into the lower bracket, so they now have to do the lower bracket run. And if you're just joining us, a reminder that even if they were to get to the grand final of this closed qualifier from this stage, unfortunately they've got a bracket reset potentially ahead of them. Although that said, yesterday we did see 2 complete bracket resets completed, so it's not to say that it's impossible, just very, very hard, especially when you're most likely going up against an all-star team in the region. Now, I realize as we look at that bracket, I don't know whether you agree with me necessarily, I'm kind of throwing Jaffers underneath the bus. Based on that performance, I'm looking at Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team, and I'm thinking, this is going to be a bloodbath, right?
Didn't we think that in the very first match for them? So this is going to be an interesting one. Plus, when you look at Jaffers, they've got a very unpredictable playstyle. Like, I don't even think they know what their playstyle is at the end of the day. They're just seeing how it goes on the pitch, and that's great fun to watch. You can just see pure enjoyment in their Rocket League. So when it comes to the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team, they're just going to be trying to play their own game, figure it out, because there is no game plan coming into that. Normality is actually going to be their downside, because their opponents will be able to predict them. They're not going to be able to predict their opponents. That's where you get those sort of like double block flyby balls, where the ball's up in the air, both players go up thinking they're going to block it, and they both whiff because the ball just there has not been hit. And I'm going to sort of say I think we expect a couple of those to come out in this game, just because it's going to be weird and wonderful.
Well, in Japanese, Kami actually means God, but the question is he going to make Jaffers bow? Craftman and Tylacto, over to you.
Well, he did seem like a bit of a god in that last series that we saw them in for the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team. All the superlatives in the world for this team, and quite rightfully so, Tylacto. We saw these guys just completely ruin Ultimate New Zealand team a little bit earlier on. We are just going to get this lobby restarted because those naughty players that were doing the lightning dance. But 8-2, 5-0, 5-0. Those are the 3 games that they won. The 2 they've lost, 2-1 and 3-0. So a little bit of shades of grey here, Tylacto. I'm not quite sure what to expect from this one, but based on the play that we saw from Jaffers, I could see this one just being a sweep for Ultimate Awesome.
Yeah, there's certainly not going to be 50 of them. We've seen this series before, actually, in Open Qualifier 1 in the upper finals. Jaffers played the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team. Of course, we didn't actually get to see it, but we know the scorelines. Do you want to know how it went, Craftman?
Go for it.
Jaffers didn't score a single goal.
Oh. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
There's only 2 games. To be fair, if there was a third one, they might. I mean, I'm thinking they'll almost certainly get a goal in this series. It can't go much worse than that, but I'm open to being proved wrong. But you could definitely say, as expected, coming into today, the ultimate epic, awesome New Zealand team certainly do come in as favourites. But we saw a big performance in that previous series coming out from the Jaffas. You know, if it went any differently, they could have swept 3-0. But I'm almost more impressed that they managed to overturn the momentum of the imminent reverse sweep and come out under the pressure of a Game 5 overtime, and now with far less pressure they could thrive even more.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. I think I'd rather be happy than right. I want to see this be a competitive series. I want it to go the distance because there is a great team in Jaffas. I mean, we saw Asmo and Vic really take the reins in that last one for the Jaffas, and they were pulling out a lot of the plays. Viz had his moments, but he also had his moments of, why are you doing that? Why are you going for those balls? You're just making these mistakes here and there. And I think if Viz doesn't step up his game, Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team, they're just going to latch onto that and just target the weak point on that Jaffas side.
Yeah, it's they certainly could definitely find a weak pot and then just a weak pot, and just completely turn it into one hell of more of a weak spot as we're waiting for the players to rejoin to get this series underway. And we've seen the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team get a goal inside the first minute, the first 30 seconds, and they're pushing for double digits by the end of the game. Whether they get that sort of snowball steamroll effect, we yet to see in the winners final. But if they can pull it off, and to an extent we're certainly expecting them to win by regardless of the scoreline, they'll be into the grand finals, and that's just one series away with a spare life as well away from qualifying for the regional finals.
Yeah, they would be very, very close to getting there. Just want to shout out, I believe they were former teammates at some point, Cami and I just want to, they were teammates at one point. Just want to shout out Cami's former teammate Drippy, who we actually saw yesterday, announcing a few minutes, if you've not been on social media in the last 10 minutes or so, Drippy actually announcing his retirement from professional Rocket League. We saw him play yesterday, Thailand, so just want to let you have the floor and have a word for Drippy, because he's been a phenomenal player in his career.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal player and a phenomenal person as well. I had the joy of playing 6-mans with him so a few times when he was over in London for Season 5 finals. Been a long time since then, certainly. It's a shame with the reasoning behind
that now.
The lack of local and LAN events for him to really compete out worldwide. It's really understandable how motivation can be so hard to find in times like this. I sort of hope that the events come back and maybe he U-turns, but completely understand that. And if so, we've lost a legend of the game and a momentous legend of the oceanic scene.
Yeah, what a career is for Drippy and a career for Cami as well, playing alongside him on Chiefs Esports a little while ago. And Cami opening up the account, and maybe that one's for Drippy. We'll call that goal. That one's for Drippy, mate.
Dedicated. Took all of 6 seconds as Cami himself, of course, certainly a legend in the New Zealand scene and Oceanic as well. He's, you're pointing out, the only player from New Zealand to go to the World Championships outside Monte Carlo. We talked about that, and he nearly gets himself a second. It's the rebound off, and I was talking about a goal inside the first minute, maybe a goal inside the first 30 seconds, but Sprat is continuing to score, and it's 2 inside 16 seconds.
Yeah, Sprat was a scoring machine earlier. It felt like he got 50 goals in that series against Ultimate New Zealand team, but here against Jaffas, Cami and Sprat opening things up and really just picking up where they left off. They're just there is no brakes on this Ultimate Epic Awesome train, and they are certainly steamrolling out of the station, and maybe of getting a third there, but just a little bit off target.
Just at some point you sort of have to stand back and applaud. It makes me think of the run of adverts in the break where it's like, Panini, possible. Ends up applauding. Just like I could do with a Panini right now. I would love to.
Do you also do like 10 backflips to go get your deli sandwiches?
No, I do like 20.
Of course, yeah. Sorry, you are better than Simone Biles. Then is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
better gymnast than Simone Biles. I will pay to see that. I would pay to see you.
When I'm in a car.
in a car
in Rocket League.
on the M25.
Yeah, hopefully not. That's CJM.
Please don't do backflips on the M25.
He's going to make more of a wreck of the Chaffer's net here. He just slams it in from close range. You see there, Vis, such a difficult spot, trying to rush back, ended up sort of taking off the lower end of the post of the M25, and suddenly it is 3, and then wanting Paninis after this game to get recovered.
Doing like the M25 right now for Ultimate Epic Lost in New Zealand team, because they just keep going round and round and round and scoring all the goals. It feels like a never-ending cycle for them. Might get a 4th here. Kind of looking for that top left corner, but and I mean the Japanese defense in that last series that we saw Thailand, so they did hold up when they needed to, and they're starting to show a little bit of prowess here, but nothing downfield just yet. Still 0 on their side.
At least seems like it could have been a 4th though. CJM, we've seen him lurking upfield hoping for redirects. He's going to get one here directly towards the net, but Victor's is going to get a solid save, and Kami is just going to continue to pepper the net, and that makes me think of Paninis again. Like, Pepper seems pretty nice in there. When did Paninis become a thing, Craftman?
I don't know. I remember like my school cafeteria when I was in primary school, so this was like early 2000s. Remember they had Paninis. I don't know, Paninis have been a while for around.
I might look into this, actually.
They're not a brand new invention. They weren't invented just for mobiles to do backflips, to be honest.
So, the first reference to Paninis dates to like 1956. A precursor appeared in a 16th century Italian cookbook. So
was it chiseled into the wall? Was it?
I mean, panini sandwiches became trendy in Milanese bars in Milan. They were called Panino Tag. And in the 1970s,
that sounds like a bubble tea name.
It does. When office workers were like lunch choices, they became very trendy here, as CJM is going to put in a 4th. And yeah, particularly in New York, they began selling these sandwiches, or paninis in this case, and so the popularity spread to other US cities as well. So that's sort of how the panini went worldwide.
Wonderful. What's your favorite kind of thing? I like ham and cheese.
Oh yeah, I mean myself.
Actually, do you know what? Here's the question: what's better, paninis or ciabattas?
I mean, ciabattas are pretty damn good. I mean, that's just the demo, and Sprat it's a playmaker for CJM. I think it's fair to say game 1 may still have 2 minutes on the clock, but I'd be very surprised if it's not over at this point. So I will say that ciabattas are fantastic, but as for the filling, you know, I made myself tons of ham and cheese toasties at university, so I am partial to that, but I think a really underrated combination is turkey and avocado.
Oh, well, you put avocado in it, you're just showing your high class.
Of course, totally. You know, I mean, I do flips down the M25. Who do you think I am?
Simone Biles. Someone in chat said apparently panini is just Italian for sandwiches. That's just where it came from, apparently.
But the actual panini food itself is obviously not the same as a normal sandwich for us Westerners. The more you use the word panini to differentiate our sandwiches from Italian sandwiches, that's why I'm talking about there.
Would you just getting back to the what's going on in the field here? Would you put Jaffas in a panini? Jaffa cakes in a panini?
Jaffa cakes? No, I feel like they need to be a filling that's suitable to be eaten warm. You know, and I don't think warm Jaffa cakes would go down very well as much.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm grimacing at the thought of a milk.
Rightly so.
Ugh. Not a pleasant thing to be. There is Rocket League going on, by the way. Invictus does finally get a goal for Jaffas. Victus was, I think he had, was it 4 goals? Yeah, he had 4 goals in the first game against New Zealand Ultimate Team earlier. Does get one in the first game here, but probably not going to be enough to win.
We could certainly do with another 4, but no, 43 seconds on the clock. My bigger worry is that we might be setting up for a particular Brazil.
I think the Brazil is coming.
It's lurking.
35 seconds to do it. I mean, I don't think we've seen a Brazil just yet. I mean, we've had scorelines that would constitute towards a Brazil. I think we've had an 8-2, but we got to 5-2 before we got to that. But we are now one goal. I was going to say one game away, 1 goal away from boarding that plane, Talato.
It really is. It's like, we really shouldn't have been talking about food so much. It reminds me of the fact that Ultimate Epic, awesome New Zealand team, I like that meme of the party guy stood in the corner like, they don't know I'm going to Brazil in game 1. We're going to have 20 seconds or so left to pull it off, and they are going to get a dong for the counter-attack. This, though, is going to cut it out. They do not want to be Brazil do the Jaffas here. They got a lovely bouncing shot, and it's a great save from CJM. Kami wins out the second ball, and with a double touch is going to help not transition. He's ended up triple touching it backwards, and I'm not sure we are going to get the Brazil, to be honest.
Nah, it's not happening. 0 seconds, 1 goal to get. Nah, no one's going to be there. Oh, I thought it was going in that angle. Remember season 5 finals?
Yeah.
It's a corner. It looked like it was almost that, but you know, for Brazil, not a time. 2 seconds, but I suppose the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team just coming out here and just they've been off for one series, just sort of reminding people who may have got to the stream here late who they actually are and how dominant this side has been in only the 6th game that we've seen them in today.
They are the big bosses of New Zealand, as the highlight reel might take quite a while to get through here, as it was 7 goals, 3 game 1, 14 shots came through for the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team. CJM getting himself a hat-trick and a Playmaker medal there, 800 points to his name, and really, what did Jaffas have to do to bounce back from that?
I don't think you can. When someone's got 100% goal participation, three goals, 3 assists, that is it's brutality, to be quite honest, from CGM there. It's I don't know what Jaffas can do, to be quite honest. I know we're only 1 game into this, but here we said this at the we said this after game number 1 as well in the last series. The first series of the daytime lab. So we thought, we saw 8-2. All right, this one's down. That's the 3-0. But then they fell asleep in game 2 and game 4 for that matter as well. Pushed it to game 5. Ended up closing out 5-0 over the Ultimate New Zealand team to the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team. We'll see if that replicates itself here in game number 2. If Jaffas can get the first one on the board, I think they've got a good chance.
Going to be run deep into the Jaffas half straight off the back. They do not want to have to be turtled up sooner than they want here. This is going to do a good job of forcing it out to the halfway line. One out is the ball by Asmo. Kami is blast back, though. A direct shot could have come through towards the net, but it's bouncing off the wall there. Incredibly difficult, but the sort of half chances that you need to make or take has made. Crossbar is going to get through. No way!
You have to score that. Kami's just going to score now.
Absolute disaster for Jaffas on the offensive end.
I said they needed to score first if they want to have a chance. That is your chance blown now, Jaffas. And now it's time for Epic Ultimate New Zealand team to hulk up here as Kami now flicks it towards the backboard. CGM, easy shot for him, surely, but Victor saves it away. And I think Jaffas' defense, it was good in their last series against New Zealand Ultimate Team. They have had their moments here, but finding the top corner, Fez denied by the woodwork yet again. Kami will deny Asmo coming in from this left-hand side. Oh, Jaffas, man alive, you gotta feel bad for them because 2 clear, maybe even 3 clear-cut chances and still don't come away with anything.
The ball just won't go in. They should be 1-2, maybe even 3-0 up by this point, and still we see 0-0. It is finally gonna get the back of the net through Asmo here. He forces it through. He sets him up as well. Kami, his touch, a very difficult one, just not good enough. And recovering from the wall, tucked in quite nicely, and a deserved 1-goal lead for the Jaffas.
Asmo's certainly been eating his cheese behind paninis. Maybe it's cooled down. It may have cooled down a little bit in the first game, but he stuck it back in the toaster and warmed it back up.
Yeah, that's good.
Maybe eating a couple of Jaffa cakes in the little break as well.
Why it took them a while to get the opening goal. They just had to get through the crust. That's why.
Exactly. It was a little bit of stale bread, but there's nothing stale about this game so far. Nothing stale about Sprat as he goes to the side. You see a little bit more from Epic Ultimate New Zealand team. Again, I'm going to get the name wrong. There's too many words in it. Come on, what are you doing, man?
It's fine. I mean, it's just we saw something similar in that first series. They completely dumped the game 1 and then undeniably either get complacent on a combination of that and their opponents stepping up with really nothing to lose. And the Jaffers, like we say, have had such dominating offense when they've been on it here. And the Ultimate Epic awesome New Zealand team just a little bit lackadaisious, but really just being forced back, and without that comfort and confidence, it's far less convincing here. As bumping each other were Victor Sanchez. It's going to mean that the 50 goes shore to shore. That's a painful one to give up for equaliser.
Oh, Victus and Viz just clumped together, and CGM just picks his moment. I think Cammy had the exact same idea at the exact same time. Hey, the net is free. Just dive at it. Just dive at it. Put the ball in the back of the net. I imagine the comms were a bit more calm than that. They probably just both said, I got it at the same time. And they can't go out of it.
I got the ball, or I got the hit on your car, because that's basically what they both did to each other. The ball was not actually there yet. The bump proving so costly, and maybe CJM with the tiniest close range double touch executed from point blank.
3-man passing play, and CGM finishes it off with a flourish. Not the blowout that we saw in the first one.
Beautiful goal.
It's a beautiful, fantastic goal from CGM. He's been scoring bangers all day. I imagine he's going to... Well, everyone on this Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team has really been scoring brilliant goal after brilliant goal. And CGM, full goal participation in Game 1. Full goal participation in Game 2, mainly because he scored both of them.
Yeah. Well, he's the demo too, the synchronized demo. It's like synchronized swimming at the Olympics here, you know. CJM and Sprat just perfectly getting the demo at the same time there. Perfectly in sync, and ironically enough, it didn't end up mattering. They couldn't get the clean-cut chance on the board, so we still sit at 2-1 heading for the final minute, and it's a huge game for the Jackals to get if they want to make a series out of this winner's final, and they certainly are in this game, and they certainly should have had more than 2 goals, really, and they'll know that, and they maybe get frustrated as you see a beautiful redirect, though Kami is going to get across to the far post, and that just a flash in the pan of a chance, and they need more of that.
Yeah, the rotations from Epic Ultimate. Ultimate Awesome New Zealand, that team, Kami's team. The rotations from them have just been second to none. They're just reading everything they're doing. Asmo clearing the path, clear the tracks, and Victus slams one in.
Brat goes splat in front of the net. It's 2-2, 25 seconds on the clock, and nothing is gonna stop the Jaffers if they can get another one here.
The Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team just blow teams out in odd-numbered games.
Yeah.
It seems like his Game 1, Game 3, Game 5 against Ultimate New Zealand team were complete blowouts, but Games 2 and 4, which they lost, were close. It was 2-1 and then 3-0. Well,
these are already close in Game 4.
It's really close in Game 4. Compared to their other scorelines, and obviously they lost that one. And as they go into their first overtime of the day, this is only going to be a 1-goal game, and honestly, this could really go Jaffa's way.
Certainly needs to, as I was saying. It's just threatening and staring down the barrel of a direct sweep if the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team can finish this one off, but this is going to look to build in the midfield. Kami loses out on the 50. Sprat has to recover, takes his time, got the composure here, doesn't want to get himself demoed like the second goal that led to the equaliser, but more physical play on the offensive side of things from the Jaffers here. It's like if you can't beat them, just clatter them out of the way, or physically beat them. It seems to be the solution that they've found.
DGM, nice rotation back, will cover off that shot from Asmo. Now Kami, oh look at this, dribbles past one, can't get it past Victus though on the backboard. An excellent defending from the Jaffas there, knew exactly what Kami was trying to do with it, and they just cut it out before he can do any more touches, although he's just going to have free reign to put this one in from his own end. And as close as this game was, Tylak, so the result in the end is still inevitable. Ultimate Epic New Zealand, Awesome New Zealand team, 1 game away from the grand final.
A clean 1 minute overtime, and if you're on the Jaffers and if you're me right now, you can't help but think of that opening 90 seconds or so when it was all Jaffers in the offensive end and they were stepping on each other's toes. They hit the crossbar and post almost more fingers and toes than I can count number of times they hit them, as it was sheerly painful to watch. It would have been painful to play, and it might be a painful series if things don't start going their way, because they are 2 down and have to reverse sweep.
Look at that from Viz as well. 4 shots, 0 goals, 0 assists, but 3 saves to his name as well. And like you said, it was that opening passage of play from Jaffas where they just kept hitting the net or hitting the woodwork. You see it here in the replays. That Asmo, I think it was Victus actually, who ended up taking that one away. And again, just Viz just clattering it off the top right of the posts, and essentially in and out essentially, and I think that's what lost them in the end.
Yeah, it's just so difficult not to get impatient and frustrated when you get so close for so long like that. And coming off the sour taste that they're going to have in their mouths going into Game 3, can they really put up a performance like that again? It's much better than Game 1, but you have to bear in mind that it's also Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team in an odd-numbered game.
And you don't take them to odd-numbered games. It's true. We said it. Was it yesterday? We said don't take Brain Chasers to Game 5. Don't take Brain Chasers to Game 5. Or no, sorry, don't take Pirates XD.
Pirates in Africa.
From Africa
in Monday.
From Monday. Don't take them to Game 5. They were the G2 of Africa.
Yeah.
You wouldn't say this is the G2 of New Zealand, because, well,
Games 1, 3 and 5.
1 and 3. I mean, you do play at least games 1 and 3. So if you give up the game in Game 2, you're pretty much hosed at that point.
I guess it technically counts as Game 5. 5 is an odd number, so maybe we can pass it off, as pass it off Calmy tries to do, but nobody there to receive it. And this time Victus receives on the wall, sends it hopefully towards the backboard, but the shot again was uncontested, and it's harsh because it was a difficult shot, but players of this level need to be able to put that one away under the amount of pressure. It really is so tough, but you know the player himself, I think it was Victus, is going to be knocking himself more than anyone.
Yeah, consistency is the key, especially when you're up against this super team. And Cammy off the backboard will be denied by Asmo. It is all Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team right now, and Asmo just does get this pass through to Victus, one man to beat, but that man is Sprat, and I just realised he's upgraded his smiley face to a :D smiley face, so he's even happier that he won that first series, and now he's smiling even more. He's been absolutely
That's great, actually. It's great to see, but once they get through to the grand finals, what does it become then?
:O, maybe?
I don't know, that's surprise.
T?
Sticking his tongue out? Maybe, actually.
No, it'd be square bracket. Otherwise, I would maybe you go from the normal closed bracket to the square bracket, then you go to the capital D. That's the stages of happy faces in Emoticon. Not emoji, Emoticon.
I'm struggling with the philosophy of smiley faces in text form, emoticon, whatever you want to call it, so I'm just going to carry on commentating the game as it's still 0-0, which is a surprise at this point. Definitely favours the Jaffas here, as no matter what, if they can strike first, it gives the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team less time to respond, but so far they haven't struggled to do so on the defensive side of things, and they're going to get another good block there. That Sprat ends up getting blocked by a falling CJM, so no immediate counter-attack, though backwards are the players of the Jaffas, and clogged up on the defense they are, but get off it they will. A nice doink downfield forcing Kami on the back foot. He's going to get his boost stolen as well. Going to have to be conservative, as nothing conservative about that dunk attempt from Victus. Nearly found it through, though nearly. Oh, the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team going to score, and it's through CJM again.
Rifles it from midfield, and there is absolutely no stopping him there. As soon as Cammy got that touch off the backboard, you can see CGM flying in, and if you're sitting on the Jaffas goal line, you just have to watch this go in, because there was absolutely no chance. Because I suppose in that situation you're expecting Cammy maybe to drop it down and get that tight angle goal. You're not expecting CGM to come in, but as soon as that bounces towards him in the middle, coming from the middle of the field, Sprat almost getting a second one to maybe seal this one away with a minute and a half to go. It's a difficult situation to be in for Jaffas, as they might be 2-0 down, and they will be 2-0 down. Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team 1 minute 25 seconds away from the grand final.
Rough first, second goal. It's 2 now, and you're guaranteed that Jaffers are going to be looking at game 2, thinking about what could and probably should have been as nothing. You know, there are some things certain in life. You know, it's death, taxes, and CJM scoring, because he just has been at it all day, and I don't think he's going to stop all day indeed. In fact, they'll probably take it straight into the regional finals. It is going to be late on in this game 3, threatening a sweep are the ultimate epic awesome New Zealand team, as Jaffers are scrambling around on the defense. They've slapped it nicely downfield, but Sprat, well positioned, is going to double touch. No, he's not quite going to reach it, but oh man, that's painful. The loose ball cannoned his way, and it was a little bit too fast to react to on put on there.
I don't want to be crowning them just yet, but just based on what we've seen today, Tylato, if Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team do end up going through to represent New Zealand in the regional finals, as CGM puts a worldie in again, 3 for him in this game. Honestly, I know we were talking up Space 1 yesterday as probably being the best team in the Oceanic and Asia Maritime region. This team right now, at least based on the performances today, they could very much take a brilliant challenge towards them in the regional finals if they are to get there.
That's how I feel. I think it'd be exciting. Of course, Space 1 will remain absolute favourites, but I'm very much expecting the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team to very much give them a game, and it'd be good to see the 2 teams from Indonesia as well. I believe it starts with a group stage, so we'll see all the teams play each other first anyway. So it's going to hop on through, and Kami's going to be there. Force it around. 20 seconds on the clock. It looks like curtains, but I'm not going to draw them just yet, as Jaffers are looking to make a nice back pass play, and maybe I should draw them, as Victor's, there's no way he can make that challenge. He's made a good pinch towards midfield, but there really is no chance at this point. Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team are going to get their 4th. Indeed, they will move on in dominating fashion with a sweep here in the winners finals. They will move on to the grand finals and await the winner that comes through the lower bracket, because down to the lower bracket the Jaffers will go. Of course, they'll be playing the winner of our Titanic matchup that you have the joy of introducing, Craftman.
Absolutely, and it happened again, by the way, Tylato. I wrote down 3-0 for this game, and then obviously Cami scored right at the end to make it 4-0. But regardless of the score in the last game, it was always going to go this way, in my opinion. 3-0 in the series for the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team, and they storm on to the grand final in the upper bracket. 1 series win away from getting to that regional final. But what about the teams that we've seen eliminated? They've not been eliminated. They're down in the lower bracket. We'll start that run right after this.
Tap to pay with Visa. It's that fast. Visa, everywhere you want to be.
Sweeps seem to be the exception to the rule when it comes to the Intel World Open Closed Qualifier stage, but another one has just been achieved. Ireleak joined by Digital Bacon, and, well, the breeze has appeared to have taken off your jacket, Mr. Bacon, and it was a bit of a breeze for the ultimate epic awesome New Zealand team here.
Yeah, it seemed a little bit too easy, you know, a little bit eerie if anything. Jaffa just, I don't know, run out of steam maybe there in the upper game, but they'll be moving on into that lower bracket. They'll be able to take a load off, have a little break, watch this next matchup on stream, and perhaps come up with a plan, because they're going to need it, because, like I said, going into that one, didn't really look like they had a plan, and on the opposite end, that made life as simple as can be.
I mean, of course, for the Jaffas, I'm sure they were just looking for an improvement upon their open qualifier match versus this team. And, well, let's look at the positives. They were able to get goals. They were able to take the team to overtime in one of the games, but it still wasn't enough. And so very much the expected favourite going into this close qualifier has made it to the grand final. But now we have to look downwards into the lower bracket. And, of course, that's where Jaffas finds themselves now set to play the winner of our upcoming series, that being NZUT versus UNZT. Not confusing at all, is it?
Yeah, Unzut versus Nuzut. That's what we got coming up right now. Yeah, Ultimate New Zealand team going up against New Zealand Ultimate team.
Yeah.
Hey guys, like again, this is we knew it was coming. At least we get rid of one of them straight away. Of course, we don't want to lose any of the
It's
teams.
hard.
It's got to happen. And well, looking at these two, I mean, New Zealand Ultimate team, sort of more of the youngsters out of the two. Again, only really coming into the competitive scene last summer at the start of RLCS-X. On the opposite end, though, when we're looking at, and I do have to keep looking down my notes just to make sure, Ultimate New Zealand team. These are the guys, you know, Kenny Salmon and Scarf, alongside Remick, who really showed up earlier on today. But one man does not make a team, and I think they're going to have a battle back. And I still think with Ultimate New Zealand team, they're going to really come back through that lower bracket and make the run all the way to the finals, to that qualification match, EuroLeague.
I think we saw a lot of promise from the second favourites for this closed qualifier. I mean, the fact that we had blowouts and then they were able to take back a game, and then there was another blowout and then they were able to take back another game. It shows that there is some steel. It does show that there is some metal to this team, and I think this is sort of the situation that Kenny Salmon in particular is going to thrive in. He knows that this is a group of youngsters. He's been in the scene for a long time, Kenny Salmon, especially Scarf as well as a long-time partner. I think this is where we start to see them shine.
Yeah, truly. But on the opposite end, though, Joshua was a big standout player on the opposite half. So we're looking to him once again to be a massive goal scorer. Hazard got to be setting them on up. And then, of course, with Moss, who's sort of like in tandem with Hazard in a lot of ways. You see that midfield defense and then set up, where it's a lot of big breakaway plays coming on out by the New Zealand Ultimate team. Again, got to look at to keep update. And I'm just there so excited to see what these young guns can do, because for me, Kenny Salmon looked a little bit too relaxed. Maybe the pressure now being in that lower bracket is going to light him up.
I like to have my salmon hot, boys. How about you, Craftman and Tylacto?
I like some cold salmon sandwiches. I know my gran used to make me those all the time after school. They were absolutely lovely. But here for New Zealand Ultimate Team and Ultimate New Zealand Team. Only one can reign supreme and essentially keep their name. I know me and you, Tylacto, we've been hyping this one up, saying the winner gets to call themselves the Ultimate Team for New Zealand. I know we've got the Ultimate Awesome Epic New Zealand Team later on the bracket. They're sitting there in the grand final. But really, this is for you would say brand supremacy on this one.
Yeah, this truly is the best timeline here. It's of course happening in the lower round one. New Zealand Ultimate Team up against the Ultimate New Zealand Team. This is going to be a matchup of titans, and of course it happened twice in the qualifiers, and both times it went the distance and they've taken one apiece. But which one of them is going to win here when it matters most?
This is essentially a best of three. Well, it was best of two, best of threes last time. Now we finish this series with a best of 5. And one of them will be able to call themselves the Ultimate New Zealand Team. But it's going to be the New Zealand Ultimate Team starting things off with Hazard.
That's a beautiful redirect down. Joshua just so fast, Hazard immediately turning on the wall, dropping it down just underneath that crossbar. And just after 8 seconds, the New Zealand Ultimate Team very much hitting the ground running.
Goals galore it's been all day today, Tylacto. And one within the first 8 seconds of the game. Is that indicative of what we're going to see here? Are we going to see a lot of offense from both these teams? Because I know the guys before, they were talking about, oh yeah, these young players, especially Joshua, you were saying just here, he's going to be just flying at the net and trying to put as many in as possible. That's a nice pass from Kenny Salmon, finds Remick in the corner, but Hazard even better save.
Huge performance from Hazard so far inside the first minute of game one. Can he really keep up this level? He's looking fantastic right now as he reads that ball beautifully as well, sending it deep into the Ultimate New Zealand team side. Intercepted nicely by Joshua in the midfield as well. You have to say, New Zealand Ultimate Team, it might only be a 1-goal differential so far. And yes, Ultimate New Zealand Team have had a good chance and they might have another one here, but really, they've looked way more confident.
Certainly so. Starting on the back foot is this Ultimate New Zealand team, and they need to get passes going, because when they were taking on Ultimate Awesome New Zealand Epic squads, fantastic team, Cammy's side.
Wow.
Cammy. So I'm discrediting everyone else on that team, but I'm not discrediting anything from that Scarf goal. Brilliant stuff.
Beautiful there, Remick slamming it. Kenny Salmon with the bump and a full team effort. Crossbar down, 69 kilometers an hour. That shot was nice.
That was a nice little shot there from Scarf. Nice things up. Like you said, these two teams meeting each other in the qualifiers twice, once in Qualifier 1 and then Qualifier 2. Training match wins, or series wins I should say, in that one. Now this is for all the marbles. I imagine there's a fierce rivalry because they've called themselves very similar team names.
Now, I don't know if it's a reference to the fact that like cats tend to like hunting fish or eating fish, but I've only just noticed now that Kenny Salmon is using the cat engine sound, and it is starting to irritate me.
A terrible engine noise. Terrible. I remember who was it? Flame at DreamHack.
Oh, he used
the lawnmower. Yeah. We came up with the song "Stop Mowing the Lawn, Stop Mowing the Lawn." Flame, that's annoying. Stop mowing the lawn. And a rescored. But look at this. Oh, Hazard. Oh, I thought he might have saved Moss's touch, but he actually steals it instead. New Zealand Ultimate Team up.
500 IQ from Hazard there to keep his goal scoring record flawless. He's gonna restore the lead 2-1, and yeah, he's also got to be quite glad he didn't save it, like you say.
Glad he flipped to the right instead of to the left, otherwise we'd still be playing on at 1 goal apiece. 2.5 minutes gone, 2.5 to go. New Zealand Ultimate Team. I'd say up until this point it's been fairly even with you say Thailand. So no one team has really had the upper hand too much, but now it seems like New Zealand Ultimate Team are starting to get into their stride, starting to get into the rhythm. And here comes Josh to maybe make it 3-1 off the post. Kenny Salmon's going to have to clear.
It's really uncharacteristic as well. Joshua's shooting has been fantastic all day long, and that was one of the easiest dishes he's had. I mean, to be fair, yeah, he did just have to get it on target, and it was getting away from him, but I mean, the way he's been playing, I was so sure he was going to find and sink that one in, but not going to be the case, and still just a 1 goal differential, close as you say, and close as we expect. Always going the distance between these two teams, and the best matchup possible. It is completely across the pitch, yeah. Moss straight away on that 50, and well, can't complain about that, but a bit unfortunate for the Ultimate New Zealand team.
Yeah, and I said the New Zealand Ultimate Team had a lot of the possession there, a lot of the offense really for the last couple of minutes. And as soon as Ultimate New Zealand Team made their way down into the blue half of the field, they just give up possession that one time, and it's a pinch goal right into the heart of the net. Fantastic defending, and let's see if Ultimate New Zealand Team can answer back.
To restore their confidence, our Ultimate New Zealand team, but they're running out of time to do so in a meaningful way here in the first game of this best of 5. Kenny Salmon does scramble it back to the net nicely, get a beautiful play down the right hand side of the field as well. In fact, it's popped out greatly for Remick, but Hazard, who's the man of the match for me so far, is going to get a crucial save on the back line there.
Very crucial indeed, otherwise we'd be having New Zealand, Ultimate New Zealand Team. I can't just call them New Zealand Team because they're both New Zealand.
Can't get lazy.
I just cannot get lazy at 11:27 on a Wednesday morning, but something that's not been lazy is Moss is shooting, but Scarf defending there, and now Kenny Salmon, no boost in his tank, going to have to hand it off to Scarf, and Moss just getting him completely battered into the corner, unable to assist on that one down, but 35 seconds to go, they needed to score that one, and I think that might be it done and dusted here. Thailandos. Hazard takes it right back downfield, not going to score, but the time might be too little.
Just rode him like a rocking horse into the corner, except he didn't want to. He's like, get off from under me. I don't want to be here. I want to shoot. I want to score. And they're leaving it very late to score. Oh, the Ultimate New Zealand team here. They have gotten one, but they need two more. It's a lovely ground pinch to get it past one from Remick, but the defense is there from the New Zealand Ultimate team, and they're gonna be able to see out game one.
They are. Will they score one for the road? No, they won't. And New Zealand Ultimate Team take the first one in this series, but Like I said, it was even for a lot of mainly for the first half of that game, Taiwan. And I think if Ultimate New Zealand team want to get back into this, I think they need to get some possession back for themselves, because they were giving up a lot of touches to New Zealand Ultimate team. Bear with us, because you are going to get confused. I might just say blue and orange, but you might just call me crazy for that.
I will.
But yeah, you will. But the blue team had all of the possession, and orange team, Ultimate New Zealand team, they were just struggling to find any possession at all towards the end of that one.
They were. I mean, the thing though is that you look at it as a whole in terms of the scoreboard, Ultimate New Zealand team actually outshot that game. 8 shots to 7 in their favour. You can say maybe it was the late pressure at the end and the desperation that they had, understandably had to have. But I think worryingly so is that you consider that maybe the New Zealand Ultimate team just weren't as clinical as usual. I mean, they were way more clinical is what I should say. And the fact is that they could have been more so. Joshua had a chance or two that he could have put in as well. And if that's the case, then they could have been getting 4 or even 5. And that's kind of scary. If you're an Ultimate New Zealand team fan, of course, would never get confused between the two. But that being said, 4 in game 1, it's going to be very difficult to equal that tally of 26 still.
And Joshua, look at him just being an absolute menace. And look at Remke looking to be a nuisance off the backboard as well. Shot coming in yet again from the Ultimate New Zealand team. Hot start for them, and Kenny Salmon will keep this one dangerous. Here comes Remick once again, but Joshua able to save that one away. And it's a good start from Ultimate New Zealand team, getting the shots in early and put the pressure on.
Deep downfield and picked up nicely by Scarf. In fact, he's cut inside and flicked it back over one, but it's a good save. Hazard has been on point this series here in the lower bracket, and clearly, I remember someone saying in the break he just turned on his aimbot, and well, aimbot doesn't really exist in Rocket League, but he's making it look like it might do with how well he's been playing so far in the opening game. Also, it's Joshua, he's the one to get the clear now for back line. Hazard, that man is up, he sends it deep into the new Ultimate New Zealand team half there, and there's Remick with a great 50. Will it go all the way? Moss is back, he's got a tough job to do. He's gone for the demo, and it's not going to be able to keep the ball out of the net. I think maybe he would have been able to jump and get out of the way. I think he thought that he was going to get demo and he had to kill or be killed, so yeah, it was pretty impossible for him to keep that one out of the net.
Yeah, I think Moss had to, if he was at the right angle, he could have maybe followed through and gotten that one, but I don't think Kenny Salmon had that much boost, to be fair. Now Moss off the kickoff looking to make amends for that lapse in concentration. Ultimate New Zealand team with the lead. You got to remember as well, they went the distance with the Ultimate Awesome New Zealand Epic team. Sub-epic?
Yes.
It might be the right words, not necessarily in the right order, alright?
Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team. Currently awaiting in the grand finals. I got the time to check that, so I didn't get it wrong. No problem whatsoever. Kenny Salmon's got no problem with that challenge. In fact, he's found Scarf in the midfield. Yeah, sorry?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like, that old Marco and Wise sketch.
I know.
I'm playing all the right notes, not necessarily in the right order.
What a great composition.
Might not be a symphony of destruction quite yet, but Moss looking to open up the account here in game number 2. As of now towards the backboard yet again. Joshua XD lying in wait. I keep saying XD, it's DX.
How could you? It's like XD.
XD, DX, what have you. Again, right things, not the right order.
X7 as well. Not just 1 or 2, he's level 7.
He's leveling up. 7, yeah.
8 or 9 by the end of today. He's been some fantastic shooting, but it's going to need more than that through the whole lower bracket if they're going to make it all the way to be the representative for New Zealand at the Intel World Open.
I was going to say, in the same way as Sprat is changing his smiley face at the end of the name, do you think Joshua should add a number to his total? Maybe that could be his shot, but maybe that could be his goal count. We can keep track of his goals if he changes his name every game.
He's probably just have to change it mid-game when he scores, quickly update it on Steam.
Yeah, well, no, maybe just do it between series. Don't want to put too much pressure on the lad.
Kenny, he's got a bit of pressure to hit that ball and he's not managed to make the contact. Scarf he does on the block away to the side. It's a very tense 1-goal lead here for the Ultimate New Zealand team. They've done a great job so far of holding on to it, but there's still 90 seconds to go. You know they'd love to double down on it here and be looking at tying up the series. Kenny's got another touch on this one. He's popped it out nicely, but nicely so. So do the New Zealand Ultimate team think about that. Yeah, like you say, double commit could leave them vulnerable. Scarf isn't going to win the race to that second ball, though, and I think they might be able to launch a counter-attack. It's just with limited boost. It's so hard to do.
Certainly so, and especially when you're just getting pushed like this with that big boom down by Hazza. Kenny Salmon has to panic and use all his remaining boosts to get back to the backboard to stop that one from developing any further. They are doing a good job of keeping New Zealand Ultimate Team at bay. Can't extend the lead quite yet, but they are still holding on to it. 45 seconds to go. New Zealand Ultimate Team still searching for that first one. Could come off the boot of Joshua, and I think if it's going to be anyone, it's going to be him, but he needs to get in better positions.
To be fair, Hazza has been showing up. Moss is the one who I'd like to see more of on the ball. Doesn't seem to get that much ball time, I guess maybe because...
Oh no! Oh dear!
It stayed out the back. Genius, complete genius from Hazard to play it off the inside of his post and definitely bait us into thinking that he was gonna own goal. He was totally
three-man passing pass.
Look at the control they've got on that for the equaliser. It is Moss, the cherry on top of a beautiful tiki-taka play from the New Zealand Ultimate team.
What a passing play! 4 touches of the ball. One apiece, and then Moss just bangs it to the back of the net. Team synergy to a T, and they have saved this game. Overtime looming now. Hazza might have another crack at it to send this one in before the ball hits the ground. Joshua will find Moss on this right-hand side, but Kenny Salmon's flying in. He'll just miss the ball and let this one drop. But you've got to feel bad for the Ultimate New Zealand team because they have defended so well, but how can you defend against a 3-man passing play like that one?
They unlocked all of the locks on the safe. There were so many of them, but every single pass just edged the door open a little bit more, but it's not gonna matter. Remick with his bodyguard out in front, clearing him through the crowd. VIP coming through down the red carpet. Scarf gets Hazza, has to force him to backflip, and I always think it's United when I look at the top for some reason, because it's, of course, the Ultimate New Zealand team. They are going to tie up the series.
One apiece in the series. I would love to see when we go back to the desk once this series is done and dusted. I want to see Bacon break that passing play down, because that was a thing of beauty. I'd love to see that again. I imagine we're going to see it in the replays here as well. But you see that 5 shots from Remy, 2 goals on his.
It was their only shot. That's incredible.
Was it? Yes, it was the only shot for New Zealand Ultimate Team. That was that three-man passing play that you just saw in the replay there, and you see this the overtime goal from Remy. Beautiful air dribble as well. Some fantastic goals here there in game number 2, and I think this is probably the most equal game, you would say, that we've seen already today. I know we had a potential reverse sweep with New Zealand Ultimate Team against Jaffas, but these teams, honestly, they seem so evenly matched. I cannot call who's going to win this series as of yet.
Yeah, and we're looking like it could be going down to a deciding game again. I still can't get over the fact that was the New Zealand Ultimate Team's only shot. How patient they were, and how that patience nearly paid off, but they're not going to be able to get their 2-game lead, and that's a great flip reset attempt. But game 3 is going to open up, and neither of these teams are going to want to budge an inch with how the climate of this series is going.
He's got an open net. Is Moss? He's worked it well in the corner, and he does flick it in eventually. A bit, actually, yeah, he got a bit of an assist. I want to see who this was flying in. Scarf was there. I think Hazza. Oh, he just blocked out Scarf, I think, or at least caused a bit of confusion. But Moss, well done to win that ball in the corner, and even better to flip it in himself.
It took them nearly 5 minutes to get their first shot of the game in game 2. It's taken less than 30 seconds for them to get it in game 3, and my goodness, the clinicality keeps up. We talked about it in game 1, saying that they could be even more so clinical, and well, that's exactly what they've started doing.
Certainly so, but like you said, only one shot. It came off that brilliant passing play in game 2. Need to rack up the shot counter if you want to rack up the goal counter as well. But with Ultimate New Zealand team's pressure that was seen in the last maybe 5 minutes or so, A little bit too much, or becoming a little bit too much for New Zealand Ultimate Team. Great save though by Hazard. Their defense has been top notch at the best of times. It was a good goal in the overtime that just lost them that one.
Oh my. Hazard.
Hazard.
That touch.
Oh, as soon as I praise their defense, Hazard just has a massive whip.
Yeah, but Remek's shot kind of snatched at it. Should really have been putting that on target. It's just very difficult when you're moving at speed and coming across the ball to time that flip just right. So it's going to stay as a 1-0 lead to the New Zealand Ultimate Team. And maybe Hazard can play it from the ceiling. And he's going to try and get off the back wall, but Scarf was equal to it. Gets a good clear, and suddenly they're on the front foot. They're looking for a shot. It's not going to get come through, is it? Joshua, no problem, getting the block into the musty, and that's one hell of an attempt. And it requires 2 players just to block it across.
It's given New Zealand Ultimate Team, excuse me. You can't forget the Ultimate. New Zealand Ultimate, it's given them a bit of life, but if they can keep this one out, they keep that life going, they need to get right back into the orange half, because Ultimate New Zealand Team has just been all over them. Still holding on to this 1-goal lead though, the defense still in one piece, you would say. There are breaks in the armor, chinks in the armor every now and again. If they get themselves a consistent offense going, New Zealand Ultimate Team will probably end up going on to match point here.
Awkward for New Zealand Ultimate Team. They're making sure to weight their passes so well on defense, but you know, it's just not quite the same when they're on offense. It's often overhit, often impatient. You can tell they're so desperate to get themselves a 2-goal cushion, but not quite happening for them yet. They are forcing Ultimate New Zealand Team on the back foot, and their whiff from Kenny Salmon could prove to be very awkward on the defensive side as well. Both teams, I don't know, it's just a little bit awkward on the link-up. I keep saying it because it's how it feels to watch, and so for them playing, I mean, maybe the touch has been made down to Scar, going to get blocked out by a solid one from Mott. He's got patience as well to let Hazard take this one. Joshua winning the race to that follow-up. Scarf required again to keep up the pressure for the mid-line of the Ultimate New Zealand Team, and they're going to stay at this stalemate, but the time continues to tick down. The backflip though, look at the pass from Scarf. It was beautiful.
Couldn't place that one any better. Brilliant pass in from Kenny Salmon as well, and he flicks it on to Scarf. And the fish flop and fly out of the goal as Kenny Salmon finds himself back in the scoring column. Brilliant stuff from the Ultimate New Zealand Team, and they have deserved that goal out of the consistent pressure they've been able to put onto this blue side, and they might even get a second to boot. Kenny Salmon try to flick that one in from the pass off the side wall. Again, New Zealand Ultimate Team unflattered by that goal. They are unwavering in their solid defense.
It's 1 game apiece, 1 goal apiece, and just over 1 minute left. Ladies and gentlemen, the number of the day is 1. Clearly Joshua DX7 needs to become Joshua DX1 so that he can get in sync with the moment that we are in right now. And there it is. Of course, there would have been a moment where it was 1s across the board, but I did just slightly miss it. It's a shame. We'll have to celebrate that in Shatters. Only be 1 team celebrating after this game 3, and they'll be moving on to series point, and the loser of it will be on elimination point of this series. So tense seconds ahead. There's currently New Zealand Ultimate Team trying to force themselves through on offense, but Scarf, despite his limited boost, has done a good job of buying lots of time here. So you would expect Ultimate New Zealand Team to be able to deal with this, and they do through a nice touch from Kenny, but it's dangerous. He's going to get a second save back to back. He makes up for the loose touch he made initially, and it's a very impressive piece of defense from him.
Fantastic defense from the Ultimate New Zealand Team, and even better there, that was surely in from Joshua, but Scarf gets a car bonnet to it, and we still remain tied at 1 as we tick down the final seconds of this crucial game number 3. Joshua going for net again, but he just misses. Moss able to keep this in the corner. As is there, needs to get back to a defensive possession. Joshua does break it up. Remek batters it through, and it just bounces before rolling into the net, and we find ourselves our second overtime in a row.
Most important goal of the series potentially here in this overtime will get scored. Remek is looking for the double touch, and he's going to find it downfield. It's cut out quickly though by the New Zealand Ultimate Team, as Hazard won't find his double touch for himself. Joshua helps him out, sending it deep and across the defense, and it's followed up well by Moss, who can't quite get his second Scarf, doing such a good job time and time again in the middle of the field, and helped by Remek. They're now transitioning onto attack of their own. Other Ultimate New Zealand Team. The pop though going to be cut out. Now it's Kenny's turn. He slams it back ball bound, and Joshua can't make the read. Scarf is there for the bounce down, but has a patience in net there. It was easy. Could have let the nerves get the better of him, but that patience ends up paying off, and still the New Zealand Ultimate Team hold on.
We were thinking this one was going to be high flying, but like you said, it has been a lot of patience on the side of both of these squads. Mainly in the side of defense for New Zealand Ultimate Team, whereas Ultimate New Zealand Team unwavering in their aggression. They don't get phased with not scoring a goal, and neither does Joshua DX, excuse me. Oh, lovely stuff in here from Hazza. Josh ends up stealing it, but it's really confirming, beating out Kenny to that ball, and New Zealand Ultimate Team go 2-1 up in the series.
It's a great touchdown from Hazza as well. If he gets more power on that, he'd have just scored it himself, but by keeping it in the vicinity of the goal, like you say, allowed Joshua to race across, and a huge goal for the New Zealand Ultimate Team. And unfortunately for the Ultimate New Zealand Team, they're one game away from elimination, and they will not have wanted their day to go like that.
The Ultimate New Zealand Team almost doubling up the amount of shots that New Zealand Ultimate Team got, 9-5. They outshot them and still only got the one goal out of it.
Yeah.
It's just been ridiculous, unwavering defense, and I commend them for it, for sticking to their guns and not getting anxious about staying behind. And because you see a lot of teams, Tylacto, where they might just get pressured for an entire game or for an entire series, and all of a sudden the defense crumbles and falls apart. But this New Zealand Ultimate Team, they're not changing their shape, they're sticking to the rotations, and it is working out for them.
Very easy to sort of not give up hope, but certainly lose trust in each other when you concede costly goals like that, though. So it's interesting to see how much it will make the difference. And starting off immediately on the right foot is Scarf there. He's in a great position following his patience from Remick, and it doesn't seem to affect the Ultimate New Zealand Team, and they really do want to send us to this game 5.
Didn't quite catch that. Was that Moss getting bumped from the right hand side? I'm not sure if he jumped at the first attempt there and then was just flopping about coming out of the net. I'm not sure if it was a bump or if it was just his mistake, but either way, maybe just you know, as I just said, they don't seem overwhelmed by the UNZT offense. I just couldn't. I just had to read it. I just had to read it off the screen with Thailand. So I was saying they don't seem phased by this Ultimate New Zealand Team offense, but right there, Moss just showing a little break and a little bit of break of character.
Really is how it has gone in the midfield, though. Very much favourable for the Ultimate New Zealand Team. They've taken command of it this game, and while they are going to double commit there through Kenny Salmon's just like, that's it, it's my ball. Didn't end up quite working out for him. Ended up working out for them in their first game of the day a few times, but they weren't able to take that series in the final game of it. They'll be hoping for better luck, because they're going to have to win this game 5 if they even manage to force it in the first place. So no choices available for them, and no choice on that clearance from Kenny. He gets a good job, but maybe rushes his follow-up just a little bit and allows possession to slip to New Zealand Ultimate Team. We've seen them link up so well with the ground passing plays, but not going to quite hit the mark this time.
Yeah, Ultimate New Zealand Team just seeing, oh wait, hang on, we've seen this before. We know what happens when they start passing around like that, and then just getting a man to just poking away from the aggressing blue players. Great heads-up play by the Ultimate New Zealand Team defense. As we tick down to towards the final 3 minutes
far up
here, Thailand. So 2 players up. Joshua needs to turn on this. We're a little bit hesitant to that, so he got beat out by the defender. Now it's in the hands of Kenny Salmon, right back down this right-hand side. And again, I just don't feel like I've seen a lot of this ball travel out of the blue half of the field. It just feels like Ultimate New Zealand Team just keep pressing and getting all of the shots off.
It's good though, and it's still like it's exactly what they need as well as for their own confidence. Although Joshua could put a massive dent in it, it's a big save from Remick required, and he turns it into a clearance as well. And when a loose ball sort of popped out, I was like, oh my goodness, all 3 players from Ultimate New Zealand Team were all just sort of parked there right next to each other, and it was like, wait, which one of us is actually going to go for it? But aside from that one moment, they've done a great job of giving no time or space to the New Zealand Ultimate Team. There's no rhythm that they've been able to get into, and despite being 1-0 up, they remain the aggressors to the Ultimate New Zealand Team, and I think that's the way they needed to stay.
Certainly so. Now New Zealand Ultimate Team, they need to find some aggression of their own. Here comes Remick to try and go 2-0 up in this game and force a game number 5. And I really feel like Ultimate New Zealand team should be in the lead of this series because they have been the better team in my opinion. Apart from maybe 1 or 2 times where New Zealand Ultimate Team have just, had those couple of passing plays and a couple of great shots as well. But overall, the Ultimate New Zealand team have felt like the more dominant force in this matchup.
Yeah, why would it ever change if they can manage to keep it up the way they've kept up the pressure so far? They're threatening a second there through Scarf, but most of the net was blocked out by the defender. But we know it's happened before. Just one late chance is all it takes for the New Zealand Ultimate Team to strike. Their link-up play so strong if they are given the space. Ultimate New Zealand team so desperate not to give them it here as the 50s are coming out all over the field. Both teams racing to these loose balls as Hazard's now racing to try and demo the opponent, but Joshua is the one who ends up getting demoed, and Remick is able to take this one away, put it deep into the blue half, and we're now getting deeper into the final minute. It's still 1-0.
Still New Zealand Ultimate Team searching for an answer. Can't find anything past this midfield for a sustained amount of time. Oh, you see, just out of desperation, just putting it into the orange half of the field. Kenny Salmon easily able to pick this one up. And it's certainly looking like a game 5, although we did see that at the end of the last game where that brilliant passing play came about. Towards the net, 15 seconds left. New Zealand Ultimate Team, if they want to close this one out, they need a goal now, but they're going to have to go coast to coast, and they're going to need 2 in 9 seconds. It ain't going to happen. Tylacto, we're going to a 5th.
142 from Remick. This dunk was brutal. Both players having to pre-flip to get back to the ball in time, but Remick was the one who got that absolute slammer jammer into the back of the net. We are going to game 5 indeed. Both the series these two played in the qualifiers went one each way. They both went to the deciding game. That was a game 3, and it turns out in a best of 5 it is no different, as you know the Ultimate New Zealand team. And not only that, they're going to keep a clean sheet in game 4 as well, and based off that performance, for me at least, I would consider them favourites going into this.
You've got to, and with the amount of pressure they put up, I said they had 9 shots in game number 3 compared to the 5 that New Zealand Ultimate Team had. And I think I just missed the stats there as they blinked off screen for me, but I think they had more than double the shots that New Zealand Ultimate Team had.
5-2.
5-2, yeah.
Much more midfield play.
A lot more midfield play and a lot of passing between themselves as well. And like I said, New Zealand Ultimate Team just couldn't find a break. They couldn't catch a break on the back line. And as great as their defense has been, it comes to a point in every single team where it just gets to a point where you just run out of boost and you run out of time and you run out of ideas, and eventually it's going to break.
Last thing the Ultimate New Zealand team needed there was an early goal for the New Zealand Ultimate Team, and nearly Joshua was able to provide it. Hazard isn't able to win the race to that infield ball though, so it is going to be the early 0-0 that stays. No problem, that 50 was dangerously towards the net. Hazard, oh my goodness, he's recovered from that blunder marvellously. Yeah, that would have been a tragic goal, a nightmare goal to concede in a game 5.
Certainly would have been nightmarish. Garth now looking to cause a few nightmares of his own, and Kenny Salmon, the floppy fish himself, gets a fantastic finish and puts the first one in for UNZT.
The lean back last second here, so difficult to keep that under the crossbar. Knows his best bet is to put it as far across the goal into the post as possible, and that's a massive shot to take under pressure. Your team on your shoulders having to make it, and yet Moss straight off the kickoff with that dominus strikes back immediately.
How's that for an answer back straight away, Moss? Lovely kickoff by Joshua DX as well. And just as quick as it was 1-0, it's back to level pegging. Minute into this one and the goals are starting to fly. This is the kind of aggression that we wanted to see from NCUT. They were holding back for a lot of this series here, Tylacto, and now they've finally got their offensive and shooting boots on. Can they keep up? Can they keep up this offensive flurry?
In terms of the majority, they have been on the front foot. Kenny Salmon having to make a good play on his backboard there. It's going to be Remick Clearing it away to the side, but yes, much more early challenges, this time from Joshua. But Kenny, well positioned to take what ends up spilling out to him, and won't be able to take the shot immediately, though. It's end-to-end right now. The midfield play has pretty much vanished. Remick, he's going to pop it past one. It's high, dangerous, off the backboard. The shot comes through, but the shot is not on target from Scarf. The defender's double committed. Neither of them could stop him, but it turns out he could stop himself, and maybe a huge shot to the top corner. How's about that? A huge goal for the New Zealand Ultimate team.
And they go in front really for the first time since game number 3 overtime, and like we've been saying, it feels like they've been on the back foot for a long time. The only lead they have had was in that overtime play, but now they have a chance to close things out, stave off elimination for just one more series. Remember, whoever goes through from this one will face off against Jaffas for a place in the grand final. Whoever loses this particular game is done and dusted and is out of the Intel World Open. 3 minutes to go, 3 minutes to seal your fate, whether you're going on or going home. And now Hazard siege and ball in front of net, but Remick does so well to keep that one out.
It's reasonably straight at him. It's a great save to keep it out from away from the goal, but Hazard will be annoyed that he's not put it in, and it's going to be so important too, because Scarf at the near post at the other end, following the setup from Kenny Salmon himself, it is going to be 2-2.
You see Kenny just flipping around the ball like that, and you have absolutely no clue where he's going to put it, if it's just going to drop down, or if he's going to get a touch to it and it's going to fly to the other side of the net, or fly into the midfield. And now right off the kickoff, looking to answer back straight away as Hazard. Scarf gets his 3rd save of the game. 2.5 minutes gone, 2.5 to go. It is all to do for both of these teams, but Ultimate New Zealand team is a some answer back after really Hazard really should have been scoring to make it 3-1, but we find ourselves at 2-2. An Ultimate New Zealand team, got to feel the momentum's on their side right now.
It really is. Hazard was on point earlier, but finding himself at fault more here. His touch off the wall was difficult to make, but certainly overweighted again. Ultimate New Zealand team will get a counter-attack off of it, but they're not going to punish either. The high ball is going to be free for Moss to read, but his touch is down. And Scarf's going to send it right back. Bit of ping-pong here as neither team wanting the ball anywhere near their net right now. It's 2-2 in game, 2-2 in the series. Remick is going to run it across to the corner again, just trying to make the nerves come through and be costly for the opposition. Waste as much boost as they can. And Kenny Salmon with the double touch might be putting them in the waste bucket of the entire tournament here. Game 5, he's showing up big.
Kenny Salmon's been scoring wonder goals like that all day long. And what a better time to put it in, to put your team 3-2 up with just over 100 seconds to go. Maybe saving your entire Intel World Open, but that's a big miss from Scarf. Joshua also misses. He's got to allow the defense to rotate back in and calmly touch this one back towards midfield. Almost disaster off the kickoff again for UNCT. And now the New Zealand Ultimate team need to find another one, Tylacto, to keep themselves in it. They've been fighting so hard. Joshua has been so quiet for the majority of this series. He needs to be let loose at some point to give New Zealand Ultimate team any chance of keeping themselves in this series.
No, I agree. He's been quieter than we would have expected. And not the first time, though. If they manage to get it, it won't be the first time that they've gotten a late equaliser, but my goodness, they need it now more than ever. The delayed touch Moss went for won't quite come to fruition. Likewise, Hazard going for such the perfect hit is going to end up not making contact at all. With a big save on the back line, what a difference he is making right now. Remick controlling it down the side, will pop it over one. An awkward touch for Hazard to make. He's got boost in the tank and he will get the floating block. Very nice indeed, but still 3-2 is the scoreline. It's about 2v4. Remick is there. There's 32 seconds on the clock, but it's also a 2-goal lead.
And with the amount of unwavering pressure that UNCT has been putting up, that might just about do it. New Zealand Ultimate team down in the dumps, need 2 within 32 seconds. It's a tall order. They would probably need one off the kickoff quickly here, but it looks like it's going to be the man of the moment, the man of the match for me in this throughout this entire series. Tylacto has been Kenny Salmon. He has come to life, but do not count out Remick either. 5-2. they're going to go through to face Jaffas.
I reckon you might be able to count New Zealand Ultimate Team out of the entire tournament. The Ultimate gonna have to be taken out their name unless an absolute miracle happens. Like we say, Jaffas waiting in that lower finals, and there'll be no break for the Ultimate New Zealand team. They'll have a few minutes to get themselves together, but following this emotional 5-game series.
Kenny!
When you think you've scored an absolute worldie, Kenny just dives across the net, and yeah, we will be back within 2, but I will remain on the side of we still need miracles.
It is, I mean, do you believe in miracles? That is the question that was asked many years ago in a famous ice hockey match, but it would be nothing short of a miracle if NCUT was able to get 2 kickoff goals in 8 seconds and tie this thing back up at 5. But with the way that kickoff went and the timer ticking down, it's all said and done. Ultimate New Zealand team, after going the distance with the Ultimate Awesome Epic New Zealand team in the opening game of the day, they go through to face Jaffas, 1 series win away from going through to face their old foes in that grand final matchup.
And of course, we'll head to the desk with Bacon and Irely to break that one down. We'll say goodbye to the New Zealand Ultimate Team, and we say hello to the losers final.
Tap to pay with Visa. It's that fast. Visa, everywhere you want to be.
Welcome back to the Intel World Open, where in the Battle of the Ultimates, it was the ultimate New Zealand team that came on through. EuroLeague joined by Digital Bacon, but Bacon, I'm almost tempted for the majority of that series to label them as the unconvincing New Zealand team. Goodness, that was close.
It was indeed another game 5. So what's that right now? 3 out of 4?
Yeah.
With that outlier being a full-on sweep coming out from the Ultimate Epic. Awesome New Zealand team. Again, still these names. But we got rid of one of them. New Zealand Ultimate Team are going to have to be the first one to fall. Like I said, Ultimate New Zealand Team, or the unconvincing New Zealand team. Going up against Jaffers next, and well, who's going to be able to take the biscuit in there? We really can't tell, can we, here on the desk?
No, because I know Crafters was talking a lot about Kenny Salmon, but for me, Kenny Salmon only really turned up when their backs were against the wall in Game 5. I really want to look in at Remick again for another huge series. He might be young, but for me, he is the standout player on this roster today.
Yeah, and I mean, we called that earlier, that teams can really shine when they're in that lower bracket. Remick has shone all day long. I'm looking at Scarf, and he's just been very consistent, like a 6 out of 10 continuously, which is not a bad thing, but it really did rely upon Kenny Salmon there towards the end to step up, to be that difference maker. And well, he stood up, but he's going to keep that form going, because otherwise I'm looking at Jaffers here, and this could be Jaffers' moment to come back, you know, really fix those mistakes and then go into those go into the grand finals and really step it on up once again against the Ultimate Epic awesome New Zealand team.
Of course, it does mean that we have to bid adieu to the New Zealand Ultimate Team, and Craftman was like, "Oh, could we please see a play, Mr. Bacon? Can we please see a play?"
Let's get that play underway, shall we then? Because this was an absolute cracker coming out from the boys. Unfortunately, on the, I'm just there quickly checking it out. Yes, the New Zealand Ultimate Team, they're in the blue. And, it was just such a beautiful sequence. Let's start this off right now. Scarf gets called off by Kenny Salmon, which we gotta say is just incredible communication at the last second to not continuous boost and then just let Kenny Salmon come on. But, it's only led to that doom. Beautiful back pass coming in from Josh, has it back to Josh, and then, I mean, Josh is a brilliant caddy because he has teed this up beautifully for Moss to finish off. We'll get to see it in the replay as well. This sequence is just world class. The Intel World Open has shown us so many team passing plays like this that you can't help but gush at, because this is a work of art. I mean, put it in a frame, put it on the wall, and everyone's going to be coming over to have a look at it.
And let's keep the context as well. That was immediately after a save off the line, which by all accounts really should have gone in, but it's why the ball has to go over all of the line and not just half of it. Anyway, Ultimate New Zealand Team, they have booked themselves a lower finals matchup with Jaffers, and so these are two teams from both sides of the upper bracket. They drop down at different times, and you know, at the beginning of the day, I would have looked at Ultimate New Zealand Team, Kenny Salmon, Scarf, Remick, and I would have thought, you know, this should be pretty, I wouldn't say easy necessarily, but pretty convincing, right? A 3-1, as I would have said, should have been the case in our previous matchup, but there is just something not clicking at the moment. I don't use unconvincing because I'm looking to be toxic or anything, but it just, there wasn't a synergy that we've seen from other teams, in particular the Ultimate Epic awesome New Zealand team.
And it's not that it's not clicking, it's just that it's not continuous. You've got moments where they're in form, where they're continuously boom, 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 like that passing play we just had from the losing team. But then it just seems to fall apart where that communication just is not there. You're getting short bursts and they just need to be, you know, prolonged a little bit, dragged on out. I also make it sound bad there by dragging it out, but I just mean, near enough, keep that going. You don't need those short bursts of energy. Be a bit more conservative. Look to gain control of that midfield line, not just go on these quick counters. And I mean, coming up in this next match against Jaffers, I don't see that happening. If you can, though, though, if you're looking at Ultimate New Zealand team, get control of that midfield line, get that pressure, because Jaffers have not shown the strongest defense. You could win a game there, but it just seems like everyone wants to play fun Rocket League, which,
right.
I mean, you got to admire in its own right. Attacking is the fun part of Rocket League. When you get into the defense, when you get into the nitty-gritty part of it, it can feel a little bit like you've got to store some of the energy. You've got to be waiting. You've got to be patient. And those aren't adjectives for fun, are they now?
One thing is for certain, it's not going to be a piece of cake for either team. Craftman, Tylacto, back to you.
Well, hopefully it's going to be a fun series either way, Ireleak and Bacon. Thanks for breaking that one down, Bacon. It's just that's play of the week for me so far, but still a lot of excellent Rocket League to come, not just later in this week, but especially today as well, as we continue on in our New Zealand bracket, and we are down to, well, we're down to 2 ultimate teams in New Zealand left. We've got the Ultimate New Zealand team right here, right now, taking on Jaffas, and it's for the right to take on the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team in that grand final. Bracket reset obviously in play for whoever comes from this lower side of the bracket. They will have to win 2 best of 5, which is no mean feat against this team who has just been taking everybody out so far today. But here, right in the now, Tylacto, Ultimate New Zealand team taking on Jaffas. The guys at the desk called them unconvincing. I'm inclined to agree with them.
I'd certainly like to see a more convincing performance from them, so I won't disagree. The thing for me is I'm worried for them heading in based off past results. These 2 teams did play each other twice, in fact, in the first Open Qualifier, and they ended up getting through to this event in their own right. But both times, of course, Jaffers came out on top. The first time it was 2-0 though, and the second time it went to a game 2-1. So maybe improvement for the Ultimate New Zealand team, and well, they have, had back-to-back game 5s, and maybe I could see another one on the tables. And certainly would still be backing the Jaffers though, but maybe not. But defending like that, and Scott, again, still looking sharp as ever. It's going to open up the scoring.
Well, the only unconvincing part of this game so far is the defense from Jaffas. What on earth was going on? Everyone just flying around, looking to just touch the ball in some way, shape or form that is not going to go into the net, but like it flopping like a fish, especially when Kenny Salmon's on the field. Just look a bit silly. Here comes Asmo. Oh, Kenny Salmon. Nothing floppy about it. That solid block on the goal line.
A very big one too, to keep this early lead and prevent that sort of immediate switchback that is the quick equalizer and massive shift of momentum. And speaking of the momentum, Scarf with back-to-back goals, and what finishing he is showing right now.
Beautiful finish here as well, and lovely setup by Remick as well. And again, just the defense there from Jaffas was just not what we were expecting. And I know we've talked about a lot of these teams today, Tylacto, being more offense orientated. You see there the upfield pass towards Victus doesn't really find the targets. Kenny Salmon will get credit with a save. Right back downfield, and again, no one back for Jaffas. Ultimate New Zealand team just having a field day.
Another quick hat-trick. It's not quite the 10-second or so hat-trick that we saw, but it is a very quick one for Scarf, who at this rate will be on for about 9 goals this game. I can't say I expect that to happen, but Jaffas, who have won this matchup twice before in the qualifiers, what is happening?
It's, well, obviously they've been sitting here. They've just been swept by the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team. And they've just been, I suppose, devastated and sitting here maybe playing a couple of ranked games to keep themselves warm. Always the Ultimate New Zealand team going the distance against the New Zealand Ultimate team in our previous matchup.
Set up
here for Victus. Kenny Salmon, 3 saves to his name already. I know the guys were saying that he wasn't the man to watch, but if you're not watching Kenny Salmon, you're not having fun here.
Can't really ignore him. He's just putting in performances at both ends of the field. Sometimes it's super impressive, sometimes not. It's just entertainment non-stop from this man, and this car's a little bit like Amphis yesterday. It's got the wrong decal on. I'm not sure if that's intentional. Maybe the passing play comes out again, but over the crossbar, the shot is going to be, this is going to get a very good deflection off the top of the bar. But how long is it going to matter for? Because Scarf, he has his 4th.
And I mean, this is what we were kind of expecting when we saw this amount of pressure from Ultimate New Zealand team in the last matchup. They could not finish. They could not get the goals. Now Jaffas are just dumbfounded by the amount of pressure the Ultimate New Zealand team is putting on here. And they're struggling to come up with an answer right now. 4-0 in the first half of the game. Could be 5 as we tick past the half, and it will.
He's going to get 9.
He is going to be 9. He's going to get it all himself.
He is on track for 10 goals this game. What kind of a number of records could this man break? And Jaffers, have they turned on their monitors, or are they just still switched off?
I think both, probably. They've not just turned off the monitors, they might have just turned off the PCs as well, and just letting the AI play. That's what it feels like right now.
Very impressive AI, to be fair. Asmo now in the Dominus.
I've never seen I'm trying to think of an AI name, one of the bot names. Wizard, yeah.
Stick. Literally anything.
Never seen any of them pull off any air dribbles, so this is advanced technology we're working here with, folks. Here comes Remick, looking to make it 6, will be done tonight this time.
Nearly a flip reset attempt there. The goals have calmed down as well. Kenny went for one of his own as well. I think maybe Scarf has decided that 5 will be enough for game 1. As the Jaffers, the thing for me is whether they can get a goal or not by the end of it. This is not what we expected coming into this series, but you could say maybe the Jaffers got a bit cold in their break, and after that, putting it right, they lost to game 5 initially, but now they're coming off a game 5 win, are the Ultimate New Zealand team. It might be the exact mental adrenaline boost that they need. Of course, commiserations to the now eliminated New Zealand Ultimate team. They went out in back-to-back game 5s.
Oh, looking for a 6th. Maybe just, this one has been sealed away for a little bit of time now by Lacto, and so Ultimate New Zealand team just having a little bit of fun with it, toying with their food. But and speaking of food, the Jaffas just have not risen to the top quite yet. Minute left to go, and still looking for their first here. Biz might put through to the back line, but yeah, it's just been a flat performance for them here, and for a team battling for a place in the grand final, they just seem like they're content on, so they're content on losing this game then. There's 40 seconds to go, 5 goals to score, not going to happen. Seem pretty content on maybe even losing the series. I don't know why you would be, though.
It's just game 1 Blues. They need to get themselves back up and running. We've seen way better out of Jaffers already so far today, but not to take any discredit or credit away, I should say, from the Ultimate New Zealand team, who just haven't stopped. They've found their pace and stride, and they don't look like stopping any time soon. As much as this second half of the game has been a formality, very much looking forward to game 2.
I bet the Jaffers are looking forward to game number 2 as well. Remick will go for another. Asmo gets the Saviour medal. It's not enough. 5-0 here in the opening game. And the Ultimate New Zealand team starting to maybe look like the Ultimate Epic New Zealand, awesome New Zealand team a little bit in that one.
I think you could add a few more words in there. Fantastic.
That's
incredible. Sparkling. Intimating, yeah, I like that.
I like that one. That's a good one. 8 shots, by the way, by Scar. Yeah. And scoring all 5 goals for UNCT.
There's 14 in total for them. And well, maybe, even if it keeps up, 26 is the mark, Craftman. That's going to be the mark for the whole week. That is very much going to be difficult to top. The question is, if it keeps up in this fashion, we won't be going 2-5 if they're going to be scoring 5 goals a game on only one team that's in the game. Still waiting for the first goal of the series from the Jaffers, and I think once they get that, it'll be a much more of a return to normality.
You see Asmo and Vicus just sort of pull out the duo plays that we've seen them pull off before, but they are Victus, I should say, but UNCT just hasn't been letting that happen. They've been holding on to the ball, holding on to possession. That's what they did in their last series as well. Yes, they didn't score as many as 5. They actually conceded this first one, just knocked away by the defender. But the pressure is there. They keep pushing and pushing and pushing, and they eventually knock down the door, saying "Ding dong, hello." Here's 5 right in the back of the net.
You show up expecting 1 delivery, and they all come at once. It's like waiting for buses, except there was 5 of them. at the same time. It's ridiculous. It's still going to be 0-0 by this point. We already have 2 goals, so definitely an improvement for the Jaffers from game 1. Not that took too much, as they are going to be forced back. But Asmo in the dominance, like I mentioned, he's going to stick with it. Got to respect the conviction, forcing out the offense, but all 3 players back. Very close in formation. It's not always ideal, but they have mounted quite the wall there in front of the United. Not Dan, stop saying.
You've been caught out.
The United Ultimates. The United
Ultimate.
New Zealand Ultimateness.
Ultimate.
Yes.
Not quite 5 goals in this one yet. I think it was maybe 2, maybe 3-0 at this stage last game. Jaffers holding on. Now looking for that first goal. Everyone just scrambling to that top corner, not able to send it underneath the net. Oh, that's a doink. Kenny Salmon didn't want to hit, but he doesn't pay the price just yet, and Jaffers just lacking that little bit of final third aggression. They are creating opportunities, but here comes Victus, double touch off his own board, and it doesn't go in. Miraculous that it doesn't pass the edge of the goal line, and we play on.
Kenny Salmon denying with millimeters left for that ball to nearly go in. Somehow, still at 0-0. The Jaffers have got to be wondering what on earth is happening here as they're trying to rush it downfield there, just getting over and hurdling over each other. There were this and Victus, but it's going to be dropped down, maybe dangerously, but they're sitting back a little bit more patiently now with Remick. Nice double touch, getting downfield. This cross to Asmo, and he whisks it up the wall very nicely and stirs it into the middle here as maybe a nice cookbook recipe coming up for the goal. Not quite, but it's going to be put on hold there. Put the oven on a timer because Asmo is getting it past 2 players, but Scarf, he's back with the oven gloves, takes the tray out.
Cooking up a storm is Jaffers now. After being denied every step of the way in game number 1, they are getting their licks in. Still no goals either side of the field. Now Victus flicking it from the backboard, denied on the midfield by Remy Kay. Now Kenny Salmon actually misses that one. Lets Asmo push in as well as the rest of Jaffers. But Scar, he's been so good at getting this ball out of blue hands and right back into his own teammates' cars. It gives Ultimate New Zealand team yet another opportunity downfield. Squandered this time, but it looks like they're going to get the ball back unless Viz can have a shot towards net. And it is towards net, but just far too wide and far too soft.
Jaffers do look like the more dangerous team in my opinion though, right about so far, and it's a huge game and it's a huge next goal for them to score. Would still be their first of the series, but suddenly, you know, the Ultimate New Zealand team could be up by 2 in the blink of an eye, and that really would be a surprise as far as I think the desk would be concerned. Scarf having to make a save at the front post as Victor sends it immediately back on by, and you see so much time, space and boost for Asmo, who slams it off the ceiling to himself, but jumping down off that ceiling, Kenny Salmon has intercepted it. Remick shoots it down off the ceiling, and Victus has to make a very good save.
The angle we were looking at that one, Tyler, so it seemed like it was going in. I didn't see any defender back, and there's only one defender back for this one is Victus. It was actually Viz who missed it. Victus follows up, but Remick just stands tall, still tied at no goals apiece. That's a dangerous touch by Scarf. He will touch it back into his own half though. Knocked away by Viz, allows the... I was about to see United to see the team as well. Oh, you've thrown me off on that one, mate. But UNCT, the Ultimate New Zealand team, able to get possession back for themselves for the moment. Just nothing seeming too aggressive. No one really wanted to make any mistakes. Big demo there by Kenny Salmon, but
Remick
will recover and get revenge in that corner. Still 20 seconds to go. Still all for both of these teams to do, but here comes Asmo to maybe put the first one in. Denied this time by the defense. Here comes Victus. Kenny Salmon will send it long, but not long enough. It's straight into the hands of Viz round this corner. And with 5 seconds left, it's going to come from
no way, but he's off target.
Open net. Does he have it on the floor? Victus sends it to the corner. The spawn right at the death saves their bacon. And we see a 0-0 overtime.
If he spawns on the other side, Jaffa's almost certainly concede there. But regardless, you have to say the shot should have been on target. They knew it was open because the demo came through, and yet still we sit at 0-0 and the series hangs in the balance. But oh my goodness, the balance through the air from Victus, but can't quite dunk it down. Kenny with that touch out towards the side is going to get some breathing room for now, but how is it still 0-0?
I have absolutely no clue. Plenty of chances for both of these teams, especially at the end of regulation now. That's what we play on in this overtime, Scar. The opportunity downfield, not a lot of boost, and it's over the head of two. Kenny Salmon, the last one back here.
Nice.
It's not able to get to that touch, but Kenny Salmon setting up his team. He's been brilliant in every aspect of this game so far, Tylato.
Remick is up for a nice early challenge as well, but Viz wins that one out well, so Scarf has to send it long. Victor should be able to make this touch nicely so off the wall. Remick makes it awkward, but the deflection means it's sent all the way downfield, and it's crossbarred down.
So unlucky.
Doesn't end up going in, no luck going the way of Jaffas. You would have said it was pretty unlucky for the ultimate New Zealand team anyway, but Remick is going to have a chance to the counter with a whole 0 boost to his name, so that does not get too far, and Victor should be able to pick this one up with a nice save flip. He's going to get an extra 50 as well. So Asmo up to send it long here. Still, we await a goal in this game too, and Remick tries to take a touch on, but still they are waiting for a mistake, and maybe that's the one. The ball pops out, but Viz is able to make the save on the goal line.
Weren't able to account for Viz rotating back in. Good bump on the goal line to at least try and think their lines are cleared, and then they went for the shot to the ultimate New Zealand team. Now Viz, and who made that save, fakes one, can't get it past the third, gets it past the second though. Ultimate New Zealand team start on the back yet again. Now Jaffas a reinvigorated offense. It is back and forth in possession here, Tylacta. They're trading blows, trading shots, and Remick can't find that top right corner and squeeze it in. He might be able to turn that one in. No, 72 boost to his name. Can he tunk it down? 2 whiffs, as you said, but Viz again. Viz has been stonewall defense for this Jaffa side.
Yeah, he saved the bacon. The bacon is very popular right now, and he's got it multiple times in the bag, but who is going to get the bread at the end of this overtime that's still ticking on past half a game? Scar doesn't have the boost to follow up his own hit. Viz will get his savoury medal. It possibly could be the second one. I don't know at this point. Remick, but the demos from Kenny Salmon. Maybe it would open up, but Viz is again in the right place to get that doink, and still the Jaffas hold on right now. They cannot afford to be going to that end of series, but they're gonna be, because Scarf has found the top corner.
Longest overtime of the day, Tylacto, and it comes off of a brilliant shot from Scarf to that top right corner. They were trying to get these little niggly touches into the net, but it comes from a booming shot. Left-hand side to right-hand side, and there was absolutely no chance the defense was saving that one because they were all expecting it to go into that top left corner, but Scarf zigs when they expect him to zag, and he scores the goal to put them 2-0 up in the series.
We'll get to see a replay of it as well. You see how Viz wasn't there to make the last-ditch save again? It's because Kenny Salmon was just manhandling him right along the back line. And
the
here he goes, there it is.
Well. Yeah.
Completely shuffles him across, brushes him out the way like, see you later, and maybe see you later in the tournament, because the ultimate New Zealand team are on series point here.
1 game away, 1 victory away, I should say, from Date with Destiny, the ultimate epic awesome New Zealand team, and a chance to represent their nation at the regional finals of the Intel World Open. And they pull it off, or will Jaffas make the remarkable comeback? They've done it. They almost did it once before. Can they do it again? That is the big question right now. It's going to have to start with Asmo, and Victus sending it into the heart of the net.
This drop down from Asmo is so well weighted. The 3-man passing play from the Jaffas. It's not the first, and my lord, I hope it's not the last, because when they link up like that, it is, and really is, scintillating.
Can I just remind you, this is game number 3, 10 seconds in. That is Jaffa's first goal of this series. They've been 5-0'd and 1-0'd in overtime. That's got to feel good after being closed out to 0. Now knowing that you're at least not going to get perfect swept, that's got to feel good and might give you a little bit of momentum going into this third game.
It's definitely some hard copium right there. We're not going to get perfect swept. Not like they still need to try and stay in the tournament right now, as nearly the second goal, the post is going to save the ultimate New Zealand team temporarily, as now Kenny and Remick will just shear the ball away downfield here. Asmo can get caught up on the wall, no problem. Sends it long. It's awkward in the midfield, but who's first to this second ball? Victus is up, but he only ends up getting a deflection. Kenny won't be able to shoot it on target. He gets a second touch. It almost takes it away from Remick. A bit awkward as Remick is suddenly now demoed, and the Jaffers should be okay for now.
Could be. But the Ultimate New Zealand team kept keeping this pressure on yet again. Seen it so many times from them today, Thailand, just holding this midfield line, creating those chances. You know, double the amount of shots than the opponents in any given series, any given game. And shooting machines, not necessarily scoring machines, although they did have that 5-0 earlier on in this series. But Viz, man, Viz was my standout player from that last game. Just save after save. Obviously didn't win the game. As you said, Kenny Salmon was able to block Viz out right at the end, and that was what sealed it. So I think if Ultimate New Zealand team are going to be able to score this one, they need to account for Viz, because he's on the goal line yet again, squeezing it against that backboard. It's right into the hands of Remick. Victus sends it to the corner, safe for the moment, but Scarf is right there to keep the pressure on.
Just interesting to note, Craftman, that this is the most amount of games in a series that the Ultimate New Zealand team have taken off the Jaffers. First time they played, they lost 2-0 in the upper bracket, qualifier 1. Second time they played, they lost 2-1 in the lower bracket. And right now, you'd have been surprised by that, as I am too, because the Jaffers are the ones who have to reverse sweep. But maybe they've exceeded their game budget, and 2 goals is all they managed to take. 2 games, sorry, is all they managed to take this time.
It's goals in those 2 games as well. Still looking for the first here. Viz, be great for him to get on the scoreboard as well. Who deserves it from the play he's been putting up at the back line as well. Here comes Victus, lovely touch back into the middle. Kenny Salmon's going to have to deal with this one. Deals with it quite well, in my opinion, for that matter. Whoa. Now Viz takes a shot on the crossbar out to Victus and straight into the hands of Scar. Right down this right hand side, but no boost. Does pick up that 100 pad in the middle of the field.
So
as he just got completely bumped into it, and he had no choice but to pick that one up. Viz had no choice but to save that.
Mrs. Defense has been second to none right now, and he's going to need some more of it if they're going to keep this clean sheet and see out this game 3 still. 90 seconds on the clock as Kenny just nips it away in front of the goalkeeper. Allows Remick to come into the play with the double touch, but Scarf is very close, won't be able to shoot that one direct, but the patient takes it back out to send it back into the mixer. But Kenny, he also couldn't turn it goalwards.
Not quite yet for UNZT. Kenny Salmon, if anyone's going to be the man to turn this game around for UNZT, it's going to be him. Now back into the middle. Victus is there to try and challenge Scarf. Misses, as does Viz. Asmo has to make a miraculous save, as that one was coming in with authority off the boot of a UNZT player. I think it was Remick, I should say. 50 less than 50 seconds to go now, and it's still only a 1-goal lead for the Jaffers. But really,
he's not got it.
Maybe for UNZT to take this next goal. I think they've been putting a lot of pressure on. Here comes the shot from Remick, and a double save to keep it away.
A lot of pressure, but they're still running out of time, and the Jaffers are holding on. But Victor's off the inside of the goal. He's going to stir that one away. It's infield from Kenny. Remick's there with the shot, but it's over the crossbar. Now Asmo has his saviour medal. They're giving him out all over the place on the Jaffers team right now. 15 seconds. It's landing low for Remick. He has an awkward touch to make, and he ends up giving up possession. Asmo is able to run it downfield. Viz touching it high, and suddenly they're going to need to keep this ball up because the time is running out and it's dropping. It's difficult. It has bounced, but the shot comes through straight away. It drops down. It doesn't hit the floor though. Flicked up high very well. Kenny Salmon is up towards the backboard, but Viz is there to drop it down. Down it goes, and Jaffers have their first game of the series.
There was a moment there where I thought, are they actually going to bring that all the way?
Yeah.
I mean, they've scored all the goals in the series so far. The first goal for Jaffers, and it comes as the only goal of game number 3. But to be quite honest, Jaffas are very, very lucky to have won that game, in my opinion. That really should have been UNCT's game for the taking, because, again, I talked about the shot count. You see 8, 9, 10, 11 shots from UNCT, only 5 from Jaffas. It is an absolutely ridiculous amount. I mean, we saw that in the last series as well, Thailand. So Ultimate New Zealand team had all of the attacking force, but just didn't quite have all the goals in that one, and the same goes there. But Viz has stepped up, in my opinion, especially in the defensive side of the ball.
Cannot talk enough about Viz's defense. It's ridiculous. I talk about the offense of the Ultimate New Zealand team, though. That could be a turn of the tides, because that's 11 shots they had that game to have no goals. And if that puts, sort of chip in the armor of their confidence, then it could end up falling apart and crumbling to pieces, because the reverse sweep certainly is not off the cards right now. And whilst, they remain just one game away from that grand finals, the Jaffas have got nothing to lose right now.
Might as well go all out for it. Your last chance here in the Intel World Open. And you might as well go out with a bang if you're going to go out at this stage. I suppose both of these teams are thinking, man, if we win this one, we'll have a chance to bracket reset, but who's waiting there? It's the Ultimate Epic Ultimate because I think whoever wins this one, it's just going to be like lambs to the slaughter. And speaking of animals, Kenny Salmon with a brilliant shot, lovely save though.
Yeah, it wasn't the last ditch save, but a floating one, but the Jaffas are just so good on the defensive side of things when it matters, or at least they have been in the past game or so. We conceded the one in game 2, to be fair to them as well. This trying to get it off the defensive end, but little does he know that he's changed there. It seems like he lives there at this point. Scarf has popped it up high, and Asmo does win the race to that ball, though. This is allowed, and he's going to catch this ball or pop it out from the wall. Victus with a lovely flick gets it past one, but Scarf, nope, he's going to be there to stop that. So the ball cam sort of glitched when Victus took that on the infield. Did you get that as well?
I think I got that, yeah.
It was weird for the...
Very weird. We entered the Matrix.
Oh, Kenny!
He's on some other planet right now, spying out passes from his teammates like that. Ultimately, New Zealand, again, it just shows you the pressure and the possession that they have. It's all for naught if you can't get it past the stonewall defense of Jaffas. They have stepped up, and I think Jaffas know that they have to step up their defense, because UNCT is just going to push and push and push you until you eventually break instead of bend. You have to be a little bit flexible in this backline.
Crazy ceiling pinch from Viz. It wasn't really directed at anyone.
Still, by the way.
Oh, so it was like the two players stuck together. It became a
rule 2.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure. I only saw Kenny Salmon's name because he's got a massive name tag from the other player. I thought he was just turtled up. I thought he was belly up.
I mean, respect to them for holding it though. It's just that other players ended up breaking it for them.
Yeah, big respect. Love it. I've seen a couple of those this week.
Been broken most of the time.
They have been broken very, very, very quickly, which I'm disappointed about. I'm not sure how long that one ended up going for, but at least it was broken up by an external force. 2.5 minutes gone, 2.5 to go here, Thailand. You would think, again, UNCT has had the lion's share of offense, but we've seen it so many times already. If Jaffas get that one breakout chance, just like that, Asmo just pops it into the car of Remick, will be credited with a save.
Underneath.
They just need that one chance for Jaffas to break out.
Asmo won't be able to get it underneath Kenny though. Victus has time. This ball bounce is really dangerous. The double touch though didn't quite get round the ball, and he certainly could have with the boost that he had. I guess he was unsure whether the block would end up coming through, just lacking a little bit of conviction on the offensive side of things. Both teams are really, we are still at another tense 0-0 as the beautiful team now, of course. Oh my goodness. Shot. It's another goal line save. There's not the first time as well. The Ultimate New Zealand team, the amount of times I've had the ball in their goal but not end up back of it is ridiculous at this point. The Jaffas are going to get an uncontested shot again. They are going to drop it down. But Kenny, with the save of the inside of the goal, pinches it with the ground, gets the clear in the process. What defense from Kenny Savin and the Ultimate New Zealand team.
you've got to feel for Jaffas because they rotate out, they see that one going in and think, that's fine, we've got this one in the bag. Boys, Asmo again goes for net, just hampered by the woodwork. And now Viz, here comes Victus. Asmo's going in for the follow-up. Viz will rotate back in and have another crack at it. The fourth man for UNCT of the crossbar in the post is showing up in buckets here in this fourth game of the season. But finally they have a breakaway and an open net opportunity, and Jaffas with 42 seconds left to take the lead.
Look at that, they had their gloves over their face for so long and then they ended up punching themselves in the face. Letting that open net come through is such an anticlimax to the amount of pressure that the Jaffas were putting up, but well deserved indeed. They score crucially in the final minute here of game 4, and Kenny Salmon, he's going to try and respond with the quick flip reset, but it's not going to matter. But what a follow-up from Remick, and like you say, look at that bump.
Yeah, Kenny Salmon, he's off the play, but he realises, I can still have momentum, gets out the threat in the net of Viz. And he knew that if Viz was there, he's probably going to make the save, eliminates that possibility, and ties things up in an instant. Just as we were about 10 seconds ago, still tied. Garth now looking to create an opportunity at the end of regulation here. I imagine the UNCT do not want to go to overtime, although they did win the only overtime of this series so far, a 2-minute 51 overtime. And Kenny again above the net takes out Victus, and Scarf takes the lead.
He's just deleted him from the game, just a little bit up. Boop, off he goes, and that could be the series winning goal. 11 seconds on the clock, and the ultimate New Zealand team could be headed for the grand finals.
They've taken the ultimate chance and they've taken the ultimate path to get here, starting in the lower round 1. After losing in the opening game of the day, they will have their rematch against the ultimate awesome epic New Zealand team in the grand final. UNCT go through, Jaffas go out, but what a performance from that man Kenny Salmon. We've got to give credit to Viz though, absolutely phenomenal in net. Victus as well with 3 saves in that one, but it was all Kenny Salmon for me there. We'll hand it back to the guys on the desk to break it down before our grand final.
Tap to pay with Visa. It's that fast. Visa, everywhere you want to be.
Unconvincing no more, it seems. Someone must have heard me. Welcome back to the Intel World Open New Zealand Closed Qualifier. Ironic joined by Digital Bacon, and we have a rematch from our very first encounter of the day. Ultimate New Zealand team able to take down Jaffers in a 3-1 victory. That first game in particular, Bacon, it was like they were trying to put on a statement.
Yeah, coming on in, and we, in the back room, you know, had a little coffee and that, and we're like, oh, we're going to be needed on stage once again. Like, this was looking like a sweep, but Jaffers really started bringing it on back, and the issue is a little too late, isn't it, really? Right. At the end of the day, they just were a little bit absent at the start. That game too, I really enjoyed, don't get me wrong, but Jaffers not warming up in the break, it seems, efficiently. Like, you need to be going into ranked games or calling up another team and saying, hey, can we scrim you? You know, like, the Aussie team there, Space One, probably are looking for scrims right now, you know, confirmed on through. So maybe you do that a little bit early. You don't want to be scrimming so close to the finals. Utilize that, because, yeah, coming into this one, Jaffers were just not ready in the early doors.
To be frank, though, there were still some very good plays. That Victus drop down certainly was a fantastic highlight play. Viz for me on defense, keeping Jaffers in it a number of times, but actually it was the defense of the Ultimate New Zealand team which for me was the one that held out the best. I mean, obviously they won the game, but they were looking a lot more convincing than earlier. But the big question is now in front of us. How good is that in front of arguably, almost certainly based on the evidence we've seen here today, the best team in the region?
That's it. The Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team was constructed to win this.
Yes.
They were the region's best hopes, and I'd imagine that's where you got these players in this formation to take down Australia. Then they're really looking at Asia Maritime, because maybe there's a little bit of disrespect, but that's going to lead to an even better story down the line. But right now, you've got Ultimate New Zealand team going up against Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team, and it's sort of like the A team going against the B team in New Zealand, and that's where a beautiful upset could happen.
Yeah, but is the upset going to happen? Listen, I love to believe in underdog stories. I love to support the underdogs, but CJM, major experience. Sprat, major experience. And of course, Kami on Renegades, the third best team in the region when it comes to RLCSX. You said it perfectly. This is a team that's been brought together for the sole purpose of being a super team for this event, and it doesn't look, at least to me, that it's not going to be stopped.
The thing is, this is a rematch right now. We saw it on earlier. It went to Game 5. It was close. So who's to say it doesn't go to a bracket reset right now? I mean, that's the benefit of coming through that upper bracket, is that you've got a little bit more calm about yourselves. You can have that safety net below you where you can lose a best of 5 and then come back in the second one renewed. But I mean, do we think this is going to go to the bracket reset, James?
No.
Straight and simple.
Simple as that, in my opinion, but we never know, of course. Craftman Tylacto, my friends, take us away.
You never know, indeed. Thank you very much, boys. Thanks for breaking it all down. You've been doing wonderful work there in the studio as well, and we'll throw it to you after this one is done to break it all down again. But I think, Tylacto, we're going to be throwing it to them a little bit earlier than we might have expected. Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team. I think the guy said, yes, this match, we saw it earlier. It went to 5 games. In my opinion, it should have been 3-0, in the famous words of a particular Canadian player. But right here in the grand final, it will be a 3-0.
I did think it was going to be a 3-0 in the first game of the day, and then it didn't. So I'm ready for anything. I think the elephant in the room in terms of for the players right now is the fatigue and tire. We can say that the Ultimate New Zealand team, this is their third best of 5 in a row without significant break. But I also want to point out that local time in New Zealand is currently about 1 AM. Imagine we have a bracket reset.
I just googled it. It's approaching midnight, but it's still quite late to be quite fair. These guys have been playing for a while, but Sprat, he ain't fatigued. He's kicking the grand finals off with a bang.
And immediately, just first shot, first goal, and well, if you do go back to that first series of the day, they did get 8 in game 1. Are they going to get 8 again?
I want to see them break their own record. I want to see them get maybe 10. I know there was 10 total goals in that opening game, 8 from the side of the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team. Kami almost gets a second, but Kenny Salmon, the man that Bacon picked as probably the second best player in the New Zealand region that we have here in the Intel World Open. He has started to come into his own as the day has gone on. Maybe not to the level of Kami just yet. He's going to have to make the save that Rick does.
I think it's hard for him to compete with Sprat and CJM, to be honest. He's somewhat
very difficult. Yeah.
I don't know if I can somewhat agree with it. I mean, he's sort of clumsy in a magical way. That's the way I would describe Kenny Salmon's performance over the course of the day. And there's a nice bit of dribbling from Remick. He's not going to be able to find the final mark as much as he's got the ball past 2 players initially here. Still, we sit at 1-0. Ultimate New Zealand team doing a solid job of holding on for now. The question is how long they can do that for, and if there are any floodgates that might be slammed open though down the other end of the field. Eddie Salmons, you give him too much respect there. He didn't expect the miss to come through and the whiff. I mean, I didn't expect it either, but he still stuck around, and then his shot ended up trickling across the goal.
Yeah, you got to do better in that situation, to be fair. Even if you're not expecting the the whip on the backboard. I believe that was from CGM. Got to be ready to make that touch if it does fall to you, and it did, and he just had that little bit of a mistouch. But I think the game plan for UNZT is starting to come to fruition. They're letting Ultimate Epic, awesome New Zealand team, just push a little bit too far, and then they can boom this downfield and maybe try and catch one off guard, and then maybe have a 1v1, maybe even a 2v1, maybe even a 3v1 if they can get down to the blue side of the field in enough time.
Alright, well, Remick has done a good job getting it down to the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team side of the field, but it's not going to come without it coming sent straight back. And wow, Remick off the inside of the opposite post, but the passing opportunity is there. Sprat couldn't really control it though, a bit too much source on the passing from Kami, so we remain at a 1-0 scoreline here. Sprat is controlling it down. There was an angle to maybe work with, but CGM done a good job of getting the ball away for now. He has to do another good job, and he is going to do it there, poking it down into the corner. Kami, now he's got boost, clears it across, and you have to say, despite the respectable pressure coming out, that the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team are being a good sponge, and they're sort of just absorbing it all up.
I think they've got to respect what UNTT is putting up here. Scarf again goes to net. Kami falling out of the sky to be a brick wall there. But they are respecting the play of UNCT, but no defensive play right there. 2 men on the right-hand side of the field. It's an easy one for Kami and CGM to pick up.
And he makes it look easy. He's so patient on the 50 there. When you're approaching a 50, sometimes it's better to not actually send yourself into it. And it's just smart experience from Kami there. He sits back, patient, and the ball just gets hit back into him, and it creates this dangerous pass to the infield. Very smart, mature play, and it's opened up the difference there.
Well, CGM, I saw him in chat during the break saying that his brain is falling asleep. It's getting very late out there. Not too many mistakes from him so far, and quite clean on his side of things, despite the fatigue maybe setting in at this point. And I think if there's anyone on this broadcast, on this field right now, anyone watching in chat, if anyone wants the 3-0, the clean 3-0, it's going to be the guys of Sprat, Kami, and CGM. They want this one done and dusted so they can head to bed.
They got the 3-0. There you go.
And there you go, 3-0. Maybe it might just be game 1. It might just be game 1
Foreshadowing.
right now. Foreshadowing.
But will we have dual storylines? That was a juxtaposition, wasn't it? It's the word that I'm looking for.
He played yesterday, didn't he?
No, juxtaposition. It's the word of the day.
Jules storyline? Oh, okay.
No.
No.
Maybe.
3-0. 3-0 for the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team. And they have came out here with authority, and any momentum that UNTT would have had coming into this one title act, so it has just been dampened by the offense and the spirit that we've seen from this team, this super team all day.
Yeah, it really is. You can tell they've already half got the suit on so that they can go to the regional finals in style to represent New Zealand and take on the favourites of these. Of course, that was Space 1 who qualified, and the question is game 2 just too much power. He got a tyre to it, but it just nearly took his tyre off. But power, just a little too hot to handle.
See that in football all the time. The strike just comes in so fast. The keeper might get his hands up, but he just falls flat on his back, and the ball just goes through his hands. Exactly. I'm not making any Scotland references. No. I mean, we didn't do that in the Euros. It's fine. I know we were talking about Euros earlier, but anyway, I said I wasn't going to mention the Euros again. I won't.
And there's a lovely read from Kami. I mentioned how nice that was. It is 4-0, but I can still credit great play where it's happening. As I will say that they have started to get the suit on here. It's looking imminent, even despite just game 1. But maybe they will be representative. Of course, it did get to game 5 in unexpected fashion. Next time I will not rule it in, but next game it does feel like they'll be making the choice between, the suit and sorry, not the tie, but the tie or the bow tie. I don't know where you sit on that one.
I'm a tie guy myself, to be honest.
I've never tried a bow tie. Maybe.
I don't think I've tried a bow tie either.
Yeah, I won't judge it until I try. Kami, Sprat, CJM, I'm sure would look great in suit and bow tie at the regional finals, and I'm sure they agree. So they're trying to get there as soon as possible, because right now the ball very much in the side of the Ultimate New Zealand team's court, and while they haven't really returned anything yet.
Yeah, trying to do it in style, and I'm not sure how many of the grand finals have been sweeps, if any, so far. Was there a sweep? Did we have a sweep?
We had back-to-back sweeps. Space One, because it was a bracket reset.
Bracket reset. Yeah, we had Space One taking out FMF yesterday, 3-0, because they came from the lower side of the bracket, which is what UNCT is going to have to do in this one as well. They're going to have to win 2 best of 5s if they want to stay in this Intel World Open. Ultimately, Epic Hawks of New Zealand team, they just need to win 2 more games, and that is them through to join Space One. Who's representing Australia. They will be representing New Zealand in the Asia Maritime and Oceania region finals coming up a little bit later on, in a few weeks' time in July. And like Bacon was saying, this team, Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand, they've essentially been put together to win this tournament. And I said earlier when we were wrapping up their game against Jaffas in the upper bracket, I said that this team could potentially challenge Space One, challenge Australia to be winners of the regional finals when we eventually get to that point. I know you briefly got to talk about it earlier, but do you think what we've been seeing, I know it's maybe can't equate the level of competition as Scarf gets another save and keeps this one at bay and 0-0 for the moment, but do you really think this Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team, if they go through, they could beat Australia?
I absolutely think they have a fighting chance, mainly because the expectation just isn't going to be on their shoulders, as dominant as Space One have been in, the previous year, and now of course they'll just be called Australia, like you say. There's every chance, and it's going to be a classic matchup, as it is in any sport, Australia against New Zealand, and really very much looking forward to it.
I'm very much looking forward to it as well. We'll see that. We'll see who gets through first. Let's say that, and then we'll see that matchup come the regional finals in July. We'll stick around.
Hang on.
You can follow the ESL channel, but like you said, hold on a minute. UNCT open up their account after getting shut out in game number 1. Kenny Salmon has a goal.
He just finds the net completely unattended. Sprat way far up in no man's land, and the complacency from the Ultimate Epic Awesome complacent New Zealand team, as they're now called. Every time it's not an odd-numbered game. They're just like, we just walk over the last game. We can just cruise to another one, right? And if it is getting late for them, I'm sure they'll turn up the heat, because they won't want this to take more games than necessary.
All I will say, Tyler, is please don't add any more adjectives on
I'm calling it. They are the Ultimate Epic Awesome complacent New Zealand team.
We'll see how many we add on to the end of that one come the end of this series. But as we saw earlier, Tyler, so the first team, when we saw this matchup, this was our first matchup of the day. In fact, if you want to watch that, go watch the pod. Whoever scored the first goal went on to win that game. And Ultimate Epic, they scored first in games 1, 3, and 5, won those games. But UNCT, they won games 2 and 4 by scoring first themselves.
3 to 5 were shut out as well. Maybe we'll see a shutout as early as this game too. But the Ultimate New Zealand team gonna have to hold on for another minute. Yeah, confidence from Sprat there. Just. He's changed his face to the colon 3 there. He's very chuffed with himself and how he's somehow got home gold there.
We're saying earlier he started with the standard smiling face, then went to colon D. Now he's feeling all chuffed and happy. See how he, at least right now, at least winning that first game 4-0 has made him a little bit chuffed. Now Cammy looking to put a goal on the board for Ultimate Epic here with a minute and a half to go. Let's all over that.
CJM.
Yes, CJM goes to the target, hits off the post. Here comes Sprat to turn that one in, but Scarf turns him away.
Scarf does a great job there, falling from the goalpost, and the post bounce itself off CJM's initial shot was huge because it deflected across the net, meaning it wasn't out in front for Kami to take an open net shot. There's a bit of fortune on the side of the Ultimate New Zealand team here. Their 1-0 lead stays intact, and while they've created their own luck here, and they're still up with going into this final minute, Sprat is not happy about this, sends it much more direct, and Kami has a chance, does the exact same, but Kenny, he just pops it up high. Kill time off the clock, and Remick there for the fit reset. Won't find the second contact, but buys time for Scarf to get the mid boost and move on in time. Continuing to run down. Kami with the musty, getting it nicely downfield. The shot from CJM, and it's an absolute peach of one with the bomb coming through on the goalkeeper. The equaliser is there.
Yeah, Kami beating one, and the touch from Kenny Salmon not good enough. And Remick has little else to do other than watch this goal go, this ball go right past him into his net for the first goal in the game at number 2 for the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team. Here comes Kami trying to avoid overtime. And UNZT would love to take this to overtime. One more goal and we're essentially in silver goal territory right now, but almost popped in before the end of regulation. Here comes Kami, lots of pressure from the Epic Awesome team. Ultimate Epic Awesome team. Never forget any of those 3 superlatives. There's no superlatives today to describe how this team is playing right now. They are not as well put together as they have been in previous matches, in previous games, especially in that game number 1, and it will drop for the overtime as UNCT have a chance.
They did manage to take it their only even-numbered game of the day against the Jaffers in the winners' final previously. They got that game 2 there, and they're looking for the game 2 here in the grand finals, and a huge game 2 it would be to put them just 1 game away, and who would be able to deny them there? Only the Ultimate New Zealand team stands a chance, and they still do right here with a nice save from Remick, who's getting awfully and uncomfortably close, but they're still holding on, and just 1 goal would tie up the series here in the grand finals, as Kenny Salmon again trying to force it around the corner, but the brute force cannot get past Kami here, as Scarf has to respect that. Pops it high, and guess what? He's dead, as TJM, half pass, half shot. Not going to be dangerous just yet.
Defense has really made the difference in this one, Thailand. So 2 saves from Scarf, 4 already from oh no, I think it's 4 for Scarf, 2 for not Kami. Who am I thinking of? Remick, thank you very much. As the camera hand over to him.
You can thank me. I didn't say anything.
I know. I'm just thanking the director, Cam. I'm thanking our lovely observer who's been doing a wonderful job so far today. There you see 2 from Remick, and it was 4 from Scarf. Not sure how many Kenny Salmon. He actually has 4 himself, does Kenny Salmon, and it's been a lot of shots that they've had to deflect, and they've deflected them so well, and it's kept them in it.
The worst thing is, it might all be for nothing if this overtime doesn't go their way. They are teasing with some attacks, but you know the second they go forward, they are vulnerable to the Ultimate Epic Awesome counter-attack. For the complacent New Zealand teams, they will double commit, but it is not a problem to get the clear over to the side. Kami, with that mid-boost steal, controlling those mid-boosts so important for penning in the opposition, and that's exactly what they're doing. Of course, the only goal that came respectively against the run of play, an unexpected one from Kenny Salmon. Wow, Sprat there taking a bump to the face there from Remick. Doesn't even flinch, gets the block anyway, like you say, and 2 minutes deep, we are still in overtime.
Did take an absolute shoeing on that hit. That was real life. He'd maybe ended up in the hospital, but there's Sprat, a dangerous touch there as it falls unfavourable in net. CGM able to take it away though. Now you Ultimate New Zealand team. Chance now, 2.5 minutes into overtime. Just played away, real end-to-end stuff here by Lacto, and you feel the tension. Ultimate New Zealand team, they don't want to be making any mistakes because they know how good their backline has been against this Ultimate Epic Awesome side. And again, Scarf racks up the saves again, that's his fit.
Again, being able to cut the tension with a knife. I could cut this tension with a blunt pencil right now. It feels like the Ultimate New Zealand team's tournament lives are really on the line here in this game 2 overtime. Of course, it is a best of 5, but they are too invested in this right now. 3 minutes deep. The mental blow if Kami manages to follow this up now, which he will. Double touch off the ceiling, and they're 1 game away.
Kami proving his worth yet again. We've praised him all day as being the best player in New Zealand, and that play right there shows it in bucket loads. Well done on the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team for holding their cool and not getting too ahead of themselves, and now they are 1 game away from making it to the regional finals to represent their nation, and there's no bigger honour than that in my opinion in Rocket League.
the little fireworks that appear over our heads here on the Jumbotron. Anytime a game is won, it might be fireworks for, of course, the ultimate epic, awesome New Zealand team soon. But of course, it will be lights out for just the ultimate New Zealand team.
It's just the saves, the amount of saves, I should say. They didn't feel like a lot of brilliant saves a lot of the time. You see some diving saves across net a lot of the time, and we would class that as a brilliant save. But they were just solid enough saves from the side of Ultimate New Zealand team. There wasn't anything flashy. They were just making their rotations, keeping to their fundamentals essentially, and that's what kept them in that game. It was unfortunate they didn't win it in overtime because they had a couple of good chances, but here in game number 3, it is do or die for them. Reverse sweep required, and then another best of 5 win if Ultimate New Zealand team want to go through in the Intel World Open. Remember, if whoever gets through from this matchup, a minimum of $6,500 US guaranteed for making it to the regional finals in Asia Maritime and Oceania. As this one's pinched away, Scarf now downfield. Kami has rotated back, and it's I said earlier, the playstyle for UNTT has adapted to this Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team, whereas they just want to boom it downfield instead of pressuring all the time. But every time they're booming downfield, there's always a blue player back on the defense.
And let's not forget that if you can beat the Indonesian teams at the regional finals, then you'll be getting a whole lot more than that 6.5 as well. So plenty on the line here, but the United, that's the second time. You know what? The United, I mean, it helps distinguish them. The United Ultimate New Zealand team that may be about to lose all their superlatives here. Such a mental battle after being so invested in that overtime to now have to reverse sweep when you also still have to get a bracket reset and you're saving your own shots by the looks of it, as Kenny can't pause it in at the post, a miscommunication and just bad fortune all round. It's a mammoth task, and right now that's just freezing over at how bad and how unfortunate that play went for them.
Oh, Scarf, you've got to hit the target there. Can't be hitting the crossbar in those situations because it was a phenomenal chance. Couple of great chances for UNTT in this matchup already. In this game number 3, crucial one is CGM goes to net. Kenny Salmon, ambitious save on Sprat, slows it down. He was being too cute with it.
Yeah,
that was your chance to stick the dagger in.
So cocky, but you can't blame him. You know you'd want to do the save there. You had Kenny at his mercy, and Kenny's like, huh? I don't care, I'm going to stand my ground. Ends up forcing the save off the inside of the post, and no breakthrough here for the Ultimate Epic, awesome, complacent, and definitely overconfident for the right reasons New Zealand team, who did not get their breakthrough, unfortunately, but it would have been a fantastic one if he got that fake.
You can just keep adding to that all you want, mate. I'm going to stick to Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team because that's still a mouthful for me. And it's I don't know what you put complacent, overconfident, but for the right reasons.
Yeah.
Just keep adding to it, man. Just keep adding.
Like,
go for it. Go
double barrels.
Double barrels.
Maybe quad barreled at this point.
It's something that's looking a bit double barreled right now is the offense from UNTT. This is something that we've not seen from them in this series up until this point. They're starting to go back to the game that was working for them, just keeping this pressure on. Now Sprat able to relieve that for the moment, just steal this boost in the midfield, forces Kenny Salmon. He didn't have any boost, but he still gets the demo on Kami. 3v2 as Remick just stares on. It is, you see Scarf there waiting in the midfield, just waiting to see where this ball is going to end up. Puts himself in a position to keep it in the midfield, and they are keeping Ultimate Epic off the New Zealand team at bay for the moment. Nice save there by Remick off the shot of Kami. Now Kenny Salmon flicks it up. Who is there to take the offensive shot? Scarf was there, but deleted by Sprat.
The natural destructive force of nature built into Sprat's car, and certainly Kenny Salmon with the bumps and demos he's been getting. A Scarf is going to be there to make that touch. No demo on him this time. It's still dangerous though in the hands or tires of Sprat. He pops it off the backboard. Hopefully Kami will win the race to the second ball. Will he make the difference again here in this deciding game? Not yet. Saviour medal for Kenny Salmon as well. Scarf has been more quiet than in previous series. He cannot find the passing field that he was looking for here. 1 minute remaining, and if the next goal goes the way of the Ultimate Epic, awesome, complacent, but overconfident for the right reasons team, New Zealand team, it could be decisive, and they could be the representatives and the ones that can get rid of all those superlatives for New Zealand. And what a huge result and meaning that would be for them. And damn right, they want it now. They want it here. They don't want this series to go on any longer, but we still sit at deadlock 30 seconds into this decisive Game 3.
That's what it means to change your name, your team name, and represent your country at the highest level here in the Intel World Open would be phenomenal. As I said earlier, $6,500 US. If you get through, and Scarf is smelling that money right now, and that's a money shot from a money man.
Garth keeping them alive with the ceiling shot on such limited booster. Sprat leaving the front post too early, caught himself in free air and falling. It's a late potential winner for the Ultimate New Zealand team here as they're gonna strike back in the series.
And Ultimate Epic, awesome New Zealand team, fire back in the last 10 seconds. CGM will have a go. Remick is able to block that one away. Sprat now finds Cammy in the midfield. Both jump, and here comes Sprat again on the death, and it bounces. Oh, it doesn't go in. And on 0 seconds, UNZT wipe their brow, and we go again into game number 4. Oh, mama.
What a huge response after a 3-minute long overtime in Game 2 to stay alive. What can't this team do? As Kami sat there with his 4 shots, and in total the team had a whole 9, yet no breakthrough. Really unusual that they'd be so unclinical, I should say, on the side of the Ultimate Epic awesome New Zealand team, and yet they're gonna be pegged back. And if it can happen once, Craftman, and it can happen again. And last time it went to 5 games, but in a reverse sweep fashion. I'm still struggling to believe, but maybe I'm just a non-believer.
It would be quite something if UNCT was able to pull off this miraculous comeback, and it would be a comeback for the ages after a team who's dominated from the opening whistle to the final bell here in the New Zealand region. Go again, one more game perhaps, maybe 2 if UNCT have their way. Remick from the backline will put it into the middle. A little bit of aggression let up from the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team in the last game. They showed some fire towards the end of that. Weren't able to get the goal though. That is all that counts when it comes down to this grand final. Who can hold on to the lead and make their opponents feel the heat as the heat is turned up.
EJM took a real nice amount of sting out of that ball on the defensive side with his touch away to the left, and he's got a touch in from the left, and it's gonna go in off the right hand post. Beautiful link up play from the Ultimate Epic awesome New Zealand team.
There was a moment there where I thought I was surely hitting the post and bouncing straight out. We've seen it so many times today, Tylato, where the ball just hovering on that goal line, and then the defense just booms it away. It's really been is UNCT has been on the receiving end of that a lot of the time. They've been the ones to go for net, and then all of a sudden it breaks and they don't end up getting the goal. But this time, unluckily for them, it does take the correct bounce off the post, and Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team do have the lead. Can they hold on to it? That is going to be the big question. Remember, get through minimum $6,500 US, up to $17,500 if you go and win the damn thing. The huge payday, and it's really hard for one of these teams because whoever goes out here earns absolutely nothing.
Crazy the stakes on this very series as well. It feels like one of the regional final games with the the monetary values on the field of play. Like it's really all to play for, and we're currently in game 4 and still the lead with the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team, and they are just this one game away from going to the regional finals from these very grand finals. 3 minutes still on the clock, and they're trying to pen Third United, the Ultimate New Zealand team, in their half, and they are breaking out through Scarf. They've got a huge goal to win them that game 3. It was their first game of the series, and it's probably going to stay that way unless they change up what they're doing right now, because CJM and Sprat are doing such a good job of overlapping each other, and Kami filling the gaps is getting to get another clean challenge here. playing from behind is difficult, as like you said, every single game's gone via the first goal so far.
Here comes Kami, trying to flip reset that one through, and like you said, the pressure just keeps coming from the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team, but defense is standing united on the back line of the orange team. Scarf now from the midfield. Kami's there, no follow-up from any Ultimate New Zealand team player. Now Remick, third save of his game here. We've been praising the defense today, Lacto, and they are still holding up. Sprat again goes for net, hits the crossbar, and now Remick has a chance to dribble this one out. But it must be so frustrating every time you get this ball downfield, in the middle of the field, you just find another one of your opponents sending it back into your half.
It does feel that small margin of speed makes such a difference across three players, and the length of the pitch, and it's working in favour of the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand team. But maybe a gap in the armour. They are going to double commit because they're so damn desperate to get the equaliser, but that impatience has backfired against them, and they're going to lose possession here in that midfield that you mentioned, and time is beginning to run out here. The tournament lives on the line, the qualification on the line, and the Ultimate New Zealand team cannot reach that ball. Kenny Salmon out of boost. Kami with the double touch. It's dangerous. It bounces round, but CJM is shot on target. The patience and composure from Kami, though, to slip this one across, and Sprat is going to slip it home.
And it felt as this, while this ball was travelling back into the orange half, that UNCT were just making as many touches as they could just to keep the ball up in the air, keep it away from net, but it just did not travel anywhere. An epic, Ultimate Epic, Awesome New Zealand team. God, I'm glad I don't need to say that name again after today. They're looking so strong. And Remick now, maybe he'll try to make amends off towards the backboard. Here comes Scar, maybe to put the first one in. Sprat save, but Remick on the follow-up breaks it back within one.
Huge rotations coming through from the Ultimate New Zealand team. Scarf shot great, but Sprat off the inside there. His touch was just in the line of Remick. Great turn, great awareness, and he slammer jams it home once again. Not for the first time today. They are back within one.
There's those rotations that have really been missing from UNCT's arsenal. It's really been the Ultimate Epic Awesome New Zealand's team forte in those follow-ups and those rotations. That has been their wheelhouse. An Ultimate New Zealand team, one goal to get to tie things up. If they are able to make it, overtime will be on the cards with 20 seconds left. Kami now clears his lines. Everyone moving forward for Ultimate New Zealand team. They want this so badly. We've been fighting all day, late into the night down in New Zealand. And it might just be a little bit too much. A mistake there from Kenny Salmon. Finds Kami, and Kami will find the back of the net. 6 seconds left, it's all over.
He's so good with his 50s. I'm not sure if I've seen him lose one all day. He's been turning them into passes, and here he turns it into a shot. The 2-goal differential. It's 3-1 in the game, looking to be 3-1 in the series as the Ultimate New Zealand team. Kami just turtles in the net. They've been great, but they clearly just haven't been epic enough or awesome enough. And New Zealand, for the regional finals, has its representatives.
And a strong representative at that. This team, as Bacon said on the desk, we'll hear from him in just a second, this team was built to win this tournament. Can they now go on to the regional finals and do it? We will find out in just a few weeks' time. But for now, we will break it down on the desk. After this short break, we'll send it back.
Oh Panini for Simone.
Tap to pay with Visa. It's that fast. Visa, everywhere you want to be.
Easy as that, right? Easy as that. The ultimate epic, awesome New Zealand. It's still a mouthful.
Not as easy as that, I'm going to say right now.
The superlative New Zealand team have done it, and actually they managed to better their result against their opponents in the form of the ultimate New Zealand team from hours previous. A 3-2 becomes a 3-1 despite a lower bracket run for Momentum, Bacon.
Yeah, and it did feel like it was going to go to that 3-2 in the end as well. Perhaps even the bracket reset, but the super ultimate epic, awesome gamers that are from New Zealand. We're just going to keep on adding because I feel like, again, this is the super team that has been constructed to take down Australia. Asia Maritime, I'm sure, like, quite fancying themselves, you know, in the shadow where they can sneak up like ninjas. But New Zealand versus Australia is on everyone's mind for this region.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I was looking at this team and I'm thinking, yeah, you know, they look pretty good, but are they really gonna match up? Are they really gonna face up strongly against Space One? consider me convinced. Consider me in the church of the ultimate epic awesome New Zealand team. I'm ready to back these guys because, I mean, goodness, they've got Kami. They've got God literally on their team. I really, really love their synergy. I love their aggressiveness. I love their clinical play. It's a team that's exciting to watch, and it's a team that I thoroughly expect to see in the final of the Oceania and Asia Maritime Regional. I'm actually going to disagree with you, Mr. Bacon. I think that any other team going into that regional is going to be terrified because we've got two absolute juggernauts heading in there, and those are just the first two.
They are indeed already confirmed. Space 1 from Australia, and as we've just seen, Ultimate Epic, awesome New Zealand team coming in from New Zealand. But Asia Maritime League, they have got two teams coming through. They have got two chances to dethrone the OCE Kings from New Zealand and Australia.
Plenty of time for that to come along, of course, but coming up today, later on, we have Europe North, we have South America. We're going to be going offline for now, but the times in your diaries: 2 a.m. JST, 7 p.m. CEST, 1 p.m. EST. Note it down, go away, stretch your legs, get snacks, take a nap, whatever you're going to be doing, and then be sure to be back here on twitch.tv/ESL for Europe North and South America. Digital Bacon, thank you so much once again. Thank you to everyone at home, of course, for tuning in, and the Intel World Open returns later today.